Oh no.
Well, hello, everybody. Hello, and welcome to the woods. If any of y'all ain't familiar with me, I am Viscera, Queen Cryptid and Mother of Monsters, and I am joined by some lovely folk tonight. We've got Ashen A. Gray. We've got Let's see. Let me actually get my name list up here. We got Marin Go Round, OD the Cryptid, and Omega Binary. Hello, y'all. How you doing today?
Hi, Viz.
Howdy.
I'm so happy to have y'all here, and everybody in chat. It's so good to see you. Let me say hello to all of y'all. We got Odin. We got Blue Clown Ink. Hello, honey. Hello, Void. And Copracoma. We got, Protect Wholesome Streams. Oh. Love your name, honey. We got Aura Usham. And Direwolf Dan. And, of course, Monarch Lou over there in the shadows. But yes, hello, everybody. Today, we're going to be doing our very first charity stream. Calling it the Jaws of Justice, and we're going to be raising money for the Transgender Law Center. And they do a whole lot of good work, working and fighting for the rights of trans people, making sure that they are protected, making sure that their legal rights are not stripped from them. And in areas where that is happening, they're fighting to reverse that. So they do a whole lot of very important work. So I decided to go with them for this charity for Trans Awareness Week. It means a whole lot to me. Everybody on this stream today, we all identify as some flavor of trans. And I thought it was very important that we have trans folk speaking for themselves on this issue, and also on the topic of horror and monsters and how they relate to us as trans folk. So I'm very happy to have all of you here, honeys. It means a lot to me that you agreed to come.
Welcome. Absolutely.
Wouldn't have missed it.
I'm very
Positive
glad.
affirmation.
Welcome to the woods.
But yeah, so I would love to get us started. We can go down the line if you want. We're just going to have some conversations today talking about, horror and monsters and what it means to all of us. And I guess I'll begin. You see, for me, I've always been a fan of horror and, monsters in general since I was a teeny tiny cryptid. And I think that horror in general, it, especially when we're talking about monsters, it has, there's body horror and very transformative, scenes where it might be, you get eaten by a monster or getting transformed or infected or anything like that. And I think for me, one of the biggest things that I relate to...
We have such sights to show you.
Thank you, Aura. But no, for me... let's see. Anna donated the first $10 to the charity. Thank you, sweetheart, for getting us started. But no, for me, I think it's always been... transformations. So things like werewolves and monsters that can change shape and everything have always been extremely fascinating to me. And it wasn't until later in life that I even realized, part of why I had such a fascination with that. Werewolves are fairly simple and straightforward. But definitely, oh gosh, I think one of my favorites was, the name's escaping me, Ginger Snaps, particularly because it was, a female perspective on the werewolf trope, but just kind of the body horror of puberty, Your body is changing, things are happening to you that you don't understand, and it can be very horrific. And when you apply that to transness, it's kind of, it definitely taps into body dysmorphia, I feel, when it feels like your body doesn't match what's in your head. But yeah, so that's just one example for me. What about you, Ashen?
Firstly, if I lapse into an accent, the echolalia is strong. The echolalia is strong in this one, and just listening to you, the country is going to crawl up out of my throat.
Oh, that's
as
fine,
a fair
honey.
warning.
That's fine. Ain't nobody gonna give you any lip about your accent, honey.
I just want a fair warning.
Just let it loose. Let the country out.
All of us in here are gonna be
Gonna
like,
happen.
"Hello,
Whatever-
everybody.
Whatever comes out
How
of your
you
throat.
doing?"
Mm-hmm.
All
Okay,
right.
before I talk, I hardly know what it's gonna sound like.
So, some of my favorite monster designs for me, again, body horror is a really beautiful thing, but I've always been really taken with the way that like creepy angel designs are done. A lot of the Final Fantasy monsters that are like body horror, but in this really stained glass marble sculpture kind of way. And I described it a bit on the Twitter post sharing the monsters, but it's kind of like this idea of divinity trying to be human or understand what a human looks like, but the understanding that being has of what a human should look like is much more vast than a human has. And there's something about that I really like, feeling kind of forced into this box by society of how you're supposed to act, how you're supposed to physically present the gender that people associate you with, versus having this more vast, more cosmic understanding of the things that truly make you human and struggling to fit yourself into that box. I feel like really resonates with me on a gender level.
Mhm.
Also, the designs just fucking slap your tits right off.
Absolutely, yes. Do you have a favorite of the designs?
Gosh, I don't know. I think it changes all of the time, but I feel, if I remember correctly, I think the Angelarium guy is like awful, but it's a very low hanging fruit to grasp to be like freaky angel looking stuff, if you need to know what I mean. Like any kind of design that like either doesn't have a head or has multiple heads, too many eyes, no eyes at all. I love designs where the upper part of the face is obscured, because psychologically in artwork, if you obscure the eyes from view in a piece of artwork, it prevents the viewer from having like a relationship with the subject of the artwork. It puts a psychological wall between them. And I've always loved that concept. So any monster that does not have eyes, or has eyes but not where they're supposed to be, so you can't make eye contact. This, however, is getting into like overlap of autism and gender, which I feel like is inescapable. I don't want to completely derail the conversation,
Oh,
but I feel
no,
like autism and gender overlap a lot.
absolutely no. It's completely fine to, include, things like autism and ADHD, especially as they relate to us as trans people, because it's part of the experience. And it's part of how we experience the world and everything. So, no, you don't have to worry about derailing with that, honey.
It absolutely is a part, I think, of how I experience my gender.
Mhm.
I think that also ties back into loving this idea of trying to fit yourself into a human-shaped box, but why can't a human be this or that or this other creative thing? all of that, the autism and the gender for me ties back into each other. And I think that's why I love the faceless or eyes in different places. Just janky looking cool shit.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. No, I agree with you. I love, like Monarch Lou said, biblically accurate angels. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, no,
Yes.
I love something that is divine but horrific. As as you may have gathered. But no, it definitely taps into kind of the autistic experience of gender, especially as somebody who doesn't just can't identify in a way that a cis person can, because I have never personally been able to identify strictly as female. I embrace the feminine, absolutely, but even as a child, I I rejected a lot of the expectations, I guess you can say, of of a female child. I didn't like my name because it was extremely feminine. I didn't want to be perceived as only female. And it wasn't just like I'm not going to sit here and say that it wasn't some level of internalized misogyny, but it was mostly just that I never felt that that was correct. I never identified in that way. But it's hard growing up when you don't have the language for it. You don't know why you feel so different, and why you don't identify a certain way. And so that's where a lot of this, fascination with angels, aliens, things that are inhuman, trying.
But humanoid.
But humanoid, yes.
Beyond human.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Definitely.
It's something different.
Outside the general perception of the
Transcending.
very general
Yes.
human gender.
Yeah, well, even
Transcending
Those
the
are typically the
limitations.
depictions of.
absolutely. Well, and it's just gender being a very uncanny thing. A monster that you can't tell exactly what it is. If there are parts of it that are obscured, like the face and the eyes, like you said, because that's definitely something that's it's a very human thing to try and, figure out the details of a person just by looking at them. But when those details are obscured, it becomes very difficult. It can become a bit scary. And for those of us who, identify as trans, who are gender non-conforming, I think many of us have experienced, some level of fear or disdain from others because, we don't perfectly conform to their ideas of what gender is supposed to be.
As a quick ADHD rail,
Mm-hmm.
how many of y'all either got in trouble for playing with quote unquote the wrong gender toys when you were a kid, or had a sibling that was a different gender for you and you were constantly getting in trouble because you were stealing their toys because you didn't want to play with the toys that matched your assigned gender at birth? Because that was
I
me every
constantly
day.
tried to play games with the girls rather than playing with the guys.
Mm-hmm.
I was always
Even if-
stealing my brother's like Transformers and Legos and shit.
It was just me and my younger brother, and I didn't have a sister for about 7-8 years.
I never got in trouble for playing with the wrong toys, but I feel that I often was playing with the toys that were given to me in very non-traditional fashions, is how I will put it.
Mm-hmm.
And you gotta shave your Barbie doll. You gotta shave the Barbie doll.
Oh, I like to put them
Give her
in cages.
haircuts. Always
Mhm.
short.
I would always strip the G.I. Joe figures and then throw them away because I didn't like looking at them anymore.
Oh.
Or I would have Transformers toys, and the only thing I would ever do with them was transform them and transform them back over and
Yes.
over.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
There was nothing else I did with them. I was just fidgeting with them.
I would knock over plastic horses in the gutter by creating giant tsunamis of water and just like washing them all the way down the gutter.
Very good.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, it was definitely a topic of contention in my home. Because, I liked all of the quote-unquote boys' toys. I wanted to play with aliens and gargoyles and, anything except Barbies. Now, the one exception to that was horses. I loved, horse toys. But my mother was so sad and would get so angry at my father because, he would indulge. I am at least very grateful that he indulged me in the toys that I actually wanted. So I'd come home with these monster toys like the Alien toys or Predator toys, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, that kind of thing. Meanwhile, my mother would get me a Barbie, and I'd just throw it in the closet and never do anything with it.
All of my Barbies were bounty hunters.
Let's go.
Nice. Oh my god. No, the one Barbie that I remember playing with, she was basically my stand-in for Elisa Maza, because I had this giant Goliath gargoyle toy, and so she was the Elisa Maza. And they but
Very good.
that was the only one I played with. Oh my goodness. What about you, Omega?
Yes. Honestly, the only things that I have to say is that like a lot of our experiences are very almost adjacent. I too, just like Ashen, adore biblically accurate angels. Genuinely, I cannot wait to get to a point where I have time to work on my biblically accurate version.
Ooh.
Very inspired by, I suppose, I want to say, when I first thought about all of this, it was the first thing that came to mind was John Carpenter's The Thing. Was my like very first like experience into like true body horror, and since then I've been like really interested in those types of things, and then recently with the release of The Void, which I do highly recommend as a good horror movie, and then Harbinger Down as well, great like body horror movies, with like these monsters that are like almost these amalgamations of like ooze that then like can be whatever they want to be by just like taking on the aspects of whatever they're like eating. And that, I don't know, that is just like my brain worms really love it.
Nice. No, I do love the whole concept of eating and having whoever or whatever that was becoming a part of you. Not just your nutrition, but it becomes an integral part of who you are and what you are, and being able to take the shape of other people.
Absolutely.
Good stuff.
I think
it's good soup.
Yes, absolutely. It like kind of just popped in my head, but the sort of relation that has with me, it kind of comes in with like masking almost, where it's like I've witnessed everything that's going on around me, and I've sort of like tried to physically assimilate myself, but it's not quite enough to make me passing, and I feel like that has something. There's something there. There's some meat there somewhere.
That's it.
That moment when you sit in the uncanny valley. Let's go.
Absolutely.
Yes. Oh, just make a nest and make the uncanny valley home. It's fine.
Absolutely.
Make people uncomfortable. Oh my goodness. Well, so how about you, Marin? You got any favorite kind of monster?
Y'all have covered pretty much like what sits at the top of my list, from general like shape-shifting types, angelic types. I guess one that we haven't covered is like demonic or devil types. I can't say I have any like this character is it. It's more like very specific art that I come across here and there. But it's usually like the general power, the stance, but also the the darkness and uncanny features that typically come with it.
Definitely. So are there any examples you can think of as far as media or games or anything that something demonic that you like and are drawn to pops up in?
Probably the best visual examples would be things like the demons and devils, I guess, more from like Dungeons and Dragons. Like TTRPGs kind of have the better designs than like movies do for stuff like this.
So kind of the more monstrous looking ones rather than just, the human with horns.
Yeah, or like Lucifer, where he's like occasionally gets like black eyes or something.
Pit fiend type stuff.
Yeah, Pit Fiend, Bone Fiend.
Anything that has a fiend at the end.
Or what's I can't remember the name of the character that's on the cover of like, what is it? Something to Avernus? Like there's like a bald demonic angel on the cover, and that one's like you.
Oh, Cool Bold says Devil May Cry. I definitely love the design in Devil May Cry.
Yeah. The demon designs in Devil May Cry are very cool.
Also, what is it? Is it Crybaby? Devil?
Devil May Cry Baby.
Devil May Cry Baby, yeah.
Yes, Devil May Cry Baby.
That's why I thought of what you said, Devil May Cry, because I keep mixing those two properties in my head.
I tried watching that when it first
They're
came
both
out.
very
I couldn't
different.
get over the style. I couldn't get over the style. I
It's
know
so
people like it, and I
good.
watched several episodes. But like the more it went on and stuff, I was just like,
It
it hurts my eyes. It hurts my eyes to look at.
Yeah, that's
their
fair.
ability to go off model and still be like so wild, it gets me. I don't have the balls to go off model when I animate. I just can't do it.
But no, Devil May Cry Baby. I also just love. I love the angelic designs that, especially. Shoot, I can't remember his name, but he's the main.
Ryu?
The antagonist. Who he's this angel. He's beautiful and everything, but when we finally see him, in his angelic form, he's definitely a mixture of genders. He's
Yes.
he's not just one thing. He's an angel. He is genderless, but also encompasses every gender, and how gorgeous he is, but at the same time is really the monster of the entire story.
Yeah.
So I love the
I've always loved those depictions of like angels technically as the bad guys.
Yes. I love
So
I love the
good.
juxtaposition of that.
Or even my favorite part is like when it's like, again, in the case of Lucifer, where like Lucifer, you find out like Lucifer Morningstar himself is technically a good guy.
Yeah.
Anything where the angels are the real bad guys, I'm like,
I
yeah,
love the
that
trope
brings in
that's,
some
like,
religion trauma for me.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
I love reading like the short stories and stuff, especially ones that end up having things that are like, it's like religion was wrong, God actually hates us, like legitimately hates us,
Yeah.
and like heaven is actually just a prison where he tortures us or something like that. And I'm just like, but it's usually stories that are like, it's like somebody like has a near-death experience and comes back and just like sits up and is like, we were wrong, we were so wrong.
Here.
Everything after. Terrible. Let's just stay here forever.
Yep. It's like they say we got to make paradise on earth. That's the only heaven we'll ever know. Oh goodness. But what about you, OD? Do you have a favorite monster archetype?
Yes, though it is I'm going to go out here and say fairies are monsters to me.
Yes.
Absolutely.
The Fae is monsters, and for me, my favorite monster archetypes falls in lines with cryptids and Fae, which I kind of view cryptids as a more modern interpretation of the Fae.
Definitely.
To me, they're like one and the same. It's all the earth, nature, things that we do not have proof of exist yet sometimes believe in anyways. And that's kind of like what my favorite archetypes when it comes to monsters is, because that's also kind of what's in line with my gender. I'm the weird little guy in the woods. I don't have a very strong concept of gender, in that my concept of gender is that I don't want it. Please take it away from me.
Never asked for this.
I never asked for this. I didn't want this. I don't like your societal nonsense.
Send it back to the chef.
Tricked into gender against your will.
It's like,
essentially.
Gender, must we?
Must we?
Back over here.
We have
What do you
to
mean
do
you don't want to
that?
be part of my genderless Mothman cult?
Yes.
Exactly.
Oh, speaking
But
no, you go ahead, honey. I'll get to it later. No.
I'm go ahead.
No,
I'm
go.
shooting it back to you.
Oh,
You're the boss.
Oh my goodness.
You're the one that can move.
Yeah. I'm just here flapping my wings and screaming.
Well, no, I just wanted to quickly go over everybody's pronouns. So I tend to use she and they. We can go down the line. How about you, Ashen?
She, they, he, anything, like any gender. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Any pronouns, anytime. Oops, all pronouns.
Very good.
We've also discussed that bitch is a pronoun.
Yes.
Oh, bitch is a yeah. I've recently noticed that I have a tendency to avoid using gender terminology when referring to myself in the third person by saying this bitch. Like, guess who didn't get any sleep last night? This bitch. Like, I will go out of my way to not use gender terminology.
That is
And
the weird same energy as my mom.
And how about you, Marin?
I usually go by any pronouns. I usually just say, put everything on a wheel, spin it, throw a knife, and pick that, whatever it lands on.
There you go.
And you, OD.
That may change in the future.
I mean, listen. Gender is very fluid, so.
They, and sometimes he. I am they, them, but I am a he, him in the very specific way of I am a he, him. Like if you pick up a frog or a small lizard off the side of the road and hold it in your hand and just go like him.
Aww.
He's just a little guy when you're pointing at him.
He's just a little guy. I'm not a boy. I don't identify as a boy. I don't think I'm in the demi-boy spectrum. I'm not male, but I am I'm a he, like how you just call small creatures he.
It's like like how
he's a precious little being.
Like how male pronouns are used in a gender neutral sense, like calling somebody a guy, or
yes,
it's like, hey,
exactly.
Guy.
And which I feel there's like there is a slight issue with that, in that the fact that we use male pronouns in a gender neutral way is kind of inherently misogynistic, and I have lots of thoughts on the gender neutrality and what is androgyny and how androgyny is often portrayed in a slightly misogynistic light in our modern society.
How female is always the other.
Yeah, like it's treated as if a man is the template of a human being, which I think is kind of fucked up.
Big agree.
But still, I'm comfortable being called a he.
All right, very good. And how about you, honey?
Oh man, I am the same as everybody else.
We're just a whole bunch
You
of
got a good group here.
We're just a whole bunch of gender anarchists in here.
Absolutely, it's anarchy now. Yeah, that's my pronouns now. It's Ann and Arky.
Love it. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure we went through that. And OD, you were talking about, Fae and modern cryptids.
Yeah, cryptids. Cryptids are awesome because cryptids don't exist, but also they kind of exist. They're defined entirely by your belief and your perception. If you believe cryptids are real, they are real despite any proof to the contrary. Just like gender.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Very firmly Bigfoot fucked my mom.
Yeah.
Mothman's real in my heart.
Yeah.
And
That's
in
a
my
really
ass.
good analogy, though. That's a really good analogy, though. You give gender power by believing in it.
Absolutely.
Just
If
like
I
the Fae
refuse to
and cryptids.
believe, if I refuse to believe in my gender, will it go away?
Probably. Maybe.
I mean,
I mean,
in,
just
your,
not
thinking
in, your,
about
in
it.
your personal private life, yes.
If you stop thinking about the gender, it can just go like lurk quietly in the woods and show up occasionally in the background of photos, just like looming menacingly in the
Gender is the
background.
real cryptid.
Yeah, tentacles, everything
Gender
it all comes
is.
crashing back down when you talk to a government official. No, don't worry. Bigfoot definitely isn't real. Wink, 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 wink.
Bigfoot's my gender, man.
Oh my god, you've got folks out here with those posters, but it's just a poster of a man and a woman, and at the bottom it
Gender
says,
is
"I want to
real."
believe."
Man, they're so androgynous, as if a man and a woman had a baby.
Oh man.
Oh my god. Yep, you hit it. You heard it here, folks. Gender isn't real, but it's real if you want it to be.
If you believe in it.
But no, and I think that is definitely actually a valid statement, because gender really is. It's just up to everybody's personal belief and everybody's personal feelings. I'm not trying to invalidate anybody up here who, does identify as one gender or the other. That's not what we're trying to do here. But I think we all have to be aware that gender is a construct socially. So we, no matter how you identify, I don't think it's about, whether a person is a man, a woman, or neither, or both, or anywhere in between on the gender spectrum. It's all about respect and being able to embrace one another and accept each other despite any differences. So, it's always fighting toward the goal of gender not needing to be a thing that matters socially. And that's all I have to say about that. I don't want to get too heavy on anybody.
Absolute facts.
You're right, though.
But-
That's what it comes down to. Gender is a construct of your self-identity, and that's really all it should be. Gender should just be something that helps you feel comfortable in your own skin instead of something that society forces upon you. Unfortunately, we are currently in a state where the latter is more true than the former. I hope I did the liars and the formers right.
Yes.
I'll remember which direction they go in.
You're all good, honey. You're all good. But yeah, absolutely. So what about favorite horror movies?
Okay, what if I came out and said that I don't watch horror movies?
Heresy!
I'm the
Heresy!
non-believer.
Get out! No, that's fine. That's fine. Is there any movie that features, monsters or anything like that you like?
Oh, like tons of them. I just don't watch a lot of horror movies, mostly due to anxiety, panic attacks, and jump scares.
Screw it, we're going to watch The Ritual then.
I love
I-
Ritual.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's a good one.
Ritual
That's
is
one of my
so
favorites.
good. So
I've
good.
watched The Shining. That was one of the horror movies I really like, but most of my horror content is consumed through horror comics and manga.
Okay.
That's mostly how I get a lot of horror content.
Okay. Well, no, that's absolutely valid. No, I understand. At least you're consuming horror in some form or fashion. If you were out here being like, I don't consume horror at all, I'd be like, what?
No, I love
What?
horror. Horror is my
Excuse
favorite.
you.
I love horror. I just can't handle jump scares.
No, that's completely fine. Oh my god.
So I do like The Shining too. I actually went as Jack Nicholson's character for one Halloween. Scared the shit out of so many people at the parties because I brought a real axe. People would actually come up and touch the axe that I had on my shoulder, and they'd be like, "Oh shit, that's real." Like, yeah,
No.
it's fucking real.
Oh my
I wasn't
god.
gonna lean into this.
This slight unhingedness I love. Always keep them guessing.
No, there's a horror comic, and I'm gonna find the link for it so I can share it with folks. But it has, it definitely deals with gender, not overtly. It doesn't necessarily talk about it, but there are characters who do not fit any kind of gender stereotype, and it's all just, it's very psychological. It's very psychological. I think that everybody ought to be following this webcomic called Nasty Red Dogs.
Oh, I love that comic. That's such a good one.
It's so good.
Oh yeah, Nasty Red Dogs is there. I think like one of the main characters is trans. Actually, several of the characters are like pretty legitimately trans, and it's super fucked up.
It's very fucked. It's not for light reading.
There is nudity, there is blood, there is gore, there is weird psychological bullshit that makes you question reality. That's all the warnings I have immediately that comes to mind.
But no, it's I'm sitting here trying to figure out how do I explain this comic. But I think just part of why it's so successful as a horror comic is because it's difficult to explain. You just have to experience it.
Yes.
So please definitely go and read that comic. I'm listening.
Flash. The weird psychological horror, like half of this comic takes place in a conjoined dreamscape that most of the characters are all having weird dream alternate lives in. It's very weird and psychological.
Definitely. But no, that's a very, very good one. But what, so what were we talking about? I was asking y'all. Having my own little ADHD moment. Bear with me, y'all. But we were talking about, so do you have any favorite comics as far as horror goes?
I basically love every single thing that Junji Ito has ever made. It's all brilliant and horrific, and he is the master of the page turner. There's also lots of other horror comics I've read. I've read so many at this point, they all kind of blur together and I don't even remember all the names of them. I remember reading this crazy one where like a city was overrun by giant goldfish that were eating people, and that was like awesome.
Yes. Oh my god. I also love the one with the it's like a mechanical spider shark.
Yes. I am not aware of that one. I need to find that immediately.
Oh god,
That sounds awesome.
It's ridiculous and and amazing.
I think one that comes to mind is a horror webtoon called Sweet Home that I thought was really good. A lot of the monster designs in it were fucking fascinating because they often the monster designs were always about exaggerating the dreams of these people and like just what these people wanted to this cartoonish horrific degree, and I thought that was like a really interesting take on monster design.
Oh, definitely. Speaking of Sweet, it made this comic and also a series. What was it, Sweet Tooth?
Yes.
I think it is. I think that's a very relevant to not just trans folk, but it's definitely one of those where it's very heavily like LGBT coded, where you are the other and everybody's afraid of you and hunting you down and all of this. Sweet Tooth is amazing. But yeah, so there's a whole lot in comics and everything where horror is concerned. There are let's see. Oh, the name of the comic is escaping me, but Mean Boss Art is one of the artists that contributes to it. If y'all want to follow them on Twitter. Now, their stuff is very much not a light read. It's extremely graphic, but they have amazing stuff too. Mean Boss Art. I'll type it here in chat.
Okay, let me go consume all of their content immediately. Listen, you say fucked up, and I'm like, hello?
Oh, it's very fucked. It's very
I
fucked.
am rapidly approaching your location. This looks fucked up. I love it.
I want
The banner! Immediately! Oh!
Yes. Oh my goodness. But as far as movies, so we'll go down the line. So Ashen, do you have a favorite horror movie?
My brain goes stupid when I get put on the spot, so can you come back to me or start with yourself and give me a
Okay.
second? I'm Googling
Okay.
shit so I can remember what
actually
movies
getting
it is.
asked questions about yourself, and it's just mine just flatlines.
I know I've watched
About
horror
me?
movies before, but I can't think of a single horror movie right now.
Okay. So, let's see. I don't have just a top favorite. I have many favorites, but The Ritual is definitely up there as far as monster horror. I love Modair, the monster of the film, because she is just she has an animalistic shape, but much of her is made of human bodies.
Absolutely.
And just the absolute body horror of that, to be humanistic and animalistic at the same time, is horrific and beautiful to me.
I love amalgamation monsters.
Oh yeah, they are so interesting.
She's so gorgeous, and just I love the fact that she can basically make you hallucinate and kind of delves into your worst fears.
Why is there a grocery store in the forest?
I'm sorry?
Have you not seen it?
You have to watch the movie. You have to watch
You
the
gotta
movie.
watch it.
Oh, honey.
I haven't seen movies. Well, I have seen movies, but I haven't seen that movie.
Okay, well,
Never mind, it's over. We're doing what Grim does.
yep. Okay, everybody, this is now a movie stream. We're gonna
Watch party.
Yep.
Sweet, awesome. Let me get my
It's now
popcorn.
movie trivia. I'm pretty sure there's nothing crazy sexual to be concerned about on Twitch for that.
No. Actually, I feel like other than the copyright issues, The Ritual would be a pretty safe movie to stream. But
Yeah.
no. I've definitely shown it in the Discord before, but if you'd ever be interested, I would love to stream it again. It's one of my favorites. So.
Eyes emoji.
Yes.
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 Listen, I can watch horror movies with other people. I just haven't had people until this point. I just need people so I don't get as scared of the jump scares.
Aw.
And the sequel. We have to watch the sequel to The Ritual too.
Wait, there's
The cool thing is
there's a
a
sequel.
bunch of people have already seen it.
Okay, so there's a spiritual sequel. I can't think of the name right now, but it's based like another deity situation. But the only reason it's quoted as the sequel is because it references the hikers throughout the film on like televisions and radio broadcasts.
Wait, is it the one?
About them having like.
Is it the
gone
one that
missing.
has the what is it? The
I think it's like an Aztec death god or something.
Yeah, it looks like some kind of monstrous
like comes out of a box,
like centipede or something with a human face.
Kind of. Let me double check.
I don't remember. I think I know the film you're talking about. It's one of Smog's favorites, but I don't think I've actually seen it.
No One Gets Out Alive?
No One Gets Out Alive. Okay, well, we're gonna have to take a look at that one too. Us all staring very loudly.
No.
I'm trying to find it. I want to believe.
But no, so definitely recommend The Ritual. Not necessarily. I don't know that it would necessarily be like trans relevant necessarily, but ooh, excuse me, fungus, honey. Thank you so much for your $25 donation, and also Anonymous. I meant to thank you too for your $5. We're $40 in. Thank y'all so much for donating to the Transgender Law Center. It means so much to us.
No, yeah, it was No One Gets Out Alive.
Okay, good. So everybody, you got homework.
I'm
on
just
Netflix?
taking notes currently. Yes.
Pretty sure it's on Netflix.
Okay. All right.
Perfect.
Wait, what's on Netflix?
No one
No
gets
one gets out alive.
It's not like
I
a
think the-
direct sequel, but it's referenced throughout it, so it kind of like it basically ties it into the
I
same
hope you
universe.
guys know that you are increasing the amount of sticky notes on my desk. There's already like 20 of them here, but there's like at least 3 more since the stream started.
Not sorry. Not even a little. And thank you, Goblin Hugger, for $20. Thank you so much for your donation. Y'all, we are $60 in. More than halfway.
Yay!
More than halfway to our first $100.
Progress.
But okay. All right. Ashen, have you prepared yourself, honey? Are you ready to
Yes.
talk about?
Yes.
Do you have a
I
list of your
remembered.
top 3?
I remembered what movies existed, and
I have seen movies before.
I have seen movies. Letting someone talk before me like reminded me. You know, I would hear like little words. My brain would be like, "That's a movie you've seen." Okay, so
It's the worms.
this is a list, and as I was making the list, I realized none of these are real. In spite of my love of monsters, I apparently don't watch a lot of monster movies. These are mostly psychological thrillers and the idea of like humans being the most wretched creatures. So
Get
I don't
out.
have these. These are in no order at all. But The Uninvited, I always
Ooh.
like.
Oh, that is such a good
I-
one.
All of my friends are always like, I always saw that movie twist coming. I have never seen a movie twist coming in my entire life. Not once. I just go watch the movie and let it happen inside of my brain. I don't try to figure it out. I never saw that shit coming. Uninvited fucking slapped the entire time I was on the edge of my seat. Case 39 has a special
Yes.
place in my heart. Like demon children type shit.
Absolutely.
Anything that causes people to have hallucinations of their greatest fears that like take over them bodily and cause them to act. I love a fearscape. Okay, I love a fear, like a nightmare scape. It tells you so much about characters to see what someone's greatest fear is and how they respond to it, how they try to escape it or overcome it or get out alive. That's the good shit. Similarly, The Others, because there is a perceived monster in that movie, and you just never know what it is. Again, I've never seen a movie twist coming in my entire life, but with The Others, the entire time you're kind of afraid of the monster with them, even though you don't see it. This one is going to bring the ire of some people, probably, but bear with me. I actually really like the first Silent Hill movie.
Okay.
As a standalone movie, if you can divorce it entirely from the games and see it as its like own little piece of media,
Yes.
it's like a really visually interesting movie that gets the ambiance, you know, the sound design, the set design, the nasty, grungy, rotting environment of industrialness. Ooh, with the body horror. Oh, yes.
Oh,
very
it's-
good.
Also, listen. Pyramid Head just ripping the skin entirely off
Yes.
a woman.
Oh,
I mean,
God.
Yes.
honey,
Yes!
honey.
Just grabs her by the throat and squawk.
Yes.
Oh.
It's like, oh,
Gnarly.
I want to be undressed that way.
If you don't undress me the way Pyramid Head undresses that lady, then we're not together.
Right.
Yes. No, see,
Yes.
see, when I saw Silent Hill for the first time, I hated it because I was expecting, you know, something that was going to be true to, you know, keeping
The
true to the
story.
games.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be very similar to the games, but we get it in, you know, film version.
Yeah.
It was not that.
It is not.
So I hated it at first, but after a while, the next time I saw it, I was like, you know, I mean, I agree with you. I think it's a standalone piece. It's very entertaining.
Yes. It's a really solid like entertainment experience if you can completely divorce it in your mind as like a work of fan fiction or an AU or like
Definitely.
inspired by
Yeah.
Silent Hill and not
Yeah.
actually
A
Silent
world
Hill.
Absolutely.
reworked for a movie audience. Because
And-
like the general game plot I don't think would work as a movie plot.
Yeah.
Fair, yeah.
I've
So it had to
genuinely
be reworked
found
to have the same world to present to a general audience.
yes.
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah.
The doll part monster, Capricoma, you're fucking reading
Mhm.
my mind. The doll part monster is actually in my list of favorite monster designs on the Twitter thread because it absolutely encompasses that idea of too many heads, too many arms. It wants to be human. It sucks ass at it, but like you know what? It's got the spirit. Absolutely terrifying.
Yes.
I fucking love the doll part monster.
I love mannequin and doll monsters so much.
Yes.
No, I love monsters that they either look themselves almost human or they're made up of parts that are very convincingly human, but it's just that whole concept of trying so badly to pass as a human being and failing just horrifically.
Sometimes the most horrific things are things that look close to something we can identify, but just aren't quite right.
Yes. And I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but this is what this stream is all about, in relating these things back to being trans. And I think in this specifically is also if you're trans and neurodivergent. If you are autistic or ADHD or have other neurodivergencies, where it's very difficult to pass yourself off as a quote-unquote normal human.
You feel like you're wearing a human skin.
It does.
Why can't you be normal? Why would I want to do that?
Right.
Yes, and
Being normal's overrated anyways.
it is very much so. Please just embrace the weird. Just be weird and be proud of it.
Join us on the weird side.
Listen, sometimes if you're just weird and like loud and happy about it, people vibe with it. Like
It's
honestly. Like
People
if
vibe
you
with the energy.
yeah, if you're just happy to be yourself, people don't care actually.
It's
that's
almost
what
like
makes
a
newsletters weird.
camouflage.
Yeah.
You're hiding in plain sight.
You're hyperfixated on Magic the Gathering? I guarantee you there's a bunch of other weirdos that are willing to talk about it.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I could name like 6 on my hand right now.
I could pull up like one of the most ambiguous card games that failed in like 2006. Anybody remember Dueling Monsters?
Oh god.
Oh my god.
Bakugan?
Oh my goodness.
Okay, I have 3 more horror movies. I actually
Duel
had to pull it
Masters,
down
yep.
some while we were talking. So I was
Okay.
like, I'm gonna just be listing like 20 of these. So I
Beautiful.
narrowed it to 3 more.
Okay.
1408
Yeah.
is one of those movies that like every now and then I just remember it and think about it. I think it also ties into the fearscape motion, like the haunted fucking hotel room, where you just go in and it just starts fucking with you mercilessly. So that definitely ties into fearscapes, especially the whole like he thought he got out and it was just fucking well.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but for some reason you brought that up again. It reminded me, and my brain was like, "Wait, isn't Nicolas Cage in that movie?" And I was
Yeah.
it's fucking John Cusack. I don't know how I got the two of them mixed up.
It would be very
'Cause
easily,
I can
very
picture
easy to like
Nicolas Cage doing
picture.
everything he did in that movie.
Just Photoshop Nicolas Cage's face onto him.
Yep.
And
Um,
I would assume it's right. I would assume it's right.
The next one is Bird Box,
Ooh,
which
that's the series, isn't it?
yeah, no, that's the movie with Sandra Bullock in it. It's a Netflix one where she and like 2 little small kids are basically on a raft going up a
That's right,
river,
that's right,
and they
yeah.
have to wear blindfolds because if
Yeah, 'cause
they
they can't see the monster.
if they see the monster, then they'll hallucinate and kill themselves, basically.
That's it. That's what it was. Yep.
Okay. Like, I don't watch a lot of horror movies, but I know of a lot of these movies and their plots because I do try to watch, like, kill counts on the Dead Meat channel to, like,
Yes.
at least understand. I love kill counts. I love seeing the gore and the effects. I just can't handle the jump scares. And I remember something interesting about that movie in particular, because I remember there is a monster design for that movie, but they don't ever show it in the movie. They took it out because they decided it was scarier, that you as the audience would never see it.
That's actually amazing. I love that concept.
Oh yeah, because like they had a monster and they just decided like, we're just not going to show it. It's kind of the same thing that makes like Jaws a great movie, is the less you see of the monster, the scarier it becomes. Because oftentimes,
I think, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
no, that's good. I was just going to say that oftentimes as soon as you see a monster, your brain starts to be able to rationalize it and figure out what it is, and the unknown is the scariest thing there is.
I think that also plays really well into the, like, if you see the monster, you're going to die, but the thing is that it's invisible, so you're not going to know if it's there unless you see it. Just about, like, there's something terrifying about how easily you could accidentally see something that you're not supposed to because you just don't know it, especially when they play into the matter of the it even works on like recordings or on security camera footage or whatever. Like, you can't see it, but you're gonna see it. Like, it's completely fucked. And I think, like, you never know what the people see that causes them to want to kill themselves, but occasionally they'll say something, like the one girl in the car that starts crying and it's just like, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Or the person that's just like, Mom? Or the person that's like, that's not so bad. You know, like, they talk about what they're seeing, but you don't get to know what it is. And that, I think, it's a fearscape, but you don't get to see it because it's not yours. And I thought that was excellent. And then lastly, on my list, I'm keeping it moving because I don't want to be the only one talking, is Run. Run. Okay, so Run, I think, is a Hulu exclusive. I'm so sorry. But Run is...
Everybody furiously typing.
Run is good. I have watched Run like 3 times. So I have a bit of an issue about dramamentaries or whatever they are, that are almost play-by-play exactly like a horrific thing that happened to a real person. I feel like that's very kind of exploitive.
Oh, I know this one. Okay, I read like the first paragraph of the synopsis. I know this movie. Shit.
Run seems to be inspired by the tragedies of Gypsy Rose Blanchard with her
That's what I was
having
thinking.
disease. And it also plays a lot. Also, the wheelchair user in the movie is played by a real life wheelchair user. Yay!
Oh, wonderful.
And oh my god, what the fuck is the name of the lady that plays the mom? Because she's so fantastic at like scary bitch roles. My brain
Sarah
wants to say
Paulson?
Sarah.
Yeah,
Sarah
Sarah Paulson.
Paulson.
She's the one
Sarah
I see.
Paulson.
I remember American Horror Story all the time.
Oh,
She's terrifying.
so
She's
good.
so good at being scary.
She's
Absolutely.
So good.
Ooh, American Horror Story.
She's so good. And again, it plays into humans being some of the most horrifying monsters, which when you tie that back into the idea of gender and transness, a lot of us relating our transness and feelings about gender into these monstrous, scary looking things that people don't understand. I think it makes sense that I often wind up preferring actual horror stories where the human being is the scariest, meanest thing, because I feel like that's true to a lot of our experiences.
Absolutely.
I think the thing that I often find is that the monsters in media are some of the characters I like the most, because I find that their motivations are fascinating, and usually it's the people that are the total dickasses. And there's nothing scarier than a human being, is my take.
Yes.
Yes.
The monsters in real life are all human.
I mean, even in like shows and movies, I often find that the humans, their thought processes, their excuses for what they are doing to these monsters, which oftentimes in many movies, the monsters are just doing their thing. They're not like explicitly trying to be awful, malicious creatures. It just so happens that they're doing their cycle of life shit and humans got in the way. And humans just think that they're so much better than being eaten.
Yep. No, and
Mhm.
I think it also ties and hello, hang on, we got a raid.
We got a raid!
There's a raid.
Raid!
Hello.
Hello, Horatius, and hello, Raiders. I am Viscera, Queen Cryptid and Mother of Monsters, and I am joined by my wonderful friends here. We've got Ashanae Gray, we've got Marin Go Round, Odie the Cryptid, and we've got Omega Binary here tonight. And well, I say tonight. I'm used to I'm used to streaming at night, but yes.
It's always night around these parts.
Mhm,
It's always night in the
it's always
woods.
nighttime in these woods, honey. But welcome in, welcome in. We are doing a charity stream today for the Transgender Law Center. We are the Jaws of Justice. So we're trying to raise money for that cause while we all speak about horror and monsters and how it relates to transness. We are all here trans, featured here on the stream. We have several more guests who are going to be coming in the coming hours. And right now, we're talking about some of our favorite horror movies. So thank you again, Horatius, and welcome on in. Y'all make yourselves at home. Oh, but yes, as far as monsters and why we relate to them as trans folk, and we're less afraid of monsters as opposed to humans, is I think that when you're relating to the monsters of these horror films and horror media, it's empowering in a way, because so often, as trans folk and the trans community at large, we're so often attacked and threatened by others, and it can feel like it's a very powerless and frightening position to be in. And so there's definitely a comfort in relating to monsters who are, these big forces of nature, basically, who they're just being what they are. They are just being the monsters that they are, but they have the power to overcome the monstrous humans coming after them, or who, fall victim to them. It's cathartic to see.
I too wish to be feared.
Yeah.
Oh, but yes, definitely. So how about you, Marin? Do you have, a list of top favorites?
I have a few. We already talked the ritual. Like, I just really like the style and aesthetic of the ritual. So I'm not going to cover extra details on that because we did that one pretty well. I enjoyed Annihilation.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
So I have a biology degree, and I'm always obsessed anytime I see monsters with like mentally dissecting them or seeing like some way they're viable. So the way they go through in like Annihilation, and there's just so much like bio alteration throughout the entire movie, it just has me like fully engaged. It's also, if there's like movies that come out that I can't watch, I tend to watch things like either Ending Explained or Robonote Gaming, who actually does like, he's like an ex-epidemiologist who like does like deep dives into monsters biology and stuff. But Annihilation is like one of the few movies that feels like it, more than having just like one monster for me to latch onto, there's just so many little things here and there that are going on.
Oh God, yes. That entire movie is just gorgeous in so many ways. And just seeing how how that, what did they call it? I forget what they referred to it as in the movie, but basically this area that they go into.
The shimmer,
the shimmer, yes, the shimmer. How it is slowly changing them all, and in different ways. It's not.
It even like caused them to like lose time, lose memories.
Losing time, losing memories. It feels, their insides are no longer. It's like the insides are animated, and something inside of them is its own creature, and then getting to the point where, you can't really tell, is this character the same character we've been following throughout the entire movie, or is this the doppelganger.
You get like to the end, and that's what I like about this movie too, is it's one of the horror movies that the protagonist technically doesn't win.
Mm-hmm.
And I've always loved those movies that it's not crazy predictable at the end, where the protagonist isn't guaranteed to win over whatever the antagonistic force is in a movie.
Mm-hmm.
Well, because so often, like, the protagonist has to win no matter what, just due to, like, narrative tropes and
Usual conflict.
Yeah,
Protagonist
and
has to overcome conflict.
sometimes it's almost unbelievable how it happens, to a point of, like, well, that's a bit absurd that they didn't die there, but okay. I'd like to see them die sometimes.
No, absolutely. No, I do love, it's not that I hate happy endings or anything like that.
No, happy endings are great.
Yeah, but I do.
The happy
can't
ending
happen
is
for
the monster
everybody.
winning.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yes.
I do like the endings where things are ambiguous, or when the good guy doesn't necessarily win, and it just subverts.
Or who was originally perceived.
Yes, who was perceived as the protagonist.
Or what's some of the other ones, like Cloverfield and like the
Yes.
sequels that come after that.
Oh, Cloverfield!
I almost
love
mentioned
Cloverfield.
like all of the Cloverfields. Yes.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Oh my goodness! And Horatius, thank you for the $20, and Little Alternative Girl, thank you for the $50. We have just surpassed $100. Oh my goodness, y'all! Thank you. Thank y'all so much. But yes, no, I like it when the monster wins. And I mean, listen, I might be a little bit biased.
We all have a little bias.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Marin, you've got to talk to us about Cloverfield. What do you like about Cloverfield?
Yes.
You gotta. I need to know.
In a general sense, or like specifics?
Everything, honey.
In a general sense, of course,
Yeah.
like found footage type nonsense.
Mhm.
Yes.
But giant monster, overwhelming force, basically no possible chance of victory,
Mhm.
and just seeing it through the eyes and the chronological pattern of like the distress and eventual hopelessness.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also one of those almost kind of like unseen monsters. You never see like a good look at the monster until the very end, minus like the lice.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, lice?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The,
and there's the lice that fall off the monster that are like
Oh.
massive isopods.
They're in the subway.
yep.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Yep. And if
No,
they,
yes.
I think
Oh,
like
it's
the,
very
the
fucked
biggest
up.
gruesome part in the movie is just like takes place behind a curtain in like silhouette.
Yeah.
yeah. It's
I
because
really
it
appreciate
feeds.
it behind a curtain.
Yes. Well, and like,
That sounds fun.
what was it? I think like if you get bit by the lice, basically the human body is not prepared at all to handle whatever cosmic disease these things pass, and it makes you.
It basically caused
Yeah.
like massive intestinal rupturing, which basically
Yeah.
caused one of the girls to explode behind a medical tent.
Mhm. Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
that's super fucked up. I love it.
very
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I'm all for people exploding from space diseases.
Mhm.
I also really liked is it ARG,
Mhm.
where like they
I love ARGs for movies and games and
They
stuff.
did that. They did that for Cloverfield, where they had like lots of fake news footage about monsters in the ocean around like a research
Yeah, and
lab
there
or
was like
something.
the drink.
Slusho,
Yes.
Mhm.
and how Slusho was being made from like basically deep ocean chemicals and like fucked up mutated animals, and it was causing some shit.
Mhm.
But it was also like literally addictively delicious.
I was gonna say
Mhm.
this has BP energy. We're sorry.
Yeah. We're sorry. We're sorry.
Oh my god, that makes me think of the movie The Stuff.
Yes, the stuff.
Yeah, where it's just this it's just this white goop that some guy finds on the ground, and he decides to just scoop some of it
White
up on
goop,
his
huh?
finger and taste it because
And-
why
Why
not?
would you do that with Anything that's white, especially.
I know.
I don't know. I like
On the
marshmallow
ground.
fluff.
But yeah,
I mean,
and it,
yeah, but like marshmallow fluff on the ground.
listen. When you see something you've never seen before, taste testing is just a part of exploring and finding out what it is.
Welcome
You
to
know,
the
that's
process.
fair. I
You must
have
use-
eaten sap off of trees before, so I can't really blame
Come on,
anyone.
it's just a process of elimination. Science is using your senses. So, like, it's a white, stuffy liquid. We know that. I don't hear anything coming from it. Doesn't smell like anything. I don't. It's a little slimy.
Mhm.
There's only one thing left to test.
All other senses have been checked.
We're gonna find out if this was a mistake.
Yep. I mean, how have any of us,
Wild pot.
throughout humankind, how has anybody found out that something in the woods is poisonous? It's because somebody was silly enough to try it.
Kevin bit the mushroom and he hit the ground. I ain't touching that shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
How am I supposed to know if that's poisonous if somebody else doesn't try it first?
Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, this stuff is it's such a fun movie. It's it's just this white goop, and it apparently tastes incredible. It is highly addictive, but the goop itself is some kind of creature, and the more you eat it, the more it dissolves your insides. But you don't perceive that. You don't perceive that, bit by bit, your insides are being replaced with.
Is this like an interesting kind of like body snatcher?
Kind of.
Yeah.
Kind
It's
of.
like
Yeah.
if the blob was
Invasion type
edible.
Yes. It's
Which, I mean, nobody said the blob wasn't edible. I just say don't eat
I mean, it's
blob.
basically
I
like
buy
Jello,
blob.
isn't it?
it looks like
Let me see.
oh, what is
I wanna
it?
see
It
what this
literally looks like
No, I
stuffed
would definitely.
puff-
I like if there's if there's a table with some Jello on it, I'm probably gonna eat that Jello. So I really can't blame anyone else. Like I don't care where the Jello came from or who left it there. I probably will eat it. So
Oh my god, they're literally putting it in cups like it looks like fucking like
Yes.
a blizzard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
it
it
looks
a Dairy Queen
like
blizzard.
it
It has
looks
to be
like
kept
some
in the
kind of
fridge like ice cream.
Mhm.
okay, yeah, I can't blame any protagonists for eating that stuff. Then.
Yep. So
It looks like it's frothy, like there's air in it.
yeah, like it
Like a
almost
latte?
it almost looks like oh, what is it? It's that
Moose.
it's marshmallow, but it's like a sticky liquid.
Yeah.
Marshmallow fluff.
Yeah, marshmallow fluff.
Meringue.
So it's
Kinda, yeah.
It's kind of like that.
So like a cream pie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I love cream pies. Good.
Nobody take a clip of that out of context, please.
We've circled right back to don't eat random white liquid off of the ground.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
But it also it comes into like another trope in horror that's like product sequential to life in some ways. So like the same thing with like what was it? Soylent Green and everything.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love movies like that too, where it's like, oh, this is totally normal at the beginning of the movie, and then it's like, oh no, this is bad like halfway through.
Mhm.
Yeah. Like, uh-oh.
Yep.
But then this also comes into corporations bad.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the whole message of the movie is corporations bad.
They'll sell you
Corporations
anything as
bad.
long as it makes some money.
I mean, we already knew that though.
Well,
Corpse starch win.
Corporation's bad. Tell me something I don't know.
But no, the stuff is definitely it feels very much like a baby's first body horror movie because it's very campy, it's very silly. The editing is terrible. But there's really not gore in it. Like there are disturbing moments where you come to realize that these people are literally just flesh puppets for the stuff. Because they're
fucking
they're
Michelin
very
Man lives inside of them.
because they're very fragile. Like you can just punch them and the whole head comes off because there's no longer any meat or bone holding them together.
Oh, it's a stuffed
like
balloon.
water balloons.
Yes.
It's a stuffed balloon.
How
Pick
excited
up
you
someone who's
sounded
been
about that.
stuffified, just chuck them and watch them just fly against the wall.
Uh-huh.
Honestly, if my buddies stopped communicating properly, it'd be a nice good sock to the gut. Just full on haymaker. And if he doesn't pop, I'm gonna be upset.
Yeah, but you could like squish them like a stress ball because like stress balls are full of like that kind of stuff, and you can just like just skish.
Ooh, the stuff is on Tubi. I feel like I'm making a list, and I feel like I know what I'm gonna do after the stream. I'm
Just go
horror
watch
movie
horror
marathon.
Time slot after this is just gonna be all of us moving up into like general or something.
Yes.
You guys have me wanting to watch so many horror movies, and I'm probably gonna watch them, and then I'm gonna cry and stop watching them halfway through, and then I'm gonna.
No, see. What we need to do is we need to consolidate our movie list, and then we can have movie nights in the Discord.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Please and thank you.
But yeah, so Omega, honey.
Yes.
Talk to us about
Absolutely.
your favorite horror movies.
I've been sitting on my list. We already know that I'm an absolute like John Carpenter's The Thing, like
Hell
go
yeah.
for. The Void, and then I also mentioned Harbinger Down. The story of that movie is pretty interesting, but I can't believe that like I genuinely did not think about this one because it is literally like I would put this above John Carpenter for me, and it's insane because also I find very interesting the story behind the movie itself and like what happened to it, but Jennifer's body was an absolute awakening for me.
It's funny. I was in the shower earlier and I was literally thinking about bringing up Jennifer's body during this.
Yes, it's so good. And arguably the one moment in it that has just had me absolutely floored for my entire life. And I hate this because I absolutely like, not to get like super disgusting, but I genuinely cannot deal with like mouth excretions. But there's a moment in the movie where she just absolutely projectiles black goo. And I don't know what that did to me, but there's something there. But for that being like the start of her like transformation in quotations to becoming this like absolute femme fatale that, and everybody quotes this movie when it's like Needy goes to Jennifer and she's like, "You're killing people," and she goes, "Oh, I'm killing boys," and I'm like, okay,
yes,
I see your point here. I see it.
Nails curl up. Yes.
It's like, okay. Like, and if you look into like the background of like sort of how that movie was marketed to a male audience, but it's actually a story of like genuine like feminine just empowerment, because like the story is that she was sacrificed as a virgin, but she wasn't a virgin, so then she comes back as a freaking succubus, and like she's out for revenge, and it's a story of friendship and there's so much with that movie. And genuinely it's considered a body horror, but in a different way.
Oh no, we'll see.
And I don't know what like.
See, I've never seen it. I've seen.
neither.
I've heard the clip.
It's so good.
Of I'm killing boys, but I've never actually seen the movie.
Oh, I don't feel so bad now because I was about to say I'm ashamed to say I've never seen it, even though like it sounds good and everyone always has such high praise of it.
Absolutely.
We gotta have that in movie night.
Definitely, absolutely.
The ending was one of the first endings. Like it kind of if you've seen is it Teeth, or where it's about the girl who has vagina dentata?
Yes.
It has that same sort of like very empowering ending, and it just every time I like that's a self-watch movie where if I'm feeling bad, I'm gonna go watch Jennifer eat some boys. Like it's so like I
listen,
can do this empowerment.
Listen, can confirm eating boys is an incredible pastime. I think everybody ought to do it at least once.
Absolutely.
Interesting. I will get right on that.
100%.
Oh my goodness.
And
yes.
Megan Fox is in it, and she's she's hot. So
God.
Oh,
Treat yourself.
Absolutely.
Treat yourself. Yes. Everybody, treat yourself. Go out, eat a boy.
Cracking open a boy with a cold one.
Whatever that means.
Absolutely.
Go do it. It doesn't matter. We're not going to judge you.
No.
100%.
Go eat a boy, or eat a boy out. I don't care.
This is a safe space. And I mean, unless you're a boy, which I'm sorry.
Get running. I hope you did cardio. I hope you followed the rules of Zombieland.
Absolutely.
Submit to your fate. That's also an option.
Don't hide in the bathroom.
Capricoma sweats in boy nervousness.
Today's my cheat day.
Absolutely. He's listening to this and he's probably like, we've never talked about this before. Babe, what's up?
I mean, listen. What's a little cannibalism between friends
yes.
and partners? I mean, honestly. Oh my goodness. But no, I loved teeth. Oh.
Yes.
It's such, I mean, it's like there are parts that are so uncomfortable, but you get the catharsis of, you know, of just everything that happens.
Yes. Trying to not go like too into it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into details just because John Twitch might be a little averse to it. But
absolutely.
Definitely. This is also like unlocking some memories of some really interesting body horror movies I watched in like the past, but I don't remember the names of these movies. Just I could describe things.
It's time to play a game. So OD,
absolutely,
you describe what you remember, and we will all try to figure out what
that
what
is
movie
the best
it is.
game.
Okay, so there was this movie where this girl had an asshole for a mouth.
Oh my goodness.
And like there was a guy who fell in love with her, but because she was like had that deformity was why he liked her.
Yes.
And also there was someone who had like the mermaid condition where their legs were connected in the movie. It was just a movie about
that's an anthology. Yes.
That's
an anthology movie. It's called Skins.
Skins. Okay.
Yes. I remember that being really fucked up.
yeah. It's about all these people that have a bunch of different deformities, and it actually has to do with like the human perception and disabilities and such. It's a very interesting movie.
Yeah, I like watching a lot of movies like that, and when I think about like the horror movies I watch, most of the horror movies I have watched have been horror comedies that have some kind of message with them. Like, one of my favorite horror movies that I have watched is Tucker and Dale versus Evil.
Yes! Oh, bless Tucker and Dale. Oh, I love them so much. That is such a fun movie.
It's a great movie about classism.
Absolutely.
It's like, listen, if you're not so much into horror movies, you don't like the really scary ones, and you don't want to watch Texas Chainsaw Massacre,
the perfect movie.
Go watch Tucker and Dale. Because Tucker and Dale, it has basically the same kind of commentary, but it's much more lighthearted.
I would also recommend one that I enjoy called Blood-Sucking Bastards, about like a bunch of people working at this telemarketer company and their office slowly being turned completely into vampires.
Oh my god.
Because vampires have maximum efficiency. They're better workers.
Absolutely.
Oh my god, I love that. I need to see that.
It's good. It's very campy, very funny.
So Blood-Sucking Bastards. Okay, add that to the list.
Absolutely. 100% adding it to the list.
This has somehow reminded me of VHS.
Yes, the VHS series was so good.
Oh, see, that's another one I haven't seen.
I constantly remember
it's also
kind
an
of
anthology.
It's found footage anthology. The vampire nightclub one in the first one, as well as the like lake murder video camera one, I think about every now and then. Like, it's kind of hit or miss. Some of them in the anthology are better than others, but then the overarching story kind of, is a little bit interesting. I don't know. I need to watch VHS again.
Yeah. I think we all do, because I haven't
like
seen
10
it.
years ago.
And thank you, Sarah and Kerbellis, for your $20 donations. That is so sweet of you. We are getting very close to the $200 mark. Y'all, thank you so much.
Can we hit it before cast switch?
Can we hit it? Because listen, at 3:00 we're going to be bringing a few other folks in. We're going to be switching out because we're basically talking to Oh my goodness! I think there's 15.
A lot.
There's 15 to 16 of you in total that were able.
You have a whole monster menagerie lined up today.
Absolutely.
We got a whole ass menagerie where we're all just going to be talking about horror for for 6 hours.
We're the cryptid carousel.
Oh my! I love that cryptid carousel. Love it. I'm stealing it.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Someone mentioned Final Destination.
Oh, Final
Yes.
Destination. Oh my God. You mean the reason that I hate to drive behind any truck that's hauling, you know, logs or
Wood.
Logs,
or
anything
pipes.
that
so
doesn't seem
many of those here,
100%
too.
secure.
I think
An absolute fear living in Appalachia.
the scariest thing about Final Destination is like the fate that you cannot escape, the inevitability of death, and
The inevitability, yes.
yeah, that is like the scariest thing. And like, I love that kind of stuff because it makes you tense the entire time.
Absolutely.
You know it's coming, you just don't know how.
No way. Yes.
Yes, like here's actually, I'm gonna mention a series that this isn't a horror series, but it scares the living shit out of me, and I constantly feel tense watching it because I feel it kind of plays on some of those horror things. Is The Boys on Prime?
Yes.
So tense.
Absolutely terrifying.
Well,
I was
like,
not prepared the first time I watched the first episode.
No.
No, I was
Yeah.
not
There's
either.
no preparation
Oh
for
my
it.
god.
Yeah, but
No
like
lube.
the fact that there's all these super powerful these men are monsters. They are monsters in body and in mind, and seeing those superheroes on screen is fucking terrifying. Every time I see Homelander on screen, I'm like, okay, when is the next kill? When is someone going to die?
What is he gonna
a horrible
do?
grisly death?
Yeah.
What awful thing is this person about to do?
Yeah, and to me that's kind of horror. That's kind of horrific.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. Actually, no, you're completely
It's human
right.
horror.
It's the entire time, every single episode, you're just tense because you're like, what awful thing is about to happen?
Yeah. Well, and I think, you know, definitely how it relates to the real world is, you know, we don't have the superheroes, but we do have
Terrible men in power.
people who are in power, who have the power to affect everyone else's lives. So no, like that show, that was one that, you know, I think it's well written. I think it's a great show, but it's one that I had to stop watching because it just made me anxious too much. Like to the point I couldn't enjoy it.
Yeah,
The
in the
Boys?
first
Yeah,
season
The
was in
Boys.
for me.
Same.
Mhm.
Same. I think I got through 2 seasons, and then I think there's like a third or something that I started.
Yeah,
and
it's
I had to
still
stop
going.
there because there was like a line I drew where I was like, if something bad happens to this character, I literally don't know if I can keep watching it because it's just it's too much for me.
Yeah.
I think I'm up to date on it. I stuck through with it. It makes me anxious as shit, and it makes me oftentimes very depressed seeing things happen in The Boys because I'm like, every bad thing that can happen will happen in that show.
This is also a very good way to describe The Handmaid's Tale.
Oh,
Yes.
Yep.
Any bad
enjoyed
thing
The
that can
Handmaid's Tale.
happen will. Just prepare to every episode, you're just like, what horrific, what man-made horrors beyond my comprehension am I going to witness on
Right.
screen today?
I like that man-made's very, very specific in this case.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think that's kind of where horror, I'm actually gonna kind of relate this back to like transness a little bit in that I find that horror is at its scariest when it's about human beings and not monsters.
Yes.
Because
When it's
humans are
possible.
scary, and especially being trans, I find that oftentimes humans are scary.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
Mhm.
it's a big scary world out there, and there's a lot of scary people. And I'm talking to someone, I never know if they're gonna be cool with the fact that I'm non-binary or not, and that's kind of like a tension that carries into everyday life with every interaction. I don't know if this person's a monster or not.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Oh
there's
my
no way to
God,
tell.
Yeah. Not knowing if this person is a monster or not is very, 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 very real.
Yeah. And
I feel like
and-
that's part of why horror can be very poignant for trans people as well.
Oh, very much.
Because, you know, we're one of the ones that like kind of get to see horror designated to ourselves and
Yes.
like attacking us.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you so much, Joseph, for the $50 donation. You have pushed us over the 200 mark.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
That means we're making roughly $100 per, almost per hour. We've been going out this almost, let's see, 1, 2, 3, almost 2 hours now. So thank y'all so much. But no, yes, that's definitely an incredibly valid view as far as why trans folk are drawn to horror, because I mean, for one, it's horror that we have control over. We can turn a movie off at the end of the day if we're bothered by it. But if we can get a little bit heavy for just a moment, that is the thing, as far as not really knowing if somebody that you're interacting with is a monster. You don't know, especially, if it's online relationships where, it's a friend or somebody you're talking to who they can easily present themselves as one thing, but they can be something very, very different, as it turns out. And trans folk, we have to be hyper aware of that, because unfortunately, the society we live in currently is a fearscape for all of us. Myself.
It's self-preservation.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that we have to face every single day. And that's part of why I chose the Transgender Law Center as the charity I wanted us all to support. Because they are doing, real work to make sure that trans folk, and especially BIPOC trans folk, are protected. And that they're doing everything they can to create laws and to protect laws that make sure that we can all be safe. And so that's why it means very, very much to me as I was going through the various different trans charities. This is one that, even in the language that they use on their website, it's very much, this is not a feel-good organization. They're very much like, no, we want to, we will organize protests. We will organize to sit down with lawmakers and to put pressure on lawmakers and society at large to make sure that we are moving in the direction of progress rather than taking 10, 20 steps backward socially.
Which is incredibly poignant for this time right now.
Absolutely, yes.
It's kind of the steps that are necessary rather than just lip service, is what it feels like.
Yeah, because that's how they're attacking us, so.
Well, and the thing is a lot of the problems surrounding trans issues these days are deep-set societal issues ingrained into the infrastructure. And so fixing the infrastructure is how we fix everything else.
Yeah,
because they're not going to do anything unless the laws are enacted.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And also, Salty Boy, oh my goodness, $80. You pushed us to the $300 mark. Ooh, y'all.
Yeah, Salty.
Damn, Salty.
Perfect timing.
Thank you so much. God damn.
Very sweet today.
Yes. Salty's being very sweet to all of us. Oh my goodness. But yeah, so we are nearing the last 20 minutes of this first segment. So I'd love to go down the line and just have y'all talk about, what horror means to you personally. In regards to, your transness, your identity, and everything. So, I know you don't like being put on the spot, Ashen.
Oh, no.
So we're gonna start with Omega.
Oh, thank you.
Other direction.
The jump scare. Absolutely. Well, I kind of hit on it before, and I think everybody's hit on it as well. For me personally, horror is, well, actually, no, I'll go a little bit adjacent to that. For me, thinking about it, it's weirdly enough an escapism. Following like the story of both either like whatever part of the story that I'm most like find myself in. 90% of the time it's going to be the monster, and it's like revenge of any kind, or just being able to sort of see myself in a creature that is feared and is just living its life and still somehow being feared is interesting. And I really do find that a personal story in a way. And then also, weirdly enough, with like the bringing in like biblical and religion trauma, because that's where I find my most interesting aspects of my personality, in like horror that also has to deal with like organized groups that are incredibly misguided by one single leader. Like arguably, to bring up one that did that for me was The Mist. And
Yes.
just I don't know, it was super escapism to see a group of people try to build a society and tear itself apart.
Oh, definitely, yes.
So for me, it's definitely the seeing myself in the story, and then also like being able to escape into like almost a different world where like sometimes the people who see themselves as the betterness of everything, they don't get the happy ending.
Yep. Thank you so much, honey. All right, OD, how about you?
Okay, horror, self, trans identity stuff. For me, horror is a matter of self-expression. I love reading horror. I love watching horror or horror-adjacent things. I love body horror and monsters and all that creepy bullshit, you know? And for me, that's just because that's who I am. That's why I am. I'm a messed up person, and sometimes the only way that you can show people what you've gone through, what you feel, how you perceive the world, is by showing them things in a uncomfortable light. And that is what horror is horror is discomfort. And sometimes when I'm reading and perceiving horror, I don't even find it scary, because I'm just like, that's just the perspective. It's all a matter of perspective, and sometimes the darker perspective is just what it takes to get people to understand what you're going through.
Absolutely, yes. You know, you've got some people in the camp who are like, oh no, Jason is terrifying, and then you've got the people in the correct camp who know
just
that
Red Eagle
that
on the
Jason,
bed when he breaks into the cabin.
that Jason Voorhees never did anything wrong.
No,
Never.
Almost all of them, like every monster I see in horror, more often than not, I'm just like, I feel bad for them. They're like, something is going wrong here, that more often than not, monsters in movies are hurting.
Yeah.
And that's really sad to me.
Well, I mean, even taking, because, I don't personally find the, like the Jason movies to be scary, but,
Kitty? I thought I
I
heard a
heard
cat
purring
purring.
too.
Oh, I don't know. But
Oh, it's just Biz.
it's just me. I'm just purring because I'm enjoying myself. But no, it's just as an example, just knowing that this was a boy who was literally bullied to death, and just and it's not to say that he's right to kill random teenagers in the woods, but also you can kind of understand why.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's trauma.
It's trauma, and the thing is trauma never excuses horrendous actions.
No.
I never excuse the terrible actions of any monster in any movie. They're murdering people, and murder is bad.
Bad.
That's my hot take. Murder is bad. But you can still if you read the stories of these monsters, if you read between the lines, if you read where they came from, you can see the pain and suffering that led them to this extreme decision and these extreme actions more
They
often than
didn't
not.
have to be monsters.
Yes.
They didn't have to be monsters, but the world made them monsters.
Exactly.
Absolutely, yes. All right, Marin, it's your turn. Tell us what horror.
Again,
tell us
we
what,
covered
tell us
a
what
lo- a
horror
lot of the-
means to you.
A lot of the same stuff that I was gonna bring up, like escapism is probably the biggest one.
Yes.
Growing up in like rural Texas,
Mhm.
it basically horror was like the furthest you could get away from the norm for me. It was something that not a lot of people were into, but something I almost immediately found enjoyment in. It was of course different from conservative religious rural Texas.
Yeah.
Same boat, honey. Same boat. Also grew up in Texas. I know what you mean.
But it's a mix of like looking on like the darkest part of both humanity and like what the human mind can create, while also being in a I guess like in a safe way, in the case that it's not real. Ignoring snuff films, but but it's the darkest dive into like human depravity, human imagination that is typically only presented in a horror aspect. It's just my general fascination with it and general escapism.
Absolutely, yes. No, horror definitely. There's escapism in it, which I think a lot of folks don't necessarily understand. They're like, well, how are you escaping from, the horrors of the world by visiting a fantasy world of horror?
Because you control that one.
Absolutely,
In
yes.
horror, murder is legal.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it works. Murder is legal. And I can stop the fucking movie.
Yeah.
Yep. It's like that, media and entertainment is definitely it's a safe way to experience horror and fear.
Yes.
And also to find catharsis in, rampant murder, because that's not something that anybody, can or should do in real life. But, it's undeniable that sometimes you get hit by some bloodlust, and a good productive way of exploring it is to watch a horror movie.
Get home at the end of the long day. I need to kill someone. I'm gonna go watch a slasher film.
Yes.
Listen,
Yes.
I do not condone murder, but boy, do I love drawing guts.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good.
Also, Anonymous, thank you for the $6.66. I see what you
Fitting.
did there. But yes, thank you, honey. And Ashen, tell us a little bit
Now-
about what horror means to you.
Now that I'm not being put on the spot. So everyone touches on the escapism of it, but for me, this is another area where the subject absolutely overlaps with my autism. I do not experience or navigate emotions in like a normal or timely manner. Things that really upset me, that really scare me, I have a tendency to dissociate if I become overwhelmed. And so I can't get those emotions out of me because I haven't processed them. I haven't felt them because I shut down in the moment. So a lot of the times, watching things that are scary or sad or tragic or make me feel something, it's like a way of getting it out. Like it's not safe. It's not safe, to be a little heavy, for me to be scared and crying and even angry in public over the things that are happening around even some family that doesn't know. I never know if that could get me, killed or stalked or what could happen. But it is totally safe for me to go home into the comfort of my home and put on a horror movie and allow my emotions out then. So that's one way. It's a way to kind of break out of the dissociation in a healthy and productive way that is not going to endanger me in public or anything. And I don't know. That's all I can think of at the moment.
Yeah,
I
no,
put
that's
other words down and now I can't think of why I put them down.
no, it's fine. And as as a fellow artist, I'm very much the same. It is extremely difficult for me to even identify what I'm feeling in a particular moment when it comes to an interaction with a person. It's hard for me to understand. It's like I don't realize until hours or sometimes even days later that something
Yes.
somebody said really upset me.
Yes.
Um,
Absolutely.
and so that can make communication difficult because in the moment I might be laughing something off. I don't feel in a particular way, but it's not until it's allowed to percolate a little bit in my brain, in the gray matter, for me to realize what I'm actually not okay with what was said or what was done until much later. And so I definitely share in the fact that I find a lot of emotional catharsis in horror movies and also just various other kinds of movies that just elicit an emotional response, because that's a safe it's a safe way to let those emotions out. And it's funny that media can draw tears out of me a lot faster and a lot more easily, or even anger, just the full spectrum of emotion. For some reason it's a lot easier to feel those things in a space where it's a movie and it's a fantasy and it's not real, as compared to
Absolutely.
actually interacting with real people. I don't know why exactly that is.
Well, I think there's like something about movies where movies often force you into someone else's perspective a little bit more. It's easier to take on someone else's perspective when watching a movie and to feel empathy for someone, because you see more of what's going into them and their thought process than you might see just talking to someone in everyday life. Their expressions are more exaggerated, the perspective is tilted in their favor. A lot of things go into movies that make it so that it's far easier to project your emotions onto those characters and understand them.
For sure. It plays a little bit into, for me anyway, the tism, where because I'm seeing them being allowed to express these emotions, I can then let myself express those emotions. It's odd.
Yes.
Oh, it's community.
Absolutely.
It's community. It's I can't experience this emotion on my own, but now I have a companion to experience them on. It's if you can't get friends to cry with you, store-bought is fine.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm
It's
way more likely to
parasocial in the
cry
good way.
if somebody else is crying.
Oh my god, absolutely, yes. Man, I like y'all so much.
I had another
I like
reason,
you
but it's somewhat heavy.
Go right on.
But I'd say like horror as a genre, both biographical and of course fantasy based, has given me a very hard appreciation for life.
Yes.
Like seeing the monstrosities that people are capable of, even in a fantasy sense. As well as having my, like, when I was far younger, having my that's me in the corner moments.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's I don't know, it gives me far more appreciation and made me into a far nicer person than I was in the past.
Absolutely. Way more compassionate as well. I found myself being able to empathize a little bit easier with people.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I had the word existential dread written down and I was like, I don't know why I put that down, but that I feel like that goes hand in hand with what you were just saying, is that it kind of helps you come to term with the finite nature of not just life, not just death, but the circumstances surrounding you and what you have control over.
Absolutely, yes. Yes. Well, it's a way for you to be able to confront that mortality and those concepts
Yes, exactly.
in an otherwise safe way, where you can, these horror films can generally, make you think about life, even if the running theme of so much horror is death. It can help you appreciate the things that you have and that, things that have not happened to you in life.
Well, death is one of the biggest parts of life.
Absolutely, yes. It is an inevitability. It will happen to every single one of us. And I would definitely agree that horror is a way that can help you come to accept that and be able to explore it in a very productive manner that isn't going to be destructive to you and that you can actually have some fun with.
Man, fun with death?
Couldn't be me.
Oh,
I
never.
love it. I have a minor in forensics and spent quite a bit researching to
Yes.
get a job in
Oh my
like
god.
mortuary work and stuff.
That's so cool.
No, that's incredible. That's that is a fascinating working field to me. So you're saying that that's something that you're hoping you can get into?
At this point, probably not. I've really started leaning into content creation,
Okay.
and it makes me far happier than like mortuary work has certain what's the word? Requirements. Clothing style wise, things that I don't want to be forced to conform to. So I'd have to find like a very special place that would be all right with say like piercings or tattoos or anything and not be scared of having to cover those up.
Yeah.
Like I know they're out there, but it's not every single one.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I definitely vouch for I don't know if normalization is the word, but making death not necessarily have to be so formal and
Terrifying.
so casual, or not casual. Making it more casual rather than so formal.
See,
it's like
my
you can,
impulse. My impulse is to say make death not so life-ending, and I realize that's kind of the point of it, isn't it?
Yeah.
But no, it's like I think nobody should take issue with a mortuary assistant or director or anybody who deals in death. Nobody ought to have a problem with you having tattoos or piercings or anything like that.
Yeah, if you do the job well, it doesn't matter how you look or what's on your skin.
Exactly.
It's also like talking to like some folks that are like that. They're always like, I am the last person that talks to your loved one.
And I think, I mean, we could go on for a lot longer talking about why this is, but I think it's very much it's very much a cultural thing, and it's a colonization thing. Because you look at several other cultures and their relationship.
Their relationship with death is far more personal.
Is much more personal. It's more. It's not so cleaned up. It's you look at Dia de los Muertos, and it's a party. It's
that I love that. There's also older
good.
civilizations that like further south down Central America and into South America will still pull their bodies of their deceased ones out and like clean them and redress them every year.
Yes, there are cultures that after a death, they basically, they take care of the body, they clean it up, and then they'll actually sit the body out and have a big party. And cook food and serve food. They'll actually give a plate to the dead person, and it's just it helps with the entire transition of the fact that just because this person is dead, just because they have moved on, does not mean that they are forgotten. and that
Right.
that
They still
It's also
matter.
that they
the
no
memory of your
longer.
deceased ones
Mhm.
can live on with you forever.
Absolutely, yes. And
So
so,
like even just like you lose grandparents or you have like a life event and just remembering them makes it feel like they're there for it.
Absolutely. All right, honeys. Well, we are coming up. We're just a few minutes away from the switch over to our next time slot. So I just
shift
want to,
change.
yes, the shift change.
Shift change.
So y'all, I'm just gonna go to the starting soon screen for just a few minutes while we get our next guests all sorted out. So don't go nowhere. We will be back in just a few minutes. And thank all of you so much for agreeing to come onto the stream and sharing your thoughts about horror and monsters.
Thanks for having us.
Totally.
This was a lot of fun.
Very
Yeah.
much, yes.
Yeah.
It was a blast.
All right, y'all. We're gonna go back to the starting screen. We'll see you very, very soon. All right, honeys. Welcome back. I told y'all we weren't going to be long. But yeah, so we are back. We're going to keep the conversation going about horror and monsters and the trans folk who love them. So let's go ahead and introduce our next group of guests. All right, honeys. So we can just go right on down the line if we want to start with you, Braca.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Braca Quilltusk. I use she, her pronouns, and I am a trans woman. And I'm also a half-orc bard barista who works with ghosts.
And a lovely one at that.
Thank you.
And how about you, Intra?
Hi, my name's Intra. I use they, it pronouns. I'm visiting Earth from Venus.
And we're so happy you came such a long way to be here with us.
Of course.
To the woods. All right, and Lou.
Hello, my name is Monarch Lou. I go by he, him. I am a puka, which is a shape-shifting fae.
I love those ears.
Thank you.
And everybody ought to know Static by now, but go right ahead, honey.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Static. I use he, him pronouns. I'm a spooky cryptid that lives out in the woods, not too far away from here. And I do art and video games.
Incredible artist.
Thank you.
And Void, last but not least.
I'm Void of Void Taffy. I also go by Leg. I use they, them pronouns. I am a manifestation of the void who shapeshifts into various cryptic forms.
All of them highly attractive.
Gosh darn.
No, Leg has no chill when it comes to drawing thirst traps of themselves. I will just say that right now. Y'all need to go follow. He always posts them late at night.
Yeah.
But no, thank you all so much for being here tonight. I'm so happy to have you all here. There are some of y'all who I've never been able to talk to before, but who I've been watching, looking at through the shadows for quite some time. And so I'm very happy to have all of you here with me today.
Oh yeah.
So,
Smug is saying that Void Taffy is rather quiet and the music is loud. I just want to let you know.
Okay, all right. Well, I can shift the music down a little bit, and let's see if I can get Leg sounding a little louder now. Go ahead. Can you talk for me, honey?
Hi.
Okay. All right. Hopefully that's better. But yes, so let's.
You're welcome, Smug.
Shutter Shade says much better. Okay, very good. Well, I'm sorry that that the music may have been a little too loud for the first segment. I do apologize. I wasn't sure, but y'all can always say if we need to make some audio adjustments. So thank you, honey. All right, so let's start with favorite monsters. If you had to pick one. So we can go ahead and go down the line again. Braca, do you have a favorite, kind of monster?
I probably just, if I had to pick one, I'd just go with probably werewolves. It's classic. Like, I just love the whole transformation aspect. I've always been a fan of transformation stories, even before I realized that I was trans, and it's kind of like indicator or something. Like, oh, another one for the board. Just the looking back signs that I was trans thing.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. I think werewolves is definitely a pretty common shared monster amongst trans folk. I mean, you can't help it.
Yeah. Especially like transformation scenes, like with in Van Helsing, where just the entire like skin just rips off and there's the werewolf underneath.
Yes.
It's the visceral just tearing away of like the skin deepness to the real power underneath. This is really cool and just very visceral.
Oh, very much, very much. No, I love transformation scenes where it's not just the body morphing, but it's actually a destruction of the human body and just letting that beast out.
Just slawing off the old to let the new come out. Kind of like I'm probably going to not a lot of people are probably going to know, but Husk from the X-Men.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, her whole thing is that she can peel off her skin, and there's like different forms underneath that are adaptive to whatever situation she needs.
Oh,
like
no,
one would be kind of like
No, keep going, honey. What were you gonna say?
Oh yeah, like one will be like if she needs to be more durable, she'll just peel it off and there'll be like Colossus style skin underneath there where it's all metal. Or if she needs to stick to something, she can kind of like mimic Toad's abilities and have more like froggy features and stuff like that.
Nice. No, that's cool. I don't think that I've actually seen Husk in the comics, but she sounds amazing.
Yeah, she was part of the I think Generation X is what they were called.
Mm-hmm.
They also had their own monster girl there. I keep forgetting I think her name was Penance or not Penance. That was what Speedball turned into. I'm a comic nerd. If you can't tell.
Listen, we love comics in the woods.
Oh yeah, good storytelling and good lessons to be learned.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I won't take up too much time rambling.
Oh no, y'all. So
we're here for the ramble.
We are here for the ramble. We are here to talk about monsters and horror. Y'all can ramble as much as you like, honey. And at some point during this segment, we are going to be looking at the Twitter thread where everybody suggested their favorite monsters. So probably once everybody gets through theirs, we can go through that one.
I actually forgot to leave a comment on that one. I wanted to, but just the days got away from me.
Oh, that's okay. That's all right. I mean, that's, we're all having a live discussion about our favorites here, so it's completely fine.
Fair enough.
All right. So, Intra, what about you? You got a favorite kind of monster?
Yeah, I already know I'm not going to be able to come up with a specific example for this, but I think my favorite kind is like eldritch horror, like not even fully conceivable by the human mind sort of thing.
Nice.
Just like completely breaking out of the humanoid form but still having like an intellect of some kind is very interesting to me. Not, I have to specify, not anything from H.P. Lovecraft. I have beef with him. I'm pissing on his grave.
I'm joining you, don't worry.
Yeah,
it's a party.
justified.
Yeah, Mr. I Am Providence.
I'm just hanging off his headstone so I can squat and take a dump.
I can't get started. I'll go on a whole rant about how I hate H.P. Lovecraft. I fucking hate him so much.
Oh
Good.
No, I had a whole ass stream about eldritch horror and Lovecraft, and we went through kind of the history of the man. So no, it's something entirely understandable. Yes.
I think the most accurate anagram of his name that I've seen is from Overly Sarcastic Productions review of his books for one of their Halloween specials, and Red referred to him as Hates Progress Lovecraft.
It's accurate.
That's so good.
Right?
But no, I definitely eldritch horrors, cosmic horrors. There's a music video. Oh shoot, I forget. Oh, what was it? I think I've shown it on stream before. You're flirting a little bit with John Twitch's boundaries with it. But
is it the animated one with the pool and stuff?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I've seen it once. I've seen it once, and it was really good animation.
I'm so curious.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Well, we might have to play it a little later, or I'll just link it to you. But but it's very much that idea of something being so imperceptible and horrific that the human mind can't handle it. So no, I love that. I love that kind of monster too. All right, Lou, how about you, honey?
For me, it's monsters that you don't exactly see or can perceive. So like the cosmic horror genre, where it's like you're looking at something and you're not sure what you understand, what you're seeing. It's terrifying in its own way because the fear of the unknown is very gripping. If I have to find another sort of monster, however, it would be anything that has to do with body horror. And generally speaking, shape-shifting aliens, that sort of thing. So like the creatures in Alien, or even the Zergs in StarCraft.
Absolutely, yes. Very good. And thank you, Flash Ballad, for the $10. We're up to $316.66.
Nice. Thanks,
Oh, yeah.
Flash.
Thank
Let's
y'all so
go.
much. All right, and Static, how about you?
So my favorite monster is something that I've been trying to pin down for a long time. It always changes just as I, grow and change as a person, and, interests come and go. Um so for a while, it would have been ghosts a couple of years ago. A couple of years before that, it would have been gargoyles, things like that. But I think this is a tie between probably my longest standing favorite and my current real favorite. So my longest standing favorite is so basic bitch, but vampires.
Oh my god, you're so valid for that. That's crazy.
Very valid.
Thank you.
Very
Thank
valid.
you. I know, vampires most often are just, it's a hot person, but they're dangerous. And it's like, okay, yeah, we're out here, we're monster fuckers. I do love a lot of types of other monsters, but there's something about, they look like us, but they're not like us. That loss of humanity, that struggle
Yeah.
of not only, oh, sorry, I'm gonna get into it.
Oh, please.
I feel it.
Please.
Indulge.
Indulge us, honey.
Not only their own moral internal battle of picking which humans are worth killing and which ones are worth companionship and all this other stuff, but when they do decide that there is a person that is dear to them, they're going to lose that person unless they sire them. But not everybody wants to be sired, so maybe there are these vampires that they offer this life to that human, but that human doesn't want that. They want their life to end naturally at some point, and they just have to deal with that. Like, how many funerals does a vampire go to? It's so sad. I'm here for the drama. So just rekindling my love with vampires there. Oh boy. And then my current favorite is the broad category of cryptids. And I love how they can be so many different things. They can be anything. There's cryptids that are basically people. There are cryptids that are basically just animals. And then there are cryptids that turn out to actually be real animals, like the okapi, or however it's pronounced. Yeah, or the okapi, or okapi. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm not good at remembering how to pronounce things. So there is a very almost real thing to cryptids, this unknown but maybe, but I love that. And there's so many different types. There's vibes. They're every place on the world has their own cryptids, and it's cool. You can tell a lot about a place or the people, a part of a story, a part of a specific story, by what those cryptids look like, do, how they manifest, things like that. It's all psychological. I love it.
You got good taste, honey.
Thank you.
And it's interesting how some cryptids can just cross cultural boundaries too.
Yes.
Like how almost every major continent in the world has their own version of a Sasquatch.
Yes. Also, everywhere has a vampire.
Yes.
Bring it back to the vampires. Everywhere has their own vampire. Everywhere has some other sort of undead, maybe like a zombie if they call it something else. And yeah, everywhere has a cryptid.
And everywhere has their own Loch Ness monster too. There's several in the US alone.
That's true.
There's almost one Loch Ness monster for every state with a lake.
Yep.
Oh my god, yeah.
And many cultures have, their own versions of, werewolves. Like in Africa, there are were hyenas. In Louisiana, there's the rougarou. So no, I think it's so interesting how just all over the world, even if whether they are similar or extremely different, we all have, a culture of cryptids. Yeah, all right, honey. So, how about you, Leg? Do you have a favorite monster?
Obviously, it's also cryptids.
Mhm.
Hell yeah.
You said pretty much everything I could say about them. But one of the reasons I gravitate towards cryptids is I don't really have a favorite monster. But the types I tend to gravitate towards are one-of-a-kind creatures. Like, not necessarily a general classification. I like there just being one of its kind, and that's it. And like, no one really knows where it comes from. So that's why I love things like Mothman and Jersey Devil and all the cryptids like that. There's just something so mysterious and lonely about a creature who's just out there on their own, and it's just them.
Yeah. Yeah. Just wanna grab them. Be like, listen, I'll love you. I'll love you. I'll give you kisses.
Exactly.
Aw.
Okay, can we talk for just a second about the spring-heeled jack?
Okay.
I love the spring-heeled jack.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so spring-heeled jack, for those of you who don't know, is classified as a cryptid. He is just a dude that can jump and breathe fire. That's basically it. And he started out being like a menace, like a genuine menace. People were afraid of him. But as time went on, through stories and through other things, he has become, somebody who like protects people, like almost like a Batman kind of thing.
Goofy
And I
Batman.
love that for him. It's so good.
Absolutely.
The first time I remember seeing him was from an episode of Jackie Chan Adventures. Believe it or not.
Oh my god, nice.
Yes. Yes. And he was like Etrigan from DC, where he would just rhyme all the time. It was very fun.
No, I love that evolution where he went from a pest to someone that everybody loves.
Yeah.
I love that, because also with Mothman, you kind of have that as well. A lot of people were really afraid and all this other stuff, like maybe he caused the bridge to collapse, or maybe it was a warning, da 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 da. But there's always like this fear, and like the more people have been talking about, at least my experience with it has been recently, people are more excited to talk about he's a good guy. He wanted to warn people, and I love that. So good, so good.
I think the cheeked up Mothman statue probably helps.
Yes.
It definitely didn't hurt. It definitely didn't hurt.
I actually went to West Virginia recently and touched the butt.
Oh, you touched the butt.
You're living my dream.
I can't wait. I'm gonna go there one day. I'm gonna touch that butt.
The Mothman Museum is genuinely so cool.
Oh, that's awesome.
They actually have a piece of the bridge from the collapse.
Really?
Ooh.
And
That's
Graham,
cool.
thank you so much, honey, for the $20 donation to the Transgender Law Center. I truly appreciate it, honey. Thank you.
Heck yeah, thanks, Grim.
But no, I want to go to that museum sometime. I need to touch the butt. I need to. I am obligated as the cryptid queen to go and touch the butt.
Could you not? It's such a good ass.
One of my favorite things about going to that museum, though, is the stop sign outside of the museum. The back of it is completely covered in stickers from other cryptid museums from across the country.
Oh my god.
That's awesome.
Oh, that's amazing. That's so amazing. But no, I love the entire, just the Mothman mythos, basically. I wish I could remember what the documentary was called, but they were basically talking to a bunch of people who, claim to have seen the Mothman, and it's like what he looked like, and it just kind of slowly morphs from it just looked like an owl with red eyes to something much more humanoid. But yes, I love all my cryptid babies. Oh my goodness. But yeah, so since we've talked about some of our favorite monsters, and I guess I'll give another one since we're in a new segment. Let's see. Last time I did reference werewolves. We've already talked about cryptids. I feel like cryptids is a given with me.
Yes.
But I also really I love, ghosts and spirits.
Yes.
And just how there are so many different kinds. Whether you're talking about your very classic, well, it's a dead person's soul, or something that's been left behind of a person who was once living, and also, the more strange and abstract spirits. Like, you see most of it in, like Japanese and Chinese and Korean ghosts, where they, it's not that they were ever a living person necessarily, but they're just these spirits that can, exist and inhabit things, like the lantern ghosts.
Yeah.
But no, I just love how wildly varied those are, and it's another thing like cryptids, where every single culture has some kind of belief in ghosts and spirits, and has various different types. But no, I just love the concept of things not necessarily fully ending in death, that there is a piece of you that could still be left behind, that you could have some kind of existence after, even if that existence is just scaring trespassers.
I mean, that's
I would love
goals
that.
for me.
But no, and it can get into more adult topics.
Yes,
where ghosts
yes.
and monsters are concerned. But
That's very true.
I mean, Smog and I.
The Hat Man.
The what? Hat Man?
Yes.
Hat Man.
Oh.
Yes. Oh God, Hat Man. I don't know if y'all have seen Smog's rendition of the Hat Man, but oh my God.
I would like to.
Oh,
would like to, yes.
we're gonna have to see if I can poke them and get them to send me the file or the post that they made. But it's so good. But no, and I just love the fact that like whether it's monsters or ghosts or anything like that, it's just it's an indescribable attraction. Whether it's for reasons that connect to our transness or anything else, but it's just, I feel like the running similarity in all of it is there is something perceptively humanoid about it, whether in form or intellect, but it is very clearly not human. And
Right,
and
like
I don't
there's
know.
something that's just off.
And I don't know why necessarily.
Uncanny valley.
Yes, definitely an uncanny valley to it. Just in how you perceive these various monsters. That's just it's fascinating, and it's impossible to not enjoy them.
Yeah.
And speaking of, so let me see. Let me find our Twitter thread so we can look at what everybody submitted. So we did call to have everybody submit their favorite monsters, and I wanted us to all get together and review those choices and talk about our feelings about those monsters. So let me just scooch myself over this way for a second, make some room for it. All right, let me see. Let me make sure that I'm actually okay. Is it the right one? Hang on. Gotta make sure. Okay. All right, let's see.
I'm hanging on.
Here we go. Give me a second. I'm trying to find it. There it is. Okay. If y'all can see the Cookie Monster peeking.
Yep.
So cute.
Yep.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna scooch over a little bit more. There we go. Okay. So, Shady says, I have so many I couldn't pick any. Listen. It's understandable. There are many good choices. All right. So let me come over here. We'll scroll down. Let's see. I do want to refresh just in case there have been new submissions. All right. So Gate the Bear Cat. So this is Critters. Oh God, the Critters.
Oh my gosh.
Critters are such horrendous things. Giant rejected fuzz mop muppets with murderous teeth and claws. I love them so much. Also, they can huddle together into one giant ball and roll over people, leaving nothing but bloody bones as they shred them apart like a Marimo piranha.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Fun activities for you and your friends.
So this
Sounds
is
like
what
a
happens.
Katamari was a horror
Yeah,
game.
like this is what happens when you combine like triples with Katamari.
Yes. Yes. Oh my God. Oh, Critters. Oh, just look at them. It's like they could almost be cute.
Yeah.
Almost.
Almost. But
Almost.
not quite. But no, I love that they
Delightful.
I do love that they're basically just little fuzz balls with a mouth.
Mhm.
It's almost like that oh shoot. What was its name? It was in The Dark Crystal, I think. Just that
Oh, little Fizzgig.
Fizzgig, yes.
Yeah.
They're like
Oh, Fizzgig's so cute. I love Fizzgig.
they're like big horrific Fizzgigs.
Yes. Oh my god, yes.
Oh my god, but no. We love critters in these woods.
Mhm.
Very
Mhm.
good. Mm-hmm.
And they're fuzzy, so you could pet them if they would hold still. It looks like they don't hold
your
still.
entire
Yes.
arm and
Yeah, no, you just give your little pet behind the. Oh, they don't have ears.
away from
Under the
mouth.
chin. There. Oh, yeah, no, you're right. Away from the mouth. Be smart. You give them a little pet, little scritches, and I'm sure they purr.
Yes.
Mhm.
Oh, make little
Yeah.
chittering noises.
Yeah.
Oh. All right. They're not almost cute. They are cute.
They are.
No.
All right. And here we've got Samael from the Hellboy
Samael.
movie. He's just
Oh yeah.
let's see. He's just
Ooh.
such a creative, well-crafted, full-body puppet, and also tentacles. Yes.
The tentacle
Mhm.
area,
Oh,
yeah.
I'm here for it.
Oh,
Like
very
the
much.
eyes.
Oh,
Yes.
no. I
adore this boy.
Those teeth.
love Samael. Samael is such.
I
Oh,
know what
it's-
big teeth you have.
I know.
Mhm.
What you gonna do with them?
Oh no.
Oh no, don't bite me.
Oh, that would be the worst thing. That's the
So
last thing I
bad.
want to happen.
And like those little like leech like ovipositor things that it can stick to you.
Don't say that.
Oh my god.
That's really what it did though.
And Gedden, thank you for the $20. We're getting real close to our $400 mark. Y'all,
Ooh.
thank you so much, Gedden. Oh my god. But no, listen. Samuel is a hottie. I don't care what anybody says.
Mhm.
Samuel's a hottie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Runs away, trips on purpose. Oh,
Yes.
no.
Absolutely. You can trip in the woods. There's no shame in it.
Yeah. There's no shame in it. I'll throw out extra
I-
branches so you have something to trip on.
I often trip in the woods. Let's be real.
So this monster design, there's a concept of monster that floats around in my head that I can't really say that's the monster or that's the monster, but it's something that is big and it has teeth and the anatomy is maybe a bit off and it's just this it's just like this vague concept of what monster is in its purest form. I mean, at least just for me. And this kind of like gets close to that. Like he's got blue skin, he's got big teeth, he's got like those look like people arms, but that is not a people head, and I love that.
Yes. No, I love monster designs that incorporate some human anatomy, even if it's very warped and it's wrong. Just seeing that little bit of human in a monster is just
Yeah.
it's such a
Yeah.
good design.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's see what we got next. We have Orc from both Fantasy, 4K, and Sigmar. Love how they only want a good fight. No, orcs are good. They're big and beefy.
Yeah. So I can't speak to specifically the 40K orcs, but there's something about like orcs and trolls and stuff like that. Those big hulking classic in your mind, that's what a monster is kind of thing. I love that. I've actually been thinking about trolls a lot recently because I'm like, they kind of tick a lot of boxes for me. Like,
Oh no.
they're not like thought of as monsters a lot. They're thought of like, I mean, trolls are often associated, I mean, they're fae. And fae is like in that weird realm of like, well, they're not monsters. They're fae. They're their own thing, but
I don't know. I think fae can be very monstrous. I think they count.
Yeah.
I think they count.
I think they count. Yeah, like that's what I'm getting to. I think they count.
Yeah,
So I don't know. I think I'm on the troll brigade. I think I like trolls.
Like, have you ever played Changeling the Lost?
That's true. You bring up a good point.
And what's that?
World of Darkness.
You said Changeling Lost?
Changeling the Lost. It's a Chronicle of Darkness, so New World of Darkness tabletop game. And the premise of it is you play a changeling, which was a human that was pulled into the land of the Fae and literally twisted into whatever they wanted you to be. And,
it's very good.
Yeah, and then you find a way to escape, literally having to sacrifice pieces of yourself to get out, and now your whole thing is just rebuild what makes you human. And you don't look human anymore. You look human to everybody else, but you don't look human. You look like some humanoid mismatch of whatever they wanted you to be.
When I played Changeling the Lost, that was the first time I ever played a trans character, because as a trans person, I feel some sort of way, and it's not a good way, when I play a character who's also trans, because I have my own like issues of like, it's difficult, right? You know, like I know a lot of people, and I respect the hell out of this. I want this for myself one day too, that are like, I'm trans and I love being trans, and I'm like, I'm trans and it's difficult. So for a long time, that was like, I can't play a trans character because they're gonna feel the thing that I feel, and I don't want to feel that. That's why I'm role playing. So I played my first trans character, and it worked so well. It felt so nice to be able to say like, this is my character. When they were a little girl, you know, going in, they had their own feelings, but when he came out the other side, he was a man, and you know, obviously, yeah. So it was like this whole thing, and it was good. It felt good. So Changeling it holds a special place in my heart. I do love Changeling.
Yeah, tabletop RPGs is kind of how I started, you know, branching out into coming around to accepting myself as a trans woman. Not so much Changeling, but more Dungeons and Dragons. But it was a big gateway, a big cathartic moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
TTRPG characters are a great way to experiment with pronouns if anybody is curious about that.
Yeah,
it's not my pronouns, it's just my character is non-binary, not me though.
No,
10 out of 10 would recommend.
You know, role play, whether it's games or, you know, written with friends, is such an incredible tool for just, you know, self-expression and self-exploration. And I think a lot of the trans community has definitely, you know, been involved in, you know, games like that. And there have just always been the moments where, you know, you have this character and it's just, you have a moment where you're like, wait.
Yeah.
Hold on
a second.
Yep, Marin. Exactly, Marin. Exactly.
Always wanted to play fan
Marin
character
knows.
in every RPG. Wait a minute.
Wait a second.
Oh my god.
Like, I think my actual first WoW character, whenever I just played just back in college, was a Worgen. and it was a lady
Mhm.
Worgen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something that I found interesting for myself was not that I kept playing male characters and that worked so well for me. It was when I would make female characters, it was a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Like they were so hard for me to write for, and sometimes I just kind of didn't feel like comfortable, and like I would like hyper feminize them because I'm like, that's a girl, right? That's how you do it over there, whatever that is.
Right.
Like girls,
And
girls are pretty, right? They're just
girls are pretty. They do pretty things, and
Right.
and they're cute, and I love them.
Pretty
And
and don't poop and
yeah, they don't poop. Girls don't poop. That's how I knew the first time I pooped. I was like, must be trans.
Oh my god. I know for me, it was so strange because before I had really, come to terms with my gender identity and everything, I always played almost strictly male characters. And that was when, I identified strictly as female. And for some reason, just, playing male characters was much more comfortable for me. And it wasn't until after I was able to kind of get a handle on, my, gender as being, non-binary, like still femme. I'm not uncomfortable with, female pronouns and, being called a woman or anything like that. But just knowing that that wasn't all that I was, that it wasn't the right fit.
Yeah.
And just trying to figure all of that out. So it wasn't until after, I figured it all out that I was like, actually, I want to play a bunch of female characters now. And so, my lexicon of characters became much more diverse once I could get a handle on it. So yeah, roleplay is just such a wonderful tool for that. It's so good. I mean, even if you don't question your gender identity at all, you can still explore and find empathy for people who are different from you just by having characters that aren't basically just self-inserts.
Yeah.
Roleplay as a whole is roleplay as a whole is a safe space to kind of explore a story writing, and also it's cooperative, so it kind of leaves you in a sort of unknown area because you never know what the other person's going to respond. So it is such a great creative outlet, in my opinion.
Absolutely. All right, so let's see. What do we have next? We have... Okay, these are monsters that make me go bark, 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 bark the most. Okay.
Nice.
All right, so we got... I don't know if the crop is... Oh, we got the fish man.
Oh boy.
Uh-huh.
Lagoon.
Yes.
Classic. He's getting that
Hold
booty.
me like that.
Got a... I don't know if I know what this is from, but a pumpkin-headed man.
I think that's the guy from Halloween Town. It seems like Halloween Town character to me. It's a little too bright kind of thing.
And we just got
the background.
Ooh.
And we got this
oh my god,
this dreamy.
Daddy.
Oh, I don't even know who this is, but I might have to bark a little bit too.
Yeah.
I think Capri's got it. That was Calabar.
Calabar.
Wait, no. Was that Calabar?
What's that from?
From Halloween Town.
Oh, the pumpkin-headed.
The pumpkin guy.
Okay. Does anybody know what this is from? Because damn.
Yeah. Oh, that's so good.
Very handsome. Oh yes. No, I just love skeletal monsters. Even if it's I mean just a skull head and the rest of the body is fleshy, or if it's a full skeleton, or any kind of bone. If it's a monster that's got bone showing,
if it's a monster that's got bone, we'll be boning.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
There you go.
Absolutely. Oh, but yeah, I don't know what this is from, but damn, my goodness.
But I want to
He
go
has
there.
Someone
He has a
said
daddy
something,
bod.
Yeah, someone says some Halloween Horror Nights.
Halloween Horror. Oh, okay. So it's a.
Oh, just
So it's just a suit actor. Okay.
okay, got it.
All right. Well, they did a damn good job.
Very good suit actor stuff.
Sorry, random actor, for sexualizing you live on.
Listen, we're sexualizing the character that you're dressed up as.
Okay,
we don't know.
of
We
course.
don't know anything about you as a person, but you pull it off real well.
A person can go along their merry way and just
Yes.
leave the costume for me, and I'll do with it what I will.
Also, this is just such a classic. The Fishman is such a classic.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You
Mhm.
know,
We love a Shape of Water moment.
we do.
Yes.
We do. Oh, I love that movie so much. But no, I think this is just this. This goes into, you know, just having things about yourself that make you even very visually othered from you know, most other people, but having somebody that still embraces you just as you are, you know, loves you just as you are, you know, no matter which perspective you want to look at monster romance from, whether you identify as the monster or as, you know, the human component in it. It's just so good. Good soup. I love it.
Good soup. Good soup.
Oh, and Smog was confirming that the last two are from Halloween Horror Nights. Okay. All right. Well, now we know. All right. Let's. Oh. Mommy. Sorry. Mommy.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, aliens.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. They say, my love for the xenomorph needs no explanation. A perfect predator whose blood can eat right through the man-made cocoon you're floating through space in. You can't kill it. You can't fight it. Ugh. I love xenomorphs so damn much. They're so
cool.
good.
I love a girl boss.
Exactly.
I love a woman who can literally kill me.
They literally almost killed Superman at one point.
Oh my god, seriously?
As they
Amazing.
should.
Yeah, there was a Superman Aliens crossover, and it was like he was trapped on a planet with red sun that had like a forgotten Kryptonian colony on there, and the xenomorphs had come and almost wiped them out. And he got implanted with a baby at one point. He had gotten face huggered.
Oh no!
And
Canon Superman Mpreg?
I love it. I love it here.
God damn.
And the only reason he was able to live was they got back into Earth's orbit, and he literally ripped the chest burster out of his chest and used the sun to heal,
Oh my god!
and then went back and killed all of them.
Oh my god.
Okay, but also this like pregnancy revenge storyline is amazing.
Right?
Yes.
It's like, you
Right?
did this to me. I'm gonna kill you all.
I'm gonna have to live the rest of my life with the knowledge that Superman gave himself a C-section in space.
Oh my goodness!
Superman said pro-choice. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I love it. I love it. All right, so maybe not the horror focus you were intending, but I love the concepts they use in Monster Hunter. Take Gogmazius here, a 300-foot-tall dragon that attacks major settlements, eats their munitions, and turns them into napalm sweat to make it even more dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
Oh
I love a tall man.
my.
Mhm.
Oh my
Tall king over
goodness.
there.
Mhm.
Same.
Mhm.
Massive.
Oh, I love this. This is
Oh, the broken like bat-like wings is such a good
Yes.
look with just the ichor just dripping off of it. Oh, it's so good.
Mhm.
The group in general.
Oh, I just
Mhm.
want to put my hands on him. I want to see how goopy he is.
Get that napalm all over me.
Yes. Yes. Oh, See, this is a monster that will definitely light a fire, either in you or on you.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. 300 Flash Ballad says 300 feet, you say, with the spikes? Oh, you're so funny.
Oh my god, if Hexus and a dragon had a baby.
Oh,
Thank you.
yes!
Oh my god.
Oh,
Yes,
God.
Hexus, my husband.
Oh. Oh.
Oh.
Hexus Dragon, yes please. Yes please. Yes.
No.
Daddy.
That's rather nice indeed.
I was gonna say, like, I'm really not into goop or bodily fluids. Like, they do genuinely like squick me. So like that last picture of that xenomorph where it's all like that's a lot of liquid, like that gross. Yeah, like that wool. And this, I'm like, oh, he's kind of goopy. That's kind of gross. But the Hexus, you got me with Hexus. Okay. All of my goop love has gone into Hexus.
He's like the goopiest one.
He is.
I'm horribly biased, but I do love goopy monsters. I do also get compared to Hexus like every other day.
Oh,
And that's
how does it feel to be God's favorite?
Oh, I love it. It makes me so happy every time.
See, now we need one of your thirst trap pictures of you just getting real misty and goopy and
Oh my god,
Yes.
Don't tempt me.
do it.
I will
it.
tempt you.
Do it.
I would love to see it.
Give in to the temptation, honey.
Please.
Okay, let me see. All right, so next up, all right, I love Biolante outside of one of the few
Biolante.
canonically female kaiju. Her transformation from rose to a giant island to monster was impressive, and her animatronic is still incredibly impressive on the eyes today.
She's beautiful.
She
ma'am.
is.
I love her.
I've never seen her before, but love at
Gorgeous.
first sight.
I know that
I'm
is
looking
that is
respectfully.
that is incredible. Oh my!
I don't know, that little glowing bit's like getting me. Like, I don't know, I love that. There's something going on inside of her, more than meets the eye.
I love those long jaws and those big teeth. So she went from a flower to an island, and then to the monster.
That glow up.
Oh.
Glow up.
See that's a nature goddess right there.
Yes. Oh.
Mhm.
What is this from? Who is she?
I don't know. I have no idea. I'm gonna have to somebody look up Biolante and tell us what it's from.
Please.
Oh, the Godzilla.
Oh,
it's
it's a Godzilla. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna have to track down which Godzilla movie she's in.
I'm sure you can ask GMzilla.
Okay.
Yeah, the movie is literally called Godzilla versus Biolante.
Oh well.
Oh, okay. Hell yeah, they made it easy for us.
Yeah. All right, so let's see. Legion is such an impressive suit to see in motion. I can't imagine how much effort it took behind the scenes to orchestrate such an impressive design.
Oh,
This is
That's really cool.
that is very cool. That's
That's
almost
so
insectoid.
elaborate.
Oh, wow.
Very cool. Very.
I love the fanned out, like, pointy things, whatever they are. That's so cool.
Like spines, yeah.
Something to hold on to.
It kind of reminds me of a lionfish.
Oh my
that's
God,
true.
I
Yeah.
get it.
Very nice.
Very cool.
Okay, so I think they had more. Okay, here we go.
Mhm.
Pulgasari is a North Korean kaiju with a suit actor from the Godzilla films, and this is one of those
he's
rare
kinda goofy.
kaiju that really shows.
He's a little goofy, but it's okay.
really shows his personality range from heroic to pretty on screen. Aw, he does. Listen. He's got big old puppy eyes. He got big
Yeah,
old puppy
he's a
eyes.
sweetie.
He's silly with it.
He's a
I
sweet.
can respect
He's a
that.
sweet big fella.
Also falls under that category of, like, vague concept of what a monster is. Big human pieces, not human pieces. I love it.
Absolutely.
I don't know. I know that like he's like larger than buildings, but also he's just a little guy.
He
He's just a
is.
little
He's just a
guy.
little
Just a little
guy.
guy.
Little fella.
Yeah.
In spirit, is little.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I love it. He's adorable. All right, and then
Oh,
Baragon.
big sub. That's what he's giving me. Big sub.
Big sub.
energy.
Yes, big sub.
I love big subs. They're my favorite.
Right. Baragon is one of the cutest and adorable kaiju designs, period. Her suit actress, Ryota, brought her to life in such a fantastic way, and her battle with Godzilla is a standout scene in All Out Monsters Attack. Aw. Looks like
I love this.
looks kind of like a little bat, one of those hoary bats.
Yeah, like a little flying fox.
Yeah. Aw.
I'm such a sucker for any monster design that has like a lot of bat facial features.
And she looks so happy.
I just realized she has like a unicorn horn.
Aw.
So magical.
Very magical. Aw.
Adorable.
I love her. I love her. I will protect her. Let's see. Okay. Hellboy and Yautja give me so much gender euphoria to look at. Like, man, wish that were me. All right, Coma. Yes, we are of two similar minds with that. Bubba Sawyer started the gears of gender not matching in my head, and they just slammed it into overdrive. Now the list of monsters giving me gender just keeps growing.
Valid.
Love that. Oh, Hellboy. Oh, I love him so much. I love him so much. Just big and blocky and sweet. Oh.
Yeah.
And of course, I just hang on. I just need to sit here and watch this for a second.
Bask in the roar.
I love
Those teeth.
I
Those
love
teeth.
it is. It is. I love the
mandibles. The mandibles are so cool.
Yes.
It reminds me of later on in Blade where they did vampires that had the same kind of like split chin kind of mandible thing.
I believe there is
Cool.
one of those in this thread.
Oh,
In a
awesome.
minute,
Good.
yeah.
Good.
Nice.
God.
I also just like I don't know enough about the behind the scenes creation of Predator, but it's one of those monster designs that seems like it was not made by men likers. Because they're like, it's scary. He's like buff. It's scary because he's big and strong and has big muscles and boobs. And then all the men likers see it and we're like, oh my god. You know what I mean?
Oh my god.
Roots.
I mean, listen. In Predator 2, the main protagonist does call them a pussy face.
Oh my god.
Oh,
So I mean, you know, the way the inner mouth looks, it is listen.
I'm listening.
Listening.
See, I feel like part of why the Predator monster design works so well is that it's not just all masculine components. I mean, they literally, the inner mouth does look like, you know, a certain kind of bit. And you know, it's this combination of, you know, gendered traits, we'll say, but in a creature that is just so inhuman, especially just in the face. I mean,
Oh yeah.
and there are various, you know, different conflicting canons as far as the Yautja, and here I'm gonna go off on my hyperfixation for a second.
Let's go.
Please do.
But you know,
Yes.
Yautja being generally not very sexually dimorphic, where males and females look very similar. You know, I love to I personally love the headcanon that, you know, the females are just bigger. Just females are
Yes.
huge.
Yes.
And
Like hyenas.
Yes. Space hyenas. Let's go.
Yes. Matriarchal societies.
But no, I just I love how it's that combination that I love, where it's like they have humanistic traits, but they are undeniably inhuman, and I just just wrap those mandibles around me, damn. Oh, and then we got Leatherface.
Mhm.
Oh, Bubba.
He is a good boy who did nothing wrong. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. He
I've
was
only seen
just
2 of these movies, and you're so right. Both times that
It's
I've
just the
seen, he's
truth.
just like, I'm just doing my thing.
yeah. I mean, it's like
You guys show up.
you go wandering onto somebody else's property, acting like you own the place, and no, get out of
The
here.
disrespect.
The
Like he
disrespect.
just wants to cook and wear his pretty faces. Like there's nothing
Yes.
wing with that.
Exactly.
He's just protecting his family. I mean, come on now.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that.
Mm-mm. Also, gender non-conforming icon.
Yes.
Exactly, yeah. Also
Gender
a good
fluid
cook.
icon.
Yes. Listen, like I know his canon name is not Bubba, it's just Leatherface, but we'll call him Bubba because that's well known. But see, Bubba, while he is he's one of the sons, he's also, he's fulfilling the role of, like a mother or a sister as well in the house.
Yeah.
And it's, I know that it's played to horrific effect because he's wearing, literally a woman's face. But
Oh,
no.
we gotta stretch.
We got a what? Oh, we have to
Stretch.
stretch. Okay. All right, everybody.
you.
Get a big stretch.
Wings.
I will also add with the Predators another character that has met a DC Comics character.
Wait, what?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Predator met Batman.
Oh yes,
God.
yes.
And did they kiss?
That's true. I remember
Yeah,
that.
did they kiss? We need to know. Was there MPreg?
As far as I know,
I'm
they
not-
actually don't reproduce like that.
Oh man.
But
Aw.
but Batman did earn their respect.
Mm-hmm.
Like
That's kind of
as
gay.
a
That's
as
kind
a
of gay.
warrior.
It's pretty
Yeah.
it's pretty gay, and I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Delightfully gay.
Oh yeah.
We're here for the
definitely.
sexual tension.
Mhm. All right, what we got? Another slapping ass monster designs that I just enjoy to look at. For more than gender would be more of the classics: werewolves, Frankenstein monster, and the Chiropterans in Blood. Oh, I love the Chiropterans.
Oh
Love
yeah,
the
the Chiropterans are so cool.
So good.
And there's that Helsing werewolf again.
Yeah,
Yep.
Yep.
based using the Helsing werewolf.
Don't care what
Yes.
anybody says about what they think about the movie. I know that some people enjoy it, some people hate it, but you cannot deny that's a sexy werewolf.
I know,
Yes.
right?
I
Exactly.
unironically adore Van
The
Helsing.
design for the brides is also very good in that movie too.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Just the bat-like wings attached to the arms thing. It's just so cool.
Mm-hmm. Get you a man that looks at you like this.
Right? Like a piece of meat.
Yes.
Mhm.
He can look at you like a piece of meat, but he treats you with respect.
Mhm.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Okay, let's see. Oh, listen. Frankenstein's monster is he's tall. He's one of those strong silent types. Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. Okay, it's my turn to go off on my hyperfixation.
Do it.
Okay, please.
Do it.
Please.
I love the original Frankenstein by Mary Shelley, the book. I am obsessed with it.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand, like, in movie media, Frankenstein's monster is very different.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like what people think of when they think of Frankenstein's monster doesn't really correlate to the original, which is fine.
Yeah.
But like in the book, he's like very mild-mannered, and he's actually like very articulate and well-spoken.
Oh, he's incredibly
and,
well
like,
spoken. He's practically
yes.
poetic in the way he speaks.
Exactly. He just like wants a partner, and his fucking asshole dad ruined his whole life because he thinks he's ugly. Like,
Just because he
goddamn.
gave him the wrong eyes.
I know, right?
It's just so stupid. Victor is just ugh.
Victor Frankenstein hate account.
Mhm. Exactly.
Listen,
So, like, Frankenstein gives like sad boy hours vibes, and I love that. Like, people from my community know if they're mask presenting and sad, like that is an instant yes for me. So I can't explain it. We would be here all day, but especially this image, he's giving sad. He's giving
Mm-hmm.
bottom, and I love this. I love everything about this. I
I
am
love
now
a
on
smoky
board.
eye.
Smoky
Mhm.
eye, yeah, a little bit of that makeup. If he
Yeah.
wants to
Yeah.
bring out those features. Love it.
Yes.
Like he's such a
I
gentle
mean,
soul in the book. He's almost like a comfort character for
He
me.
is. He is.
Yeah.
The Frankenstein's monster of the book is
Mhm.
vastly different than you know the Hollywood classic. But no, he's he just wants to live. I mean, live his life that he did not choose to have.
Exactly.
Oh, that's relatable, Jesus.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
You know,
It
and
didn't
This
have to be made.
this feels very transcoded to me.
Very,
The way
Oh my
you guys are
God.
talking
Yeah.
about
Oh
it,
yes.
it's like, you
Frankenstein,
know,
Frankenstein.
the way his father was like really judgmental and everything. It kind of feels like the embodiment of dysphoria is his
Absolutely.
father.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
So
And
that
also
that's
just
what I'm seeing here.
Exactly.
and also the rejection of it,
Mhm.
where
Yes.
you know the monster becomes something that Victor did not want. Victor,
Oh my
Yes.
you know,
God.
Victor was
Mhm.
expecting one thing with all the work he
Mhm.
put into creating the monster, but when he found that the monster was his own person and you know and was just different from what he wanted, he you know he fully just abandons him.
Mhm.
And
Oh
What is
Yeah.
man.
abandons
like
what is
it's
essentially a newborn
literally
baby.
yeah, it's literally the exact second that the monster like gains sentience and starts having his own like will,
Mhm.
Victor hates him. And
Yep.
it like
Yeah.
it's just so like potent.
Relatable.
I did my my thesis
Yeah.
in college was on like the juxtaposition of monstrous characters and the LGBT experience. So I'm like, I'm
Oh,
so excited
cool.
to talk
Yes.
about this again.
I'd love to
Yes.
read that.
Mm,
And
I
please,
would love
honey,
to read that.
please, you know, just uncap. Let us have it. You know,
Mhm.
Yeah, go,
Yes.
go.
talk
Yes.
about it, honey.
Absolutely. I was filthy graphic design major, so I did it was like a design thing. I did a bunch of graphics for it. It was fun. But mostly it was just an excuse to like watch monster movies and like
Yeah.
consume media and shit.
Yes. Oh
Yeah.
god, but no, I absolutely like if anybody has not you know actually read the book, they definitely should.
So good.
Yeah, I think I need to watch or read it now.
Do
I'm
it.
loving that.
It's
Absolutely.
so
I've,
good.
I've heard.
Forever.
It's
Mhm.
amazing.
Go ahead.
It's
Oh, thank you. I was just saying, yeah, I've heard how the depictions are different. There's so much more in the book, and
Mhm.
I've always been like, I'm bad with reading. I will buy a book, and then I will like quite literally never read it. And I know that about myself, so I try not to buy books. But maybe this is one that I'm gonna have to just
I
really
love
commit
audiobooks
to.
so much.
I'm sure there's a ton of great audiobooks for this.
Yeah.
Honestly,
There's
honestly,
a few for Frankenstein specifically that I think are like free because it's like a Creative Commons thing.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
I'll
Also,
have to look into
I
that. Thank
feel like
you.
I feel like something any horror enthusiast is obligated to read since it quite literally invented the
Yeah.
genre.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yes,
forever have been
true.
meaning to do like a Frankenstein like book club sort of stream where it's like, okay, we're gonna like read these chapters and then I just like talk about it.
Oh,
Please,
So I can force
please,
more
Yeah.
that
people.
sounds
please
so
do
good.
that.
Rapidly
If you
approaching.
do, slide in my DMs and let me know.
Please.
Honestly, one of my plans for streams was to do kind of like queer book reading streams.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Please
Like
do
start
it.
with Wrath Goddess Sing and then move on from there because Wrath Goddess Sing is such a good book.
What is it about?
It's basically the Iliad, but
Okay.
Achilles is a trans woman.
I love that.
Oh.
It's
very
it's
nice.
It's based off of the part in the story where Achilles was hiding out on Skrios disguised as a princess. Just
Oh.
taken to its full
Okay.
conclusion.
Okay.
And if we're talking about monsters, the depictions of like gods are so distant from what you usually see them as. Like, you know, just humans looking like they're like dressing to their their purpose as a god, but
Mhm.
no. The first time you see Athena is terrifying. Her arms are just way too long and they end in talons. She's got like owl feet. She has like a mantle of owl feathers draped over her shoulders. Her smile is too wide for her mouth and has just jagged teeth, and her eyes are bigger than a human's eyes, like an owl's.
Oh, I
She
love
sounds
that.
gorgeous.
I love
Yeah.
that.
And Hera, like solid, like marble skin, fingers that end in golden talons, and ox horns set askew on her head to resemble a crescent moon.
Ooh.
I'm getting like worked up. Oh my god.
I know.
Yeah, right.
It's like,
Read
please. It's like,
the
please
story.
stop. My penis can only get so erect.
Mode.
Read the story. It's so good.
What was the name of the book for research purposes?
Wrath Goddess Sing by Maya Dean. It's her first book.
Can you would you write that down in chat for us?
Of course, in the charity chat, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I will also say, aside from Achilles, there is a trans masked character in there as well.
Ooh, very nice.
Who
Which
is
rare. I love.
who is an Amazon.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm here for that. To be real, like the trans mask rap is so minimal. It's rough. We out here starving. It sucks.
Spoiler hook. He makes out with King Agamemnon at one point.
Oh. Must read.
Agamemnon is like very is bi in this book.
Oh, I love that.
Yes.
Oh, there's that Chiropteran. Love it.
That is cool.
Yes. It's such a good design.
I love in what was it? It was Blood the Last Vampire. I loved the designs in those. Just because it's like the jaws were wrapped in flesh. It was almost like a xenomorph mouth, where it protruded, but it was fully covered in flesh, and the flesh would just kind of peel back to reveal the jaws, and it was such a good design.
Like a goblin shark.
Yeah, like that. Yeah.
Oh my god.
The thing where they can jettison their jaws out like that, and the skin peels back.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, so let's see. Perhaps not spoken about all too much, but the Countess from Darkest Dungeon is just such an inspired design, especially by Blood Vampire Bug standards. Ooh.
I love the designs for the vampires from that section. Just like
Same.
leeches and mosquitoes and all sorts of other things that you don't think of when you think vampire. It's like breaks the mold in such an awesome way.
Oh, that's so good.
No, I love
that she's a bug.
Yes.
I love that.
I love the way how they incorporated the dress into the insect parts.
Oh
yeah.
Definitely.
Agreed.
So good.
Like if there wasn't the insect part there, you would just think it's a very flowy dress with a very big bustle or something on the back of it. But you can just see like all the different like spiny hairs and the carapace parts of it, and it's just so good.
Oh, and you can and even in her flesh, you can tell just by the little bumps and nodules.
Yeah.
Oh,
her hands
love
too.
that.
Like the sharpness. Love that.
That is
The
such a
blood
good
stains.
design.
Hair.
I love that
Her
you
hair
still
feels
like
like
the
a
mirror.
Yes.
Clearly, she just got done
Yeah.
ripping someone to pieces, but she's like dainty about it.
It's like she got it smeared on her face, and she's just like, "Oh, don't look at me."
I'm embarrassed.
I could see her as a kind of Southern Belle kind of go look with her with the fan like I do to Clea.
Oh my
Definitely,
god.
yes. Oh, I love that.
Top notch. Love her.
Ooh, okay. A more generalized thing that scratches my artist brain worms, I'm sure you'll agree, but I still to this day am obsessed with the stories and accompanied artworks of Stephen Gammell. These are definitely my intro into loving absolutely grotesque creatures. Yes.
Agreed.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, I love these.
So cool.
Stephen
So scary.
Stephen Gamble is just such an incredible artist. And I love that these books came out in a time where we could actually have access to it. Now, there was a whole lot of fight in, a lot of school boards and a bunch of, pearl clutching parents who, thought that these illustrations were much too horrific for children. And, listen, debatable.
Oh, like, I think they are too horrific. Am I going to give my copies to my children? Yes.
Yep.
It's a rite of passage.
Because I mean, listen,
horror for kids.
I understand not wanting your kids to be scared, but if they're gonna get scared by something, at least it can be something that's not real.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Something fictional. Let them deal with those emotions and learn how to handle fear, because it is a part of life.
That's true.
This one.
That's a good one.
It's so good. It's so good.
I love the detail with the eyeball.
The one that would get me, and I think it's because of the association with the story, the image itself isn't even that terrifying. So let's see if I can describe it. So the story was basically like, I was laying in bed and I heard a voice calling from, outside of my room. And basically it's saying how it's going up the stairs. It's like, I'm on the first step now.
I remember reading that.
Yeah, that story, too much for me. That is so scary. The drawing that went with it was like this almost cute little like round head, little tiny stick body, and that was it. The big eyes, kind of a friend. Terrifies me because of the association with the story.
A lot of these drawings are like kind of a friend, but not quite.
It's like you saw them from a distance and you were like, "Aw," but the closer you get, you're like, "Oh."
You're like, "Oh." Yeah. I mean, I think something that's like so gorgeous about these is the way that he uses white space. Like, what's there is just as terrifying as what's not there. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
It's like kind of the same with the stories, because they kind of like, a lot of them leave off at an unsure point. Like, there's not a solid conclusion, which makes it like,
that's the thing, because like in horror and in a lot of media, I guess, like you have death is the ultimate, like that's the bad end. It's not that interesting. I mean, like, yeah, death is scary and it can be good narratively, but fate worse than death is usually so much scarier, because eventually you're gonna also die unless you don't, and then that's worse.
Yep.
I like at a certain point, it's like, if I'm dead, I'm dead. Like, good night, Hongshu.
I get in debates about it all the time, but I will always argue that like some of the best endings you can have are ones without a clear resolution.
I love it.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I love that.
Well,
There's
it's like,
actually, sorry.
Oh,
I keep
no.
talking
It's
over
okay.
people.
Go
I'm so
ahead.
sorry about it.
Go ahead.
Right.
There's a Netflix adaptation of, I think it's just called Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. It's like I think it's a movie or a couple episodes. And the practical effects they do to like replicate some of these monsters are actually super interesting. It wasn't like, it didn't like blow my socks off or anything, but it was really good. And there were a few parts, I don't get spooked very easily, but there were a few parts that really got me.
It's a good movie.
It's good stuff.
It's good.
I think Del Toro was on it actually, which is why like
Yes.
Oh, that makes
You
sense.
are right.
Yep. No, I think my favorite illustration, well, it's my favorite now. When I was a child, it was the one that scared me the most. But the Pale Lady.
I love her.
Oh yeah.
She is a friend.
She is
100% she is a friend.
She is absolutely friend shaped in hindsight. But
she is friend shaped. She is not my friend.
Yes. But no, I think somebody I think it was either on 4chan or somebody somewhere. They made a little animated GIF of her, of that illustration, moving and basically just opening her eyes and tilting her head a little bit, and when
smiling, right?
And smiling, and when when you're not expecting it, it's definitely, it's like a jump scare.
But it's a sweet jump scare.
It
'cause she's
is.
afraid.
It is.
I love that. I was gonna bring that up too because I remember being on 4chan specifically where I found it, and somebody had made a whole ramble about how like, look at her, she's sweet, she's kind, or whatever, right? And I was like, oh, okay, let me like rethink this. I love that.
You've convinced me.
Yeah, exactly. You convinced me.
And Bone, thank you so much for your donation of $20 to the Transgender Law Center. Thank you so much.
Wonderful.
And we are getting real close to the 400 mark, y'all. So close. We're just, what is it? We're 24 away? So we're very, very close,
correct.
y'all. I've never been the best at math, but I think that's right.
Listen, we're
I'm
all
not gonna
good.
do
We
the
can
math.
do
I'll just
math.
agree.
Oh, goodness. Okay, so let's see. What's next? One of my favorite monsters is the Thing because of how its appearance and behavior depends on what it assimilates and how it doesn't possess any anatomy. Can you imagine it assimilating a slasher? Yeah, no, I love it. It's like,
I can't imagine it.
That's silly. But what if?
I love how they took the inspiration from the poster and made it into an actual monster in D&D. Where it's not like the thing, but they made the poster into its own monster.
That's awesome.
It's called a cold light walker, and those things are deadly.
Ooh, I like the name. That's super cool.
Yeah, it's basically someone who died out in the cold after being sacrificed to Auril, the goddess of winter, and was reanimated as a corpse that just constantly shines this light from its head, and it can emit a blast of pure cold and like sorrow.
Oh wow.
I love that.
I wish I could emit a blast of pure cold and sorrow. Goddamn.
Oh my god. But no, the Thing is it's such a good monster, and definitely love the fact that, you know, it's able to basically absorb people and kind of takes bits and pieces from them. Like when you see it when it's trying to absorb all of the dogs, and it's just this heap of vaguely
Struggling a little.
vaguely canine mess that's just it's horrific and incredible. And oh my god, the head that sprouts you know, big long spider legs basically. It's just just absolutely corrupting the human
really
form.
good, yeah.
It is.
And then like it's kind of goals because like the ability to transform now of just us here to not today in this time slot, how many of us have like the ability to transform as like one of our VTuber things? I think at least 4 of us, right?
Me.
Like
I do not.
you do not. Okay, so a few of us do, but it's like that's a whole thing. That's a whole vibe. It's the wish. Like
yes to just shape-shifting, I feel like, is just it's just so inherently trans, you know, in any kind of monster, because
there's a reason Mystique was my favorite.
Oh yeah, there you go.
But no, it's just the things I would do to be able to just change my form at will.
Right?
I mean, listen. As Viscera, yes, that is something I can do. But but no, to be able to do that in real life would just be chef's kiss, please. Gender euphoria in the lack of both the lack of gender and being able to just be any gender.
Yes.
Yeah.
That would just be incredible.
When I was a baby bun, I actually it was my biggest wish to be able to transform into anything I wanted whenever I wanted, and that just screams, "You are trans, my boy."
Yeah.
Oh my god. And Lord of Decay, thank you for the $25. And OD, thank you for your $20 donation. We are now over the $400 mark. We have reached $421.
Thank you, Decay.
Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
But no,
Thank you so very much.
Oh my goodness. So listen, growing up in the Bible Belt, my wish, and probably one of my earliest tips too, is like, you might not be cis, honey. Was I tried to sell my soul to the devil if he would let me have the power to shapeshift.
Oh my god.
I'm obsessed with that. That's incredible.
Like I literally made, like a pillow fort in the living room. It was late at night. My parents were asleep.
Oh my goodness.
And I sat with a little candle under there, just trying to invoke Satan to please come. And I didn't care if I had to give up my soul. I just wanted to be able to turn into animals and not have to be a human anymore.
I love that. Oh my god.
You see, little Bronco was like the opposite side of the spectrum, because being raised in a very conservative house, you kind of get it. I literally would just pray for God to make me a girl.
See, I think I didn't have that attitude about it, because I was raised with the whole, it's like, well, God doesn't make mistakes, and if you come out a certain way, that's how you're supposed to be. And so I felt like, well, God's not going to listen to me. He thinks he did everything perfect.
Yeah. What an asshole.
I know.
If he thinks that way, he can eat shit.
which is a mindset I've come around to in later years.
Oh goodness. Okay. Let's see. I absolutely love minotaurs, vampires, both monstrous and refined, or a bit of both, Gillman, and demons. All just kind of stem from loving monsters when I was younger, and probably why I love them today. Okay. All right.
So good.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Oh, yeah.
Angaraf, that's who that is. Nice.
Love.
He's a Minotaur pirate.
Ooh.
Oh.
He's from Magic the Gathering, yeah.
Love him.
I mean,
yeah, like he gets stuck on a plane that's basically kind of like conquistadors and Aztec stuff, but with dinosaurs and vampires.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Ishalan is a crazy place. The conquistadors are all vampires who worship the sun. And
interesting choice.
And the kind of like Incan, Mayan, Aztec hodgepodge are all like live harmoniously with dinosaurs and have them as like mouse and like pets and stuff like that. And then there are pirates that are like orcs and monkey style goblins and like harpy sirens. It's really cool looking.
That's so cool.
That is very cool.
Yeah.
I would definitely smooch.
Would smooch.
No, exactly like Smog says. Are you flirting with the fucking Minotaur? He's fucking hot.
He's fucking hot.
I remember that scene. That was good.
Yes. Oh my god. Yep.
There he is.
There he is. It's your boy, Static.
My boy. I love him.
Let's see.
Oh,
Oh,
so good.
Gilman. Just look at him. Look, he just has a
Like a
sweet
friend.
face. Absolute
Yeah.
friend. Oh.
There was
Visible.
Also,
At,
listen, he could hold your entire ass in those hands.
Look at that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Most people
There's-
could. My ass is pretty small.
So there's actually a poem in Queer Little Monsters from the point of view of the creature from the Black Lagoon
Mhm.
Oh.
by Anton Pools.
Ooh.
It's very sweet and full of like queer longing. It's just so cute.
Aw.
Like I've got the book open like to it right now. It's just
Of course
very
we
sweet.
love a demon.
Mm.
Ayo. Love the wings. Love the
Yeah.
horns.
Mhm.
I like the patterns on the horns where it looks like there's like multiple different smaller like almost like growths coming off of it.
Mhm. Mhm.
Like the
Definitely.
black lips and the fact he doesn't have a
Mhm.
nose.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and I love
Yeah, that grin.
I love that
The
he's got
grin
kind of
is
these
something.
scaling on the backs of the arms.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes.
So good.
Yeah.
Mm.
The little fades too.
And how the wings just sort of like go into shadows at the edges.
Yeah.
It's like, please, sir, let me just touch you. Not for anything, not for strange reasons. You seem like
For normal
you're a
reasons.
you're a textural delight.
Stim.
I'm literally stimming, and if you don't
Yes.
let me, you're being ableist.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
The velvety wings too. They look so velvety.
Mhm.
Wrap me up in them, please.
Mhm.
All right, let's see. The Lernian Hydra, many heads, grows 2 for every 1 cut off, lives in a swamp, hypervenomous, and 1 secret immortal head crushed under a rock. Something about the idea that it is beaten but never really dead is super cool. Ooh.
I like that.
I do like that.
Mhm.
And
I
just
love that.
imagine all of the. It could just give you so many smooches.
Mhm.
Yes. Yes.
Literally
Just
just
like-
kiss you all over all at once.
Just like how snakes will just taste you with the tongue and like give you little tongue kissies.
little tiny
just
tongue
not, like
flicks.
all over. Yeah.
Also, I love the idea of how like you strike down one head, 2 will grow back, and that
Mhm.
bringing it back around to the trans thing. It's like if you
Mhm.
try to swat one of us down, 10 of us are gonna stand up and fight
Mhm.
back. And
Yep.
like today,
Exactly.
right now, we're raising money for the trans community, and for every trans person out there that has been through some shit, like all of us are here. The all of you in chat, you're all here. Like we're like a fucking hydra. You can't
Mhm.
stop us.
Hell yeah. Trans
Absolutely.
people are
yes.
like a hydra. We're not going anywhere, and we're super venomous.
That's
Mhm.
true.
Like, we
Exactly.
will be so toxic.
I'll drink to that.
Oh my god. But yes, and for anybody who is just tuning in, who hasn't heard me talk about the Transgender Law Center, part of why I chose this charity is because they are doing the hard, nitty-gritty work of making sure that trans people are protected legally, and that in places where the laws have been changed, where bills are being put forward that threaten us and remove protections that make the world more dangerous for us, they are front and center. They are working hard to preserve laws, to put pressure on politicians, to change laws, all of it to protect trans people, and especially Black, Indigenous, trans folk who are, we're all of us very, very threatened and vulnerable people, as a group, but especially trans folk of color are, the most vulnerable
Yes.
of our entire community. And so they have a big focus on, making sure that people of color who are trans are, their main focus, but they are helping all trans people in, in what they endeavor to do. So that's why I chose them, because they're doing the hard work. It's not just, it's not about, feeling good. It's not a feel-good organization where, your money is going to some kind of platitude, basically, of, it's like, well, we love trans people and give us money and we'll help you somehow. They definitely, if you take a look at their website, and you can find it. I believe that Static just did the little charity tag. If you go there, you can find the link to their website. You can read more about what they do, their mission statement, so that you know exactly where that money is going, and you can be confident that they are doing, they are doing the work to actually tangibly help the trans community. So thank y'all so much, everybody who's donated so far. All right. So, let's see. I'm going to take a quick look because we're going to be in our last 30 minutes here soon. So let me just do a quick scroll through, make sure Okay, we're gonna have to start. Gonna have to speed things up a little bit. So let's see.
Okay.
What's next? Okay. One of my faves is the patriarch in KF2. Oh, Killing Floor, because he's packing heat.
Okay, looks cool. Next one, go.
Yes. Look. All right, what's this one? Hope you like my PowerPoint slide. Okay, all right. We have a whole
Oh,
presentation.
wow.
Hang
Oh,
on.
boy.
Oh, wow.
Okay, wait.
Oh.
Okay, so I can
Oh,
only
how
see
about-
just a second.
nice.
Okay.
Wow, the text is so
the
easy to read.
Mhm.
All right, so I'm gonna
What-
make this bigger. Firstly, I want to credit the artist of this art. Okay. Not sure if ancient goddess count, but if they do, then this is my favorite one out of the pantheons. Ammit, devourer of the dead, a being combining the three largest meat-eating animals known to the ancient Egyptians: head of a crocodile, forearms of a lion, and hindquarters of a hippo. Oh, I see.
Remember that.
I see. So it's
Mhm.
kind of a cryptid thing.
They
I
left
love-
out.
Can you show the art?
The what?
Or is that, oh, is it one picture?
It's
Oh, okay.
yeah, it's all one
They-
picture. I unfortunately
Oh,
can't.
okay.
They left out the fact that she has a woman's breasts.
Love it.
Yeah.
We love
Where
a
are
man
her
eater.
titties?
Enjoy them titties, girl. Oh, that's so cool though.
No, that's I love that design. It's just such a hodgepodge of different things.
Yeah.
Mhm.
She's part of the core that judges whether souls are worthy to pass on to the afterlife.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I do love that.
So she wasn't worshipped like the other gods. She was feared by the ancient Egyptians and deemed a demon in their religion, all because she eats hearts. Ooh, sounds like
Oh,
like
Yeah, there's
bad.
a
Come on.
listen.
there's a whole thing about
Listen.
that. It's basically you get judged by a golden feather, and if your heart
Yeah.
was heavier than the feather, your heart was given to her, and basically you were denied the afterlife.
Yeah. Because the feather is the feather of truth, and if your heart is weighed down with evil and just general bad vibes, that's going to make it heavier than the feather.
Exactly.
Cool.
Also,
Mhm.
little lore drop for you all.
Ooh.
But the folks that I kill and eat their hearts, y'all don't move on to anywhere else. Y'all are permanently a part of me.
Oh.
Ooh.
That doesn't sound so bad.
No, I'm down for that.
Like you
Down.
may not
You see the downside.
ever get to be, behind the wheel of of this vehicle.
That's
but you
fine.
sure do get to come along for the ride.
I don't have a driver's license. It's okay.
Okay. Ooh, Odie put in the Nowhere King.
Ooh.
Tragic, awful
Okay.
man. But like in a way where I can see how he ended up there. It doesn't justify anything that he's done, but it makes me see a timeline where he could have been a wonderful man had he not doubted himself and who he is so much.
I could make
His
him worse.
voice.
I could make
His
it
voice.
worse. Oh, his voice was
His
so
vo-
good.
Yeah.
I love his
Mm.
design. Oh my God.
He's like he's another Hexus monster. He's another Hexus monster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So good. Oh, I love his design and his voice is so damn good. And just
He's horrifying, and I love that about him.
Liz, I could see the two of you tapping deer skulls.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Mhm.
I tap more than that, honey.
Oh,
Oh my.
Oh my goodness. But no, I love the Nowhere
Oh.
King. And also the song for him
Mhm.
was so good and just so spooky. He's very good.
Oh
Very
wow, I
good.
love that.
And it's also, I think, to bring it back to, trans experience, his whole story is that he was trying to turn himself into a human because he was so convinced that that the woman he loved would not love him back if he was, as a centaur. And so he, was endeavoring to change himself into something that he wasn't. Because of those insecurities and because of feeling like, he wouldn't be accepted by the people that he, wanted, to have community with and to, have friends and a sense of family with.
Right.
So, and bringing that back to trans issues, I think that, there are a lot of trans folk who are under the pressure to be something that they aren't. To basically stay in the closet for the sake of, not sacrificing, the relationships they have in their life, whether that's with family or friends, and essentially changing things about yourself to fit in better. And just how toxic that is for us, and how
Exactly.
harmful it is. So, yeah, you can go about turning yourself into a whole ass monster, and not in a good way.
Yeah.
By
Exactly.
denying who you are and rejecting
Yeah.
who you really are for the sake of just being accepted by a community.
It's
And
not healthy.
no, absolutely not. To repress yourself is, you're doing violence to yourself by not, being honest with yourself about who you are. And, and if you are currently in a community where you fear rejection and you fear that they will judge you and, ostracize you for being who you are, then honey, that just ain't the community for you. There is an entire community that will love you and accept you just the way you are.
What makes me sad is that there's a lot of people that are just not safe to come out at the moment, especially with the state of things.
Oh, absolutely.
And it breaks my heart. And I just wish for all these people to be able to end up in a safe space
Yes.
as soon as possible.
Absolutely.
Cards on the table, I actually had to move to a different state to be able to continue my transition.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
It's just how it had to happen.
I mean, I've got friends who are currently, trying to move out of their state because a lot of laws and bills are, being brought up and passed that directly target trans people and are making things much less safe. And so there are folks who are scrambling for money, who are doing, fundraisers and just doing whatever they can to try and basically flee these places because they're not safe there.
Yeah, connecting with friends. Like I'm actually living with some friends from my D&D group right now.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah,
I'm glad that you
helping out
had.
how I can.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that you were able to, land somewhere where you, could feel safe and.
Like I get to finally be myself without constantly looking over my shoulder or worrying about going out looking like myself.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
yes. I had
It's just sad I couldn't do it at home.
Yeah. It's because I grew up in Texas, and especially in an area of Texas where it's definitely not safe for queer people in general. And then from there, lived in the backwoods of Missouri, where it was still very much not safe.
Yeah.
So it wasn't until I moved out to Los Angeles that I finally felt safe enough that I could start actually expressing my gender identity rather than just trying to hide it.
Yeah, I grew up in SoCal, so like that's a very queer-friendly place to grow up. But I recently moved to the entire other side of the country. I'm in New York now, so it wasn't because of any laws, but it was because of family.
Yeah. That's same for me. I grew up in New Jersey, and I live in New York now. So, I mean, Jersey's not like the queer central of anywhere, but it's fine. Like if I mean, my experience there, I was openly pansexual, which being femme presenting and dating a girl, everybody thought I was a lesbian. So fine, close enough, I guess. And I know I was safe. But it was for me, the family. It was, family I grew up with, the family I didn't get to see as often, like the we don't talk about that kind of stuff here mentality. So yeah, there's so many reasons for
Don't say gay.
don't say
basically.
gay kind of shit, yeah. so many reasons for so many different people to be dealing with, being forced back into the closet, even in places where it's safe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tying it back into monster stuff, literally monsters being chased out by villagers with pitches and with pitchforks and torches.
Yeah.
The thing that gets me is like I grew up in Ohio, which is kind of like, I don't know, it used to be a lot more like, I don't know, centrist. And I started transitioning when I was a teen. I was very lucky to have my family's support. And now, if I was a teen now in Ohio trying to transition, I would not be able to.
Yes.
Which just, it's like, it's gut wrenching. It's like it's worse than it used to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's heartbreaking.
Yeah. No,
it's exactly what the stream is about today. It's about trying to change those laws as much as we can with everybody's support here.
Absolutely. Yes. Because it's unacceptable that so many
It really is.
that so many steps are being taken backward to the point that it's it can be worse for folks now today than it was for us all gathered here growing up.
Exactly.
What's sad is it can be given as much as it can just leave the next day. It is politics are just so fickle, and it's just like we have even here in Canada where it's a hair quote safe. My rights could be taken away just like that. Just because a politician, just because we voted for the wrong person, or there was a voter fraud or whatever. It is insane.
Yeah.
It is scary.
Yeah.
Well, just one election cycle away from being just gone.
Yep.
It's terrifying.
It's absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, it is. It's very scary, and and that's why it's so important to support the organizations who are out there doing the hard work to try and gain that ground back and keep us moving forward.
Yes.
So
there's a quote from like kind of more like modern monster stuff, like cybernetics, Deus Ex, Mankind Divided, from the main character from one of the trailers. You can kill dreams, you can kill innocence, you can kill freedom, but you can't kill progress.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that.
No matter what they try, we're not going anywhere.
Because and what's happening right now is trans folk are the current scapegoat politically. It used to be, where previously it was gay people, before that it was black people, and and it's not that anybody's issues are fully resolved. Racism is absolutely still a thing, homophobia is still a thing, but the march of progress, if history has told us anything, it's that no matter who the scapegoat is this time, we will overcome it. It's going to take hard work. It's going to take some hardship. It's not that it's going to be a road with no bumps. We just have to all work together to make this world into a place that's safe for us and for future generations to live in.
Absolutely.
So, and I think that where, to bring it back to the Nowhere King, I think what he represents very beautifully is, there are a lot of closeted, homosexual people, closeted trans people who hate themselves so much. And these people get into politics and they pass laws that, oppress the people who represent what they themselves have deeply repressed about themselves,
like trying to kill a part of themselves that they don't like.
They're trying to make the environment, the political environment, so caustic and so unlivable for anybody who is trying to live openly and authentically, that that they can feel more comfortable with what they have done to themselves. And it also makes them feel safer because, well, you know, I've made this landscape so hellish for people who feel the way that I do that, you know, I don't have to feel so guilty about keeping it locked up inside. And the reason I say this is because if you've paid attention to politics, and especially political leaders who are the most vocal against gay people, against the LGBT community, when dirt comes out about them, it turns out that they themselves are closeted queer folk.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so I think that, you know, I think that the Nowhere King just represents that perfectly. Is
Yes.
people
Exactly,
who
Bubs.
turn themselves into monsters that victimize others who are like them.
The real monsters are people who are oppressing.
Yeah. And, you know, and that's why it's so important to, you know, keep pushing forward and make this world better and get society understanding transness and our issues better, because at the root of so much of this is the fear of the unknown and the fear of things that people don't understand. And the more you educate, the more we push for laws that protect us, and the more we put pressure on politicians and society in general to learn about us, the less frightening we are to them, the more they can actually accept that we are a natural part of the world, that we have always been here, and that it's not a fad. You know, it's the better things will be, and the less likely folks will be to feel the need to repress who they are and come to hate themselves so much.
Exactly.
So we can only do good things by pushing forward and keep moving in that direction.
Yeah, well said.
Well, thank you.
Very well.
Yes.
All
I
right.
don't think we're gonna get through this.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Either,
No.
unfortunately.
This is too much.
No.
But let's just appreciate Pinhead for a minute.
Oh, the Pinhead. Oh,
Yes.
Look, he's
Okay, can I go on a limb here regarding
Go for it.
Pinhead?
yes. Go ahead.
So, basically the queer space is very much about BDSM and stuff.
Yes,
There's
yes.
definitely a sort of pain and pleasure aspect to it. And I'm just thinking about the Folsom Fair. I'm thinking about all this stuff where it's heavily queer, and more trans people are getting into it as well. And there's something about Pinhead that differently dwells in the whole BDSM aesthetic of yes, go ahead.
The thing about that is it's intentional. Pinhead is based on gay leather culture because the creators were like, that would probably scare the fuck out of straight people. And they were right.
Yes.
Decisions to scare straight people is like the best.
And also
Yes.
in the book, Pinhead is androgynous.
Yes,
Not
yes,
male,
yes.
not male
Oh,
or
I
female.
love that.
Yeah. Bob's just pointed out the most recent Pinhead was played by a trans woman.
Yes.
Yes, yes,
Oh.
Yes.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
I
Oh
forgot.
my
Everybody-
god, that's amazing. I didn't know that.
oh yeah, I
don't
absolutely
pull
recommend.
this out often, but everybody that was mad about Pinhead being played by a woman, fake fan.
Yeah, fake fans.
Yeah,
Absolute
exactly.
fake
Exactly.
fans. Never read the book.
And even then, the writer actually came out and has been just castigating a certain wizard woman.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's been good.
Like-
Yeah,
That's been good soup too. I've been
exactly.
So it's just generally like this media is just very, very like pro-trans and everything, and pro-LGBTQ in general, and I just like adore this, and it's just like Pinhead. I would open the box. I would go there.
I would
I
like
would-
to open my box. So.
Yeah, I would open.
I've solved the configuration. Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh,
I
no.
am damned for eternity of pleasure and pain. Poor me.
Oh no, don't show me any sights.
Please
Right?
don't. All right, honeys. Well,
Yes.
so we definitely are not going to be able to get through that entire list, but I would like to use the last little bit of y'all's segment to. Oh my God! What? Hang on. Hang on. Okay, so
Oh, wow.
firstly,
Wow.
firstly,
Oh, wow.
hang on.
Oh,
There was
goodness.
some things. Okay, so Theron,
Oh, wow.
thank you for the $3.34, honey. Static, thank you for the $20, sweetheart. That was so sweet of
course.
you. And DL, what the fuck? $100
Right?
donation.
Thank you so much.
Oh my
Thank you.
God. Thank you.
We're over halfway.
So
I love
very
it.
much. We
Icon.
are
Hell
over
yeah.
halfway fully funded to the $1,000 goal, y'all. Thank you so much. That is
Amazing.
incredible. Whew.
We appreciate so much. Even
Thank
the
you.
smallest donation means so much to
It
us.
does. It
Exactly.
does. That $3.34, just as impactful as the $100.
Yes.
Every little bit, every single dollar is so important. Thank you so.
It saves
so
lives.
Much. It absolutely
Yep.
does. You'll.
Top of the mountain, one raindrop at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Absolutely. Whew, goodness. Okay, so for the last little bit of the segment, I would love to go down the line and just have y'all talk about what horror means to you. So let's go ahead and start with Braca.
Okay. Horror? What horror itself means to me as a genre? Well, kind of like what we've been discussing here is just looking at the things that scare us and looking at why it does, and maybe seeing a little bit of ourselves in the monster and rooting for them because the protagonists aren't always the best people.
Truths.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And and maybe seeing a bit of escapism in the strength and the resilience of something that is othered, that is just trying to live its own life, or from a person who was othered, like Jason, who was just a kid, just a kid, and who is now someone who's strong and who can fight back and who can protect himself and other people like them.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, honey.
Thank you.
All right, Intra, what does horror mean to you?
I mean, similar vein, it's that feeling of being othered and, tend to align myself with the antagonists in horror because so often they are, queer coded or just outcast, and feeling that kinship with something that, or, somebody that is powerful in that way can be a relief. And being afraid of something that isn't real is a lot easier than being afraid for your actual life and human rights. And at the same time, it's like you can only be called a monster so many times, whether it be directly or generally through societal norms, before you're like, all right, I'm a monster then, start running, ooga booga. I will simply put the phobia in transphobia, be afraid.
Yes.
Yes, I love that.
To dip back into your Frankenstein bit Intra, if I cannot inspire love, then I shall inspire hate.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Beautiful.
All right, Lou, your turn.
Okay, for me, I started getting into horror when I was really, really young. I was 3 years old when I saw The Exorcism for the first time. I was 7 when I saw the Thing. So, for me, it's an outlet for my dysphoria. It makes me very happy. It makes me envious to see, say, body horror, drawing body horror. It makes me envious on the way that I wish I was able to do that. I wish I was able to change my form into something else, but at the same time, I would adore it for it to be visceral, for it to be painful, because the process of being trans as a whole is also painful. It is a way to express myself, to express the pain inside, because the dysphoria is very terrible sometimes. And sometimes I just draw a bunch of monsters and I'm just like, okay, I feel better about myself. And even the V2 sort of thing has been a wonderful outlet. The community and everything has been so supportive. So horror is important for me because of my transness, and also the same thing as our two other guests, that the whole idea of being a monster is in fact, how we are alienated, and we're just vibing here, we're just existing, and these people are just like, oh, you're terrible, you're this and that, and it's just shunning us. Oh well, we're gonna be monsters.
Absolutely. And find our power in that.
Yes.
Thank you so much, honey. And Anonymous, we just got another $100 for the Transgender Law Center.
God damn.
Anonymous,
Thank you.
Oh my god. Yes. Whoever you are, honey, in the shadows, thank you so much. That is incredible. All right, Static. Your turn.
Okay, so there's definitely something to be said of the feeling of being othered and being called weird or strange or something to be feared. And I think with horror and my feelings on the horror genre, that is definitely a part of it. There's definitely a lot there. And like, if you ask me, Carrie was not a horror movie. Like, that was chef kiss. Like, that was gold.
Yes.
That kind of thing. But
Agreed.
I think for me, a big part of my draw to horror is the world is a scary place because of the people that do the othering, these oppressive forces, these people who other us. They are unstoppable. Well, not unstoppable because we're out here, but they feel unstoppable. And it's so much. And for me, I'm looking at myself as I'm the normal person. I'm the hero of this story. I'm that main character. I'm the final girl. Like, I will endure.
Yes. Absolutely. No matter what they throw at us, we will endure. That much is a guarantee.
Inspiring.
Absolutely. All right, Leg, you want to wrap it up with yours?
Yeah, I guess horror for me is confronting things we don't want to look at. It's about experiencing the uncomfortable. Like, I played a game recently called Buddy Simulator that was all about like dealing with toxic friendships. And it hit me in very personal ways that I wasn't expecting from like a hee-hoo funny comedic horror game. But yeah, I feel like it's all about, just feeling things we don't want to feel normally.
Yeah.
It's sort of an odd form of escapism because like you are still doing escapism, but there's kind of that safety net where it's like, okay, I can learn from this. I can experience things that if this were real life could damage me.
Yeah.
But because it's through horror, there's just that cushion where it's like, okay, I feel stronger now having experienced this. I can maybe deal with this in my life now.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Generally speaking, horror can help with dealing with trauma. So it kind of gives you that exposure therapy in a certain way, which I highly recommend in general if you've gone through some bad stuff, because you can always pause the game, you can always walk away, you can always pause the movie.
There's that filter there of safety. And
Exactly.
at the end,
Definitely.
when you make it through, there's the catharsis of having gone through it and come out stronger.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And oh my god, Deagle! Thank you for the $100 and the oh my god.
Oh my
Oh
god.
god. What the actual
Holy shit.
Holy
Oh my
Let's
god.
fucking
reached
go.
it.
Oh my
bet. Let's go.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
that's
Oh
easy.
my god.
Just fully
Everybody, thank you.
Oh god.
Oh my y'all. I
Talking
can't
about catharsis.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Thank you for the 255. We have fully funded the goal. I'm gonna have to go in there and
Go.
and adjust the overall goal. Jeez. Whoa.
Yeah, let's keep going. We're not
Oh
done
my
yet.
Raise the
god.
bar, let's
Oh
go.
my god,
Third
y'all.
section.
That is incredible.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Oh, I'm gonna I am beside myself right now. Oh my god.
We are Hydra.
Oh, we are
Yes, we are Hydra.
We are Hydra.
We are Hydra.
Hydra.
Yes.
There's a lot of Marvel fans that are just freaking out right now.
Oh my god. This
Not like in
Oh.
a Marvel way, in like a cool way.
Like in
Yeah.
a cool way, thank you, yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
In
We
a
are
monster
Hydra
way.
giving the cute little snake tongue kissies.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
But oh my goodness, y'all. That I don't know what to say except thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This charity means so much to me. I could not have expected. I didn't know what to expect as far as how far we were going to get with funding. But
The support is amazing.
the support
honestly,
is
it's
so
it's-
incredible. Thank you.
It's so heartwarming. Thank you.
So
You
much.
all.
It means
mean-
so much to see that there are folks who are willing and able to help.
makes us feel loved. Honestly,
Mhm. It lets us know that
I
you
mean,
care and that there are
Thank
people
you,
out there
Viscera.
who.
Mhm.
Thank
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 you
you
for
for like
organizing
pulling
this.
all this
Yeah.
together.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank all of you for agreeing to come here today and to talk about horror
course.
and transness and just everything. I appreciate you so much for agreeing to come and do this. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so
you're very welcome.
before I start crying, I'm gonna...
Oh.
Some of us are crying yet.
Happy tears only. Happy tears only.
All right, y'all.
Oh my god, Dag. Thank you, Dagolago. Respect my trans homies or I'm gonna identify as a problem. I love you, dude.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. All right, y'all. So, like last time, we're going to switch off to the starting soon screen again while we get our next and final little panel of guests on with us tonight to continue the conversation. Thank you all again so very much. We will be back in about 5 to 10 minutes so that, I can run and go to the little monsters room. And compose myself. All right, y'all. Thank you again so very much. We'll be back very soon.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Mwah.
All right, everybody. All right. Welcome back. Thank y'all so much for your patience. And thank you, Damaris, for the $15. Honey, we are officially over the goal now. Thank y'all so very, very much. I am blown away by the support today. So now, who we've got with us for the third and final segment of this stream, we have Creme Brulee. Hello, honey.
Thank you, dear. It's a pleasure.
You want to introduce yourself? Say a little something about yourself?
Of course. Hello, everyone. My name is Creme Brulee. I'm a trans professional voice actress, and I've worked on several things with Crunchyroll, including Shin Godzilla.
Ooh.
A little bit of horror pedigree in my resume.
Very impressive.
I'm a hobby artist, writer, horror, kind of a bit of a horror aficionado, and yeah, I just do chill art streams. I like to offer a place of comfort for people to come to the Blood Moon Cafe here on Twitch.
I'm wondering where my invite is.
Check under the seat, dear.
Thank you, honey. Thank you. And Grinds, hello.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I'm Grinds the Alchemist. I run a mystical, magical, multi-dimensional coffee shop called It Takes All Grinds. I mostly play, fun little crafting, farming sim games, and some horror games that have crafting and farming in them. I'm non-binary. They, them, preferred.
Beautiful. Thank you, my dear. So good to have y'all here. Smog. Now, I feel like people ought to know you by now, but still, it seems like we got a whole lot of new folk in the woods. You go ahead and introduce yourself, honey.
All right, hello, my name is Smog Teeth. I am a special effects makeup and prop artist. I mostly do masks, and I like to take folks through the practical effects process over on my channel. So we do sculpting, molding, casting, airbrushing, the whole shazam over on my channel. So if you're interested in the monster making process, I got you covered. And I also identify as a problem, but you know that.
Oh my goodness. Smog is nothing if not an imperceptible problem. And Biddles, hello, sweetheart.
Hiya, folks. How you doing? I'm Biddles B. Bombardier, owner, operator, and chief entertainer at The Vaudeville.
And you are looking very lovely tonight.
I'm very animated.
Yes, you are. And what about your pronoun, sweetie?
Oh, she, her. Most people will get that from some clown girl.
And last but not least, we got Spicy. Hello.
Hello. Hi.
How you doing tonight, sugar?
I'm getting used to waking up early in the morning for work.
And
I'm now a day walker, unfortunately.
Boo,
Oh, no.
Boo, hiss.
So sad.
Well, I'm so happy to have you all here in the woods with me tonight for our final segment in the charity stream. And I would love to have y'all talk a little bit about your favorite kinds of monsters. So let's go ahead and start over with Creme Brulee. You got a favorite.
I love it when people get the pun. I love it when people get the pun. It makes me so happy.
It's a good pun.
Okay, so clearly one of my favorite, if not my absolute favorite, creature of the night horror is the lycanthrope for many, many, many reasons. Mostly a lot of the metaphors, the especially in the Gothic Victorian era, very fantastic stuff. Especially the parallels of the trans experience as well. Being an individual who just can't help but be who they are while being afraid and shunned by society, despite us being a natural, beautiful part of nature.
Absolutely, absolutely love werewolves and were creatures in general. They're just, they scratch that itch. All right, and how about you, Grinds? Do you have a favorite type of monster?
I do. My favorite type of horror monster is the monster that you don't know is a monster at first. The not necessary, it can be the you perceive it as human first, and then as you get closer, you notice its monstrous features. It can be that, but it's also the kind of, well, let's just say there's a kind person who works at a coffee shop, and they seem super nice, but they seem to know a little too much information about you and where you're coming from. They seem to know a little too much information about where you're going and all that sort of stuff. And then you begin to realize what it is you're actually talking to, kind of thing. Those are some of my favorite monsters. If they have a transformation, all the better. But it's definitely the ones that make you feel at peace at first, and then become more horrific or unsettling as they come in.
Absolutely. Very, very good. Yes, I do love a monster in disguise. And Smog, how about you, honey?
Oh my goodness, this might come as a shocker to you guys, but I love ghosts. I love ghosts so much. There's just something.
No.
There's just something so fantastic about the incorporeal form and just what people have, or I guess I should say humans have portrayed, ghosts with the vapors and just the wispy or glowing forms and the various different ways that they manifest, and even deeper still, not only am I just transfixed on what they are, but like who they are. I feel like every single ghost has its own story, and I am thirsty for the lore and the background and what made that ghost a ghost, or there's a story behind them, and sadly, most of them are tragic.
I mean, they had to become ghosts somehow.
Exactly. But I find such a thrill in learning those stories. I feel like it's the most important part of that, I guess, quote, monster, if you will. I feel like a lot of monsters, the term is a loose term, because a lot, like you discussed earlier, so a lot of monsters are just doing their thing. But because they're misunderstood or we don't know anything about them at all, we're terrified of them, and that's not a bad thing either.
Oh, absolutely, honey. Oh no, I mean, I talked about it earlier, but I do love ghosts, and they absolutely do count as monsters. I mean, whether you're a ghost that's just quietly haunting a hotel, or you are actively frightening trespassers. And ghosts can take so many different kinds of forms. They are such a fluid sort of monster, with just endless possibilities. So, absolutely, yes. Ghost with a beating heart. Aw, we love you too, Ghost. And Biddles, how about you?
Mine, I'm always a fan of the animal monster. The sort of thing that's like, it is not being a monster. It's just being an animal. It's in its territory. You wandered in and suddenly it's the monster. Like, it's not a villain. It's just doing its shit. It's out in the woods. You wandered into its house and suddenly you're mad at it? No.
Exactly.
It's defending itself.
Exactly. This I keep trying to tell people I'm not evil.
Right?
Listen, you walked into my woods. If you get impaled on the tree, that's your fault.
Right? People get mad at like a tiger attacking someone in the woods, but somebody walks through my living room, I'm probably gonna hit him too.
Exactly. Yes.
It's the idea that's like, it's not evil. It's just existing, and humans are the problem.
It's true. It's true. You speak the truth, Biddles. Thank you. All right, Spicy. How about you? What kind of monsters you like?
I love the creatures like the asset, ones that are misunderstood, but one person shines through and sees the beauty in the creature, the misunderstood alien, something from another world, just the beyond that we don't know about. Things like that. If I'm explaining it clearly, I'm sorry.
No, yeah, absolutely. No.
We're still clear.
Absolutely. No, it's the whole concept of, a monster that is cast out and feared by everybody but the one person. Absolutely. Oh, and Quethalm, thank you, honey, for the $20 donation. Thank you, sweetheart. That is so kind of you. But no, wait. Sorry, I had to read chat for a second. That is the donation sound? Yes, Mega Man.
Gotta get used to that stuff here, Mego.
But yes, I absolutely love monster romances. Because it is, what do they call it? Gay yearning.
Yeah.
Yes.
Where,
Yes.
it's, what it's like to be the other and to be unloved and to be rejected, and you just want somebody who understands you, whether that's romantic or platonic, just wanting that person who knows who and what you are and knows both the best and the worst parts of you and loves you anyway.
I was gonna say, a good example is the asset from The Shape of Water.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Oh,
classic.
That movie is just so good. So good. Oh.
One of my faves.
Never seen it.
Monster romance is gay pining up to 11, and I'm here for it. Absolutely, yes. I also, there's that similar dynamic in American Werewolf in London. The romance itself doesn't it doesn't have a happy ending, but
No.
but just that it's that moment. It's one scene where the woman, realizes that, the man that she's been falling for is this horrific beast in front of her and just calling out to him. And he just has that moment of recognition and knows who she is before, the beast takes over again and tries to attack. It's just that crystallized moment that is so beautiful and it's so heartbreaking and tragic. And listen, I love a sad story. I can't help it.
It is a very powerful trope in a lot of stories like that. That moment of they come back to, just for a brief moment, they're back to where they were. It's like, oh, what am I doing? And then, of course, the story continues.
Yeah.
I was gonna
Tugs
say,
at the heartstrings.
I think something like that happens in The Wolfman with Benicio del Toro.
Yep.
That happens like towards the end, and I'm just like, that movie's divisive for people, but I love it. because of moments like that, and also Benicio del Toro.
Yes, Benicio, good soup.
The man fought tooth and nail for that film to get made, and it shows in everywhere with him.
Yes. Also, thank you for giving us Anthony Hopkins as a werewolf. I mean,
Yeah.
And the prosthetics were also top notch.
Well, I mean, it's Rick Baker.
Yes.
Yeah.
You cannot go wrong with Rick Baker.
No.
So good. So, y'all, we were talking during the break that we might go ahead and continue reviewing the Twitter thread we were looking at before. Since now we have, an extra 2 hours, or well, an hour and a half now to get through it. So let me go ahead and shuffle myself on over here again, and we'll pull that back up. Here we go. Because I wanted to make sure that we got through as much of this list as we could. Because y'all commented, and I love all the monsters that y'all have been adding to this list. So let's go ahead and delve right back in. So let's see. So Pretty Night Lori. Oh, Lori, honey. Love you, sugar. All right. So so for me, it's any creature designed from Guillermo del Toro, the Spiderwick Chronicles, and the Dark Crystal. There's something about the designs that have a whimsy, but also grit to them that makes them timeless to me. Could not agree more. Just, absolutely gorgeous designs. The Sphinx in the new Pinocchio movie was just,
I haven't seen it yet.
I haven't seen it yet.
Honey.
Oh, it's so good.
Oh,
so
honey.
good. So good.
Amazing.
So good. So good. Oh.
You're gonna love it.
Sorry.
You're gonna love it, sweetheart. Gotta get you to watch it.
Masterpiece. Enjoy it.
I made the mistake of watching the Disney one.
No.
I tried.
Oh.
I tried to
Oh.
watch that. I made it in, I think, maybe 10 minutes before I was like, all right, no, I can't do this anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not. It doesn't get better. And it doesn't. It doesn't.
No.
And I was like, why? But on to Del Toro though.
Oh yeah. No. Sorry.
No, it's okay. No, you first.
The Del Toro Pinocchio has become my definitive Pinocchio story, not just because of how well it tells the Pinocchio story, but what it adds to the Pinocchio story with the addition of the extra characters and other things. That's just, there's just so much, and you can't talk about it without spoiling it. But
Well, it's kind of like it kind of goes back to my favorite thing being ghosts. I mean, Del Toro does ghosts so well, and he kind of takes a similar approach to all of his monsters. I feel like he takes a very personal approach to all of his monsters, and even when it comes to singular childhood favorite, stories like Pinocchio, he has this new kind of delving into their backgrounds and their motivations and their existence, really, and kind of building a new world around it through his own eyes, and I adore that.
I agree. If I may, the thing that I always appreciated with Guillermo's work is if you ever watch a behind the scenes featurette of any of his movies and how he breaks down his design process for the monsters. I mean, even stuff that isn't necessarily monsters, like the mechas in Pacific Rim. It like the thing is, this is something he's always been doing. I don't advertise this too much, but we are related on my mother's side. This is something my family talks about all the time. Is that ever since he was little, Guillermo was a kid who would draw all the time. The quiet kid that would be in the corner and draw. My mother used to watch him when he was little bore the kidnapping of his father, Federico del Toro. And and when my parents told me that, I'm like, oh, that explains a lot of things about my personality. That's where I get it. It's hereditary. Great. I'm like, oh no, it's hereditary. But that's the thing, that this is like, when you look at the creature designs, this is coming from an artist who has done this since childhood. This is a grown man who is not afraid to just let that sense of childlike wonder just go rampant, especially in the texture work, because Pan's Labyrinth, Hellboy, Crimson Peak, he's the main art director. He's not just the film director. He directs the art direction as well. Creature designs. He started out, he did the grunt work of makeup effects in Mexico. And then eventually he picked up, like, he was doing commercial ads in Mexico. There was a commercial he did in Mexico for like an antacid product, where he literally turns into a werewolf in the men's room. Like, you can find online. It's actually him, a young Guillermo del Toro, in the makeup that he makes and applies it on himself, and it's really good.
Oh, wow.
This is someone who, this is, in my humble opinion, family bias aside, he is one of the pillars of contemporary horror now.
Oh, absolutely.
This is someone who's in that. This is someone who's in that pantheon.
Yeah,
among the greats.
No contest.
Clive Barker.
No contest.
And,
Yes, absolutely.
And I agree with Caitlin. Shape of Water deserved that fucking Oscar. Pardon my French.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
Yes, it did.
Yes, it did.
It absolutely
His design.
did.
Sorry, his designs are kind of like what I was going for. With the more you look at, look at the blue fairy up there, just the more you look at her, like the human form, and then as you get closer, just the non-human features that start to come up. You now realize that the face is more of a mask than a face. The legs are more almost kind of like melded together. Like, at first, she's, this beautiful blue, woman is floating above me, and like, oh,
exactly.
Yes.
And Del Toro is the master of doing that. Just
another quick thing, and I'll stop yammering. A lot of biblical influences. A lot of biblical influences, because we were a very religious family, Roman Catholic. Anything that has any sense of angelic design, anything with wings. I mean, just look at the Angel of Death and the Blue Fairy. Like, it is the be not afraid, biblically accurate angel. The multi-wings, the many eyes. So, my final statement is, what I love about his work is you get to know him as a person, where they're coming from, growing up. You see their life story in their art. And as an artist myself, as I'm sure everyone here is to some degree, whether it's writing, drawing, whatever, we love to inject ourselves into our work. And Guillermo del Toro is like an S-tier prime example of someone who has become a master at the craft and does not get complacent.
Oh no, he's always seeking to do something new. And I have never watched one of his movies and thought that, he was just coasting or he was checked out of it. It's all of the design work is always incredible and beautiful. The stories are always either just very fun and entertaining, or when they get into kind of the darker aspects, like Pan's Labyrinth and Shape of Water and everything. You have these very heartfelt stories with monsters in them, but the true monster is always the human. It's a human antagonist.
Yes.
And and we were touching on this a little bit earlier, but it's like, even as trans people, we are intimately aware of the human monsters that we share this world with.
Unfortunately, yes.
I will say that I'll yammer myself, and then I'll get off the topic and we can move on to the next monster. But what I love about Del Toro is the fact that he's such a cultivator of the arts that if you some of you might remember there was a museum showing of the Bleak House, and the Bleak House is, in short terms, an artistic man cave of all the art that he's collected for inspiration over the years, whether it's comic books, movies, music, maquettes, paintings, what have you, toys, figurines, everything, anything that you can think of that you could buy to inspire yourself as an artist, whether you make music or film, photography, drawing, artwork, painting, sculpture, you name it. He has an entire house just dedicated to all of these things that he has collected over the years. And what he does is when he hires other artists onto a project, he will actually invite them to this house to kind of exist in this creative headspace, to get inspired and just kind of be and look around the Bleak House and look at things that have been, created, and kind of build off of the creativity that has come before them. And I think it's such a fantastic thing. And if nobody has ever gotten to see the Bleak House museum showings, I sat there, quite literally, I walked into the entrance of the museum. It was traveling around the United States. I was lucky enough to visit it twice in 2 different states. Very, very lucky. And the first time I did, I stepped into just the entrance. It was just the entrance. They had decorated it like the Pan's Labyrinth movie introduction, like with the big arches and everything like that. And I was staring at the Angel of Death. It was a full figure replica with the makeup, the molds from the movie and everything. Like it was a full figure replica of the Angel of Death just sitting there. And I cried for like 5 minutes straight. Just like I thought it was just so beautiful.
Yes.
And I think what he has done for the creative community, for just special effects, especially in general, because for a long time it was just leaning so hardcore into the digital effects, and he's like, no, and he wasn't one of those people that was just like, practical effects is better. No, he's like, there's positivity in both of these things. Why don't we just marry the 2 most positive things about both of these tactics together, and let's work together? And I feel like that's just an overarching theme with Del Toro is, bringing people together, bringing the best of everything together to make it work wonders. And he has, and it's just beautiful.
Definitely.
Unequivocally.
Oh,
He is
big time.
One of my biggest inspirations, and totally off topic, but this is why I don't like it. The Thing remake / prequel. They had if you look at the behind the scenes, they have so much amazing prosthetic work and makeup effects. And then at the last second, they were just like, let's just put 3D over it. It's cheaper.
Yeah.
And it
It was studio meddling. And
it wasn't. It wasn't so much that they thought it was cheaper. It literally, I think it was the producers. They literally were caught saying it feels too much like an 80s movie.
Oh
And
my God.
the production, the production people who worked on the prosthetics and the sculptures, like, you're right. If you guys can find it on it's on YouTube. There's you can see the original sculptures, just gorgeous practical work. They didn't even know that this change was happening. So when they did the test screening of the final movie, they're all sitting in their chairs, and suddenly all of their hard work is painted over with CGI, and it was just. It was it was awful. It was just awful.
I feel so bad because it's the same. It's the same creative. It's the same company that did the Tremors animatronics, amalgamated like dynamics or something like that. They worked. That was like one of their first things was the Graboid from Tremors.
Yep.
So, it's a studio with pedigree, and it's so heartbreaking.
That was
they did that.
such a shame. Because what they built was incredible.
Another thing that breaks my heart is that I don't know who owns the right to Hellboy, but they need to just let Del Toro do a 3rd film because I'm tired of them remake or rebooting it and just no. We need we need Del Toro back at the helm of his team, especially with everything he's been doing with his team now. Just imagine a continuation of Hellboy with Del Toro's established world.
Yes. Yes. Del Toro's Hellboy is definitely the best.
especially
Mhm.
the sequel. The sequel has some of the elements that we've been talking in the themes, like the creature that's misunderstood. Like, spoiler for the movie if you haven't watched it, but there's a moment where I forgot the name of the main villains. He brings up this old creature, and then right before Hellboy's about to kill it, he's like, "Are you really going to do that? Do you know it's the last of its kind?"
Yeah.
Yeah,
And all I
Prince
want-
Nuada and the Forest Elemental. Yeah.
Mm.
And he's just sitting there, and Hellboy's just sitting there, like hesitating and just like not wanting to. But then when he sees the creature about to attack innocents, he pulls the trigger, and
Mhm.
it's just like, it's just doing what it can because it's in an unknown world. It's defending itself, and it's just like,
Mhm.
oh,
Yeah.
just
Mhm.
Yep.
Del Toro knows how to tug at your heartstrings. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, he does. Oh, he does. He knows how to play the heart like a fiddle.
Well, Del Toro really makes his movies and his writing from the viewpoint of a viewer, which is always great for a writer and always great for a creator, is to be able to see it through the eyes not just of you as the viewer, but what your viewers are going to see. And everything. And there's a lot, because you can tell the people who loved Hellboy 2 and the people who didn't like Hellboy 2 and why they didn't. And it's not necessarily for anything that Del Toro did or any of the creatures or anything. It was a expectation level thing. But the people who really, really loved it, that they all have the same feeling of how he wrote it, like how he presented all these things together, because he saw it. He's like, these are what the people who love it, this is what they're going to like. This is what they're going to notice. This is what they're going to see. This is what I would like to see. And I know that that's what they would like to see.
Yeah, definitely.
Another thing about Del Toro, Pacific Rim, not horror, but the
Yes.
building
Ah,
of
yes.
the
monsters.
bystander. All the camera angles are from the bystander, from the
Mhm.
cockpit. Like you're in the POV. You know what was missing in the sequel? That feeling, because in the first one you have that dread, the terror, the horror. You're like in the streets looking up at these gigantic monsters and these giant
Yes.
mechs, and you're seeing all the horror of it. But in the sequel, it's like a Saturday morning cartoon. You're flying through the clouds, going. It doesn't feel.
There are so many reasons why the Pacific Rim sequel is just not good.
Yeah.
Oh, so very many reasons.
Oh my goodness.
we could have a whole stream about just going over
Del Toro,
all of those
yeah.
issues.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh,
By the
goodness.
way, I found the commercial. I put it in the charity event thing on the Discord. I found it was for Alka-Seltzer for Mexico. That was what the commercial was.
Okay, all right.
So if anyone wants it, like that should be
God,
it.
is him.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. We're gonna watch this. Hang on, let me put it.
Because I recognize the makeup. I'm like, is this it? I'm like, I think this is it. I recognize that makeup somewhere. Because like he sculpted and did it himself, used himself as the base. So
Okay, let me just a second. Let me get this set up here.
Tier list, looking at the monsters is over. Talking about movies next.
Okay, here we go. All right, hang on. I'm gonna just make myself little for a second. Come over here.
Little Viz.
I need viscera.
Okay.
Wait, we have Chibi Viz. Hold on.
No.
Okay. All right. So let me make sure that I'm streaming it for y'all, so y'all can watch along with me. Hang on. Where is it? Here we go. Okay. All right. So let's watch Guillermo del Toro's one of those early commercials that he did. Okay. All right. Here we go.
Con permiso. Primero come como fiera y luego hay que aliviar su malestar. ¿Cómo me siento?
Stream does not see the video.
Oh no, do they not? Hang on, you just hear. Hang on. Okay.
Yeah, hang on.
Can y'all? Are y'all seeing it?
No, the stream.
Nope,
The stream.
it is not on stream.
Oh, what the?
Twitch,
What?
not this.
Not
stream.
our stream. Twitch stream.
Yeah,
Twitch,
Twitch
why?
Yeah.
Dang it, Twitch. Hang on. It was there for a
Wait,
second.
was this
John Twitch said no.
was this in English?
No, but I think they had to like ADR over it for like sound quality reasons or something. Like it was not
Gotcha.
because I mean it's an ad for fucking Alka-Seltzer. Most of these ads have voiceover anyways.
Yeah.
So they figured we might as well just do a whole ADR track for this 30-second spot for antacids. So,
Okay, hang on. Let me here. Back here. I don't know why it's working. Maybe John Twitch is just like, no, you're not allowed to have fun. All right. Well,
I mean, John Twitch is like that.
He is.
You can post it in chat. You can post the link in chat.
We'll do that.
It's a
'cause
super short ad.
Apparently, it doesn't want to let me show it here. So, give me just a second.
Apparently, Kaylin Roar says they saw the video overlay, then it switched over for some reason. Maybe.
Well,
if you want, do you have more than one monitor?
Yes, I do.
That could be it. You might have to have it like as the focus.
I see.
No worries.
Okay. Well,
I linked it in the
that's
chat.
all right. Yeah.
Yay.
That's fine. So y'all can watch that and enjoy it. All right. Let me bring back this. Here we go. All right. So let's move along to the next one. Let's see. It's not my favorite, but the SAX from Metroid Fusion is a pretty cool monster. Carbon copy of the world's most deadliest hunter now hunting you down. Really makes you think about how terrifying Seamus can normally be. So let's see. So we got.
I adore this.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, I could talk for days about this game and this entire creature.
All right, regale us, Spicy.
Okay, so the SAX is from the X Parasite. The X Parasite itself is the enemy of the Metroids, which is the main creature from the Metroid franchise for Nintendo. Samus, basically in Metroid 2, goes to the planet of the Metroids, eradicates all of them along with the Queen, because space pirates wanted to use the Metroids to essentially mess up the entire universe. By her doing that, she essentially made it to where the X-Parasite came back and basically was able to just have open season on the planet because, spoiler alert, the Metroids were the predator to the Parasite and basically kept them contained. So fast forward a couple years to Metroid Fusion, and Samus, upon going back to the planet of the Metroids, gets infected by an X-Parasite, which this is essentially what it is. It's essentially a yellow blob at first, but it ultimately turns into this amalgamation of creatures in front of you. And throughout the entire game, you basically are told this creature has all of your abilities. It is you at your strongest. You are weak. You were surviving because of the fact of the baby Metroid you saved earlier in the series. This DNA is injected into you. So you are now weak to this thing as well. Well, she was not weak. She's essentially its predator, so it wants to kill her, and it's hunting her at every nook and cranny inside of the game. And the way that its theme just plays, and then you hear its footsteps, and then when it oh yeah, no, it's if you've never played Metroid Fusion,
it's really good.
It's so good.
Can we talk about how Metroid is a horror franchise? Like an action horror franchise?
Can we please do that? That'd be fantastic.
Please do, because I've never played Metroid. So
oh my goodness, it's
explain.
I mean, I know Bara is already explaining a bunch of stuff too, but like the original, I remember playing the original Metroid and just this, it's an adventure game. I'm going to be running around and exploring and finding items. But as you reach each new area, the creatures get more weird and strange and just more terrifying. And as strong as you seem to be, there was always something stronger beyond the gate, and you have to fight with everything you have to survive. And then each subsequent sequel to the Metroid series builds on this idea of this horror. Like Bara said, Metroid 2, Samus kills all the Metroids, and this releases the X Parasite. This monstrous creature that you actually watch evolve in the game in Metroid 2. You watch it evolve, you watch it become stronger, you watch it become more of a hunter, more of a monster that you are trying to pursue, but it's pursuing you. It was holding back something even worse.
Oh God.
It's now running rampant and chasing you down.
If I may, basically, if I were to like quickly summarize what the X Parasite is in like one sentence, it is essentially the thing, but it can also replicate machines and metal, not just organic material. That's why it's able to copy Samus's armor, despite it being an organic armor. It can do everything. It can even copy, learns from its memories. It is literally the thing. This like fusion was a love letter to specifically John Carpenter's The Thing.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Permasleep Birdie is also correct in chat. You're alone in the games. Like even the ones where you have like a computer thing that you're talking to or something, Samus is alone. Samus is alone, and there's just monsters and everything. There's no allies. You're alone.
Also, I just remembered in Fusion as well, the AI that is helping you throughout the entire game. Samus is alone, like Grinds stated, and she basically is in deep thought and throughout the entire thing talking about the SAX, but also about the AI that's helping her and whatnot, and reminisces about a former commanding officer. And I don't want to spoil it because it's such a good game, and it's very short, but it's so worth it. And there's so many highlights. Like it stands alone. You could play it without having played any of the other games, and it'll explain everything you need to know throughout the entire game.
Sounds like something I'm gonna need to try out at some point.
And I would show the cutscene of its first encounter, but it's something that you just have to experience and just yourself. Like it's not one of those, oh yeah, you'll experience it. It's like an 80-hour game. No, it's just like an under 10-hour game that you just have that moment with. And I love Metroid. Hi.
Oh no. And that's why fans get so upset whenever there's a Nintendo announcement and there's no Metroid stuff, because it has this effect on you. Like all of them do. All of them have this effect where it's just this. Yeah, the games reward you for speedrunning, all that other stuff is just like, oh my gosh. There's so much to talk about, but there's so many spoilers.
Oh, and Arcturus, honey, and Quethom, thank y'all so much for your $20 donations. Thank you so very much. That is so much. That is so appreciated. Y'all are pushing us further past the goal. Thank you.
Let's get all the way past the goal.
Yes.
All the way.
Let's get double past the goal.
Yes. Theron pointed it out in chat. It is on the Nintendo Switch Game Boy Advance players. So if you do pay extra for the Switch Online Plus, you can play it. And there are rumors that the other GBA game, Zero Mission, which is the remake of the first game, is also coming to it. So
Oh, I hope so. I hope so.
I do too.
Oh my goodness.
I also just want to see Viz play Fusion and just their reaction to SAX.
If you play Fusion and you like it, then you have to play Dread.
Okay.
Oh, because that's technically the final game in the series, and it picks up right after Fusion.
Dread. Oh my goodness. Oh, good.
All right. Well, I will definitely. Is it on Steam?
Which one?
Well, either of them.
Yes.
They're on Nintendo consoles only.
Oh, damn it. Well, if I can find an emulator.
The wonders of emulation.
You can, in fact, find an emulator.
Just slowly looks at my Steam Deck. I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, emulators on Steam that are paid for. You know,
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
As long as you actually own copies of the game, you can emulate them.
So I just need to go on eBay. I'll go find a copy of the game, and then it'll be fine.
Yeah. There you go.
That's how it works.
It all works out.
All right, so Monarch Lou had a few submissions here.
They had some of the best choices. I was like, oh, damn it.
So we got we got Pyramid. We got Pyramid Daddy.
Daddy.
Very,
I got my water bottle
very,
ready.
very barkable. Oh,
Do
love
I need a
Pyramid
bark
Head.
for everyone?
Gosh, I'm gonna be the odd one out because I was never a Pyramid Head fan. I get it. No, I get it. I get it. And body type, that strength, that presence, yes, that works. But for some reason on Pyramid Head, for me, it has never worked. I was just like, if you were someone else, yes.
I mean,
for me,
I'm gonna be the opposite. On the opposite.
Yes, who called my name?
For me, it's I totally understand both scenarios because I look at Pyramid Head, and a lot of the times his monster portions, I guess you could say, are completely forgotten. People just draw a man with a cone on his head, basically, and I'm like, no, that's not what I love about Pyramid Head. What I love about Pyramid Head is he's actually got like a cancerous, like fleshy kind of head that if you look at the model, even the original, like it's got this like living flesh kind of the Thing-esque thing for a head, and he even has a tentacle type appendage that comes out of a hole in the cone. Like people forget that he's actually a monster. He's not just a person with a cone on his head. He actually is some form of the Thing type creature, and people seem to forget that a lot. And I'm like, that's the part that makes him sexy.
Yeah.
Just a big old flesh golem.
Yeah. I mean, basically that entire helmet is just full of cancerous flesh and meat.
Meat and potatoes.
And it's just the one tentacle that's able to get out of that little hole. Who knows what other tentacles might be slithering around in there.
You only find out about the
See, now this sounds more
grabs you.
appealing.
Yes.
I didn't even know about it until someone was like, if he grabs you in part 2, he shows the tentacle. I'm like, what?
Yes.
And then it happened. I was like,
What that tentacle do?
Or was this in Dead by Daylight, huh? Cowards. But
no. Love Pyramid Head. Love Silent Hill in general.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Monarch
yes.
Blue pointed out that Pyramid has the symbolism of the burden of our sins and masculinity.
You could write an entire goddamn thesis on not just Silent Hill, but just Pyramid Head and what he symbolizes in the games and in the world and everything, because James is a horrible person.
Yes. Yes.
Dude sucks.
So
can't stress that enough. Terrible person.
Yeah, it's surprising to me anybody who it's like you can like James Sunderland as a character, in fiction and everything. You do play as him throughout the game. But you there are a lot of people who don't seem to like fully pick up on why he's in Silent Hill, why all of these creatures present the way that they do, and and I understand not maybe not understanding what everything symbolizes, but through the course of the game there are folks that just don't seem to not understand what James Sunderland, what his sins are.
Oh yeah,
And-
but that oh sorry, it was it was brought up in an earlier part of the stream that a lot of horror elements are the protagonists are not the best people, and what's happening to them is their own fault.
Yes, they
like,
have brought it upon themselves.
And oh boy, has James ever done that?
Oh yes. If there is anybody who deserves what happens in Silent Hill, James is certainly certainly one.
I feel
Exhibit A.
Does he redeem himself in any way by the end of the game, or is
Not
that like
really.
No.
Oh
No.
So it's really a why is all this happening to me? What did I do wrong? Everything clearly shows them pyramid heads right there, and it's just like, gee, I don't know, dude. What do you think? Why do you think you're here? I got lost.
I'm trying to find.
This was just an unfortunate accident.
I'm just.
My wife sent me a letter here. It's just like, oh, but what happened to your wife? I don't know. He's just trying like, I don't know. It's like, okay, let's give you the breadcrumbs. Okay, what happened to your wife? I don't know. Those breadcrumbs were tasty though.
So she was sick, and I definitely was not lusting after other women, particularly nurses, and I definitely didn't wish she was dead so that I could fuck those nurses without a guilty conscience. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me.
Look, why does anything happen, really? All of us are innocent. All of us are innocent. Everything's a mystery.
Maybe the real Silent Hill were the friends we made along the way.
And thank you, Spooky Clown and Fayness. Thank you for the $5 and the $20. We are now very nearly $100 over our goal. Thank y'all so much. Thank you.
Let's make it 2,000.
Yes.
Wow.
Every
We
dollar
should-
counts.
Yes.
Very
every
true,
dollar,
very true.
Every dollar is amazing. Every dollar is great.
All right, so Monarch had a few others. Let's see. The Hydralisk from StarCraft was a bit of a monster awakening for me. I always found them found them rather sexy. I grew up playing the very first StarCraft when I was rather young, and the Zergs were my favorite. They are all about body horror, and I adore that their structures are alive. Ooh.
I
Very
really
nice.
love this design.
This is
and
so
I
good.
Also, I agree. I'm just giving 2 thumbs up and just nodding, just like, yeah, yeah.
Also,
Spikes are glorious.
Also, like, the face structure looks very much, just the whole head looks like a wonderful marriage between Yautja and Xenomorph. Gorgeous. Like, honestly. Wood. Yes. Wood.
Just pulls him out.
Wood.
Just turns into a 13-year-old expo. Wood.
It's also got a little bit of Lamia elements too with its serpent.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yes, I love
Wrap me
Lamia's.
Wrap me up, queen.
Oh my goodness. Nagas, Lamias, snake people.
Yes.
Yanti. Yes, please.
I love
All
in
of
this
it.
concept piece, you can actually see the underside spikes help it with movement.
Yes.
Yes.
That's how it gets around.
Yep.
Is that the alien queen?
It is. So Monarch. Mommy. Sorry. So Monarch said, the alien queen is special to me because a lot of the ideas surrounding this definitively come from the kink scene. I feel she was inspired by latex, and she has a form that's definitely sexy. And for me, it translates into femininity, can be terrifying, dominant, and powerful. I mean, listen. Her feet are stilettos, okay?
Yeah. I'm glad someone was going to point it out.
Someone's gonna come back. Listen, the first thing, her feet cut off.
She is here to step on all of us, okay?
She is gaslight, gatekeeping, and girl bossing. Let's go. Stand.
Oh, but no, I love the queen alien. She is just so magnificent, and just in the design work. I mean, H.R. Geiger was obviously an incredible artist anyway, but to be able to help to design something that is both strikingly feminine and beautiful, but also incredibly terrifying and intimidating. I mean, she is massive. She will rip you apart. She doesn't even have to do it herself. She'll just send her drones to do it.
Exactly.
I mean,
Wonderful combination.
she is beautiful, and I love her. All right, let's see. We also
We're all
have
just like Brad Dourif in Alien Resurrection, pressing her faces on the glass.
yes. Oh,
Is
and
this-
hang on. And of Pyramid Head, Monarch said, "I always adored Pyramid Head because of what he represents. He represents masculinity and the weight of our sins. If in your eyes you find yourself innocent, the executioner will ignore you. His sword is a heavy burden, both his and ours. The symbolism is chef's kiss. Absolutely." And then
That is S tier design.
And then
it's sad that the designer of Pyramid Head like regrets designing him because of what became of Pyramid Head. Like Pyramid Head became the main creature that kept going in every Silent Hill, and it had nothing to do with the games. And it was
Yes.
no, he was a monster that was supposed to be specific to James.
Yep, and that's why everyone's just like, why is Pyramid Head here? Why is? Can I talk about Homecoming's one ending? I just want to talk about they missed the point entirely. But spoiler alert for Homecoming, a game that you probably won't play, or it has some cool themings with the creatures and design, but one of the endings being two pyramid heads encase the main character's head in a pyramid head's head.
Yes. So that
thus making
turns them into the executioner. It's like none of this makes sense.
Oh my goodness. No.
Like
it's so bad.
But watching the original designs and all the concepts and whatnot to go in Pyramid Head, mwah, so good.
Very.
Masterpiece.
All right, and then we have we're revisiting The Thing. Said the thing is how cosmic horrors are done right. It dwells in our fear of the unknown, and it got me into body horror. It gives me peace with my dysphoria and helps me picture myself shifting into something much more grotesque, yet far better than the wretched body I have. And yeah, definitely The Thing. I think it makes sense for that movie to to resonate with trans folk as far as the body horror. Being able, just to imagine having that ability that you could, if there was if there's someone you wish you could look at or wish you could look like, somebody who is gender goals for you, to have the ability to actually, shift and morph yourself, into that, I think it makes absolute sense. For anybody who identifies as trans, who experiences body dysmorphia and doesn't feel at home in the body they were born into, to love the thing.
That's why the one question that everyone always gets at: what power do you wish you had? And I always said transformation. For those reasons right there, because everyone's like, oh, but you could fly, you could be invisible, you could be Superman. It's like, okay, that's cool. I just want to be me.
Yeah.
It's like, I just want to be myself, but I don't want to look like this.
I want the power to be happy.
It's one of those things like
Oh.
it's like a day-to-day thing for me. It's just like, oh, but this, oh, but that. And it's like, if I could just snap a finger and just bam, done. Instant just serotonin, just instant peace. There we go, much better word. Instant peace. Just being able to be true to me.
Definitely, yes. All right,
I see
Gedden.
werewolves.
Uh-huh. So
Ooh.
Gedden says, if you'll make me choose one, I'd say Xenomorph, led by werewolves, vampires, and the Deathclaw from Fallout. Ooh, honey.
All good
Oh my
choices.
God. Oh, this art.
Mhm.
This art.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Whoa. How'd you get that picture?
If Giger was a digital artist, there it is. If Giger had a Wacom tablet, there it is.
Geiger's just like, all right, let's make it a little. Let's add a little curve here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I want their number, just to say hi.
Uh-huh.
The
Jeez.
yassified queen. The yassified queen.
Yes.
I love the like no joke. I love the lighting and composition of this piece.
Yes.
It's nice. It's
Mhm.
nice and simple.
Yes.
I love it.
Oh.
Artistically, it's beautiful.
And
Mm-hmm.
and really, it has a suggestion of detail. This is a very simple piece. The more you look at it, you see how simple it is, but you can it still has just enough that you can imagine all of the ribbing and texture.
The brain fills in the rest.
This is beautiful art, gorgeous. Of course, we got the werewolf and the vampire.
Oh, I love Natalie's work. They draw
Yes.
excellent werewolves.
And of course, got that Deathclaw. I love the Deathclaws.
Deathclaw is great.
Yeah.
Deathclaw's a
It's
husband.
Hide.
Wood.
It's like
Ugh.
wood. It's like what was it? Just the entire Deathclaw design reminds me of Bowser, and to which I'm always just like, Nintendo made the best dad. He's right there.
Mhm.
I'm just saying.
What I love about the Deathclaw is specifically, the rule of character design is if you have a good silhouette, you got a good character design. If you can recognize it immediately based on the silhouette, and a Deathclaw has a very iconic silhouette. The back arch with the spines along the spines along the spine, and those iconic horns.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Those
Also-
tusk-like goring horns.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mega Man. Yes, we are.
Mega Man says, "Wait, are we just monster fuckers?" Yes.
I was gonna
Oh,
say,
Did we give the impression we weren't?
I was gonna say,
Because
sweetie.
the
wait,
two
wait.
astronauts like, wait, is it or is that what you guys just are? Always have been.
I was gonna say, sweetie, my partner runs a book club called the Monster Fuckers Book Club.
Oh my God, really?
Ooh.
Yes.
Where do I sign
Nice.
up?
Yes.
Ooh.
We'll talk after the stream.
I was there when the tomes were etched in stone.
I was there when the magic was written.
13 said Gamera because turtle.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Gamera is a great turtle.
Especially, look, kaiju, besides werewolves, kaiju are kind of my thing. Really badly. I love the Heisei Gamera design. This one that 13 is showcasing here. Like,
No, it's not Mega Man. Sorry.
it's beautiful. It's very rigid because in the Heisei trilogy, they changed the origin slightly to make Gamera a bioweapon. A counter weapon to another bioweapon that was made by the Atlanteans. And this is a combination of something I also like with monsters is something that is a living, breathing, like it has a natural, like this could be a real animal, but it's also a weaponized thing. It's a weaponized living thing. So the combination of a weapon and an organism is something that I really appreciate, especially something that is so seamless and just clean with Gamera. It's just chef's kiss.
Right
Absolutely, yes. I love the design because, obviously turtle, but
Yes.
but
Turtle.
I love the spikes at the edges of the shell. I love the big tusks in the jaw. It's a solid design. Absolutely solid design.
The elbow spikes.
I like how we're all like turtle, and then I remember all the scary turtles that like literally can stretch their necks out and just take a chunk of an arm out if they want to. That exists like in the Amazon. I'm just like, yeah, turtles.
It's like that
turtles.
It's like that little boy. I like turtles.
I like turtles.
All right, so Quethom submitted a Medusa. Said best girl, the one that first
Gorgons, yes.
Let's see. So the one, where was I? The one that first made a young clown love tragic characters and see how unjust the world can be. This woman went through hell, and part of me wishes some poet would have washed ashore her isle and blinded themselves to try and bring peace to such a monster's heart. Absolutely.
Aww.
Absolutely. Medusa,
Yes, Medusa has never done anything. Medusa has never done anything wrong.
Literally, she literally never did anything wrong. She,
Nothing.
if I remember correctly, she used to worship Athena, wasn't it? And she was devout to Athena, to the point that she swore off marriage. She was determined to remain a virgin forever, because she was, and part of the quote unquote issue with that was she was the most beautiful human woman, like literally on the planet. Athena or Aphrodite? Was it? I think it was. Shoot, I forget if it was.
I think it is. I think it is Athena because most of the time when it came to the goddesses punishing mortals, it's usually Athena.
Yeah. So it was one of them.
I believe it was Athena.
Yeah.
Somebody said, wow, you're more gorgeous than Aphrodite. Aphrodite got pissed off, so things happened. Very bad things happened, and then I believe Athena was the one that, quote, blessed her with a different look. I forget if that's exact. There's a couple different variations to the story. But yeah, either way, we love.
Yep, I figured.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come. Oh, and we are getting raided by Scissors Runner. Hello, Scissors, and hello, Raiders. I am Viscera, Queen Cryptid and Mother of Monsters, and I welcome you all to the woods. We've got a whole slew of wonderful guests with us tonight, and we've been doing raising money for the Transgender Law Center. We are the jaws of justice here in the woods. We are monsters and monster appreciators, and we've been talking about horror and how it resonates with us as trans folk. So I'm very happy to see you all here. Thank y'all so much for joining us. Right now we're going through a little list, a Twitter thread where folks were invited to share with us their favorite monsters, and we're just going through and looking at them and commenting on them. But yes, thank you so much for joining in. But yes, literally.
Plaid Weasel VT sacrificed 72 to the coven.
Plaid Weasel! Oh my god. Thank you for the $72 donated to coffee. Oh my goodness, I can get myself a nice dinner. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. But yes, we definitely smashed through the ultimate goal of raising $1,000 for Transgender Law Center, and now we're just raising as much as we possibly can beyond the goal. So thank you, honeys. All right. But yeah, Medusa literally did nothing wrong. She tried to do everything right. She, worshipped Athena. She was devout. She swore off marriage, swore off men. And then just because she was so beautiful, the goddess basically got jealous and, what was it? It was, somebody sent a bunch of folks to attack the temple or something like that. I forget all of the details of the story, but yeah, Medusa was dealt an awful hand through no fault of her own, and she's a wonderful monster. Everybody needs to just give her some love.
Medusa deserves all the best and the love and everything.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And next, we got some posts from Smog.
Oh. Why
That
does
is
that
a good.
remind me?
That is a good pull. That's a good pull.
Why does
yeah.
that remind me of the creatures from Peter Jackson's King Kong, like the creatures in the canyon that like consumed the person's head? I don't know if anyone knows what I'm talking about.
Oh, the
Yeah,
carnage.
I do.
Yeah.
They're good. They're good.
But yeah, this is Ko, the face stealer, and since we're having a trans charity stream, they them all of that they are just kind of made me feel like they're kind of a gender non-conformative icon in the series, and I love them as an entity, an all-powerful creature that the story goes, for those of you that haven't watched Avatar: The Last Airbender, he's a critter / god that has information and knows things, and you can go to them for information or help, but if you show any kind of emotion, he'll steal your face. And it showed that he switched between a few different faces and showed that he's stole men, women, children, all kinds of faces. He's got all of them in his collection, and he's absolutely terrifying, and I love that about him. I love that.
Absolutely. Just it's one of those. It's definitely one of those extremely inhuman monsters, but one that you can still communicate with.
Yeah.
Such a good design. Then we got a couple more from Smog. I think that's
I'm so sorry.
no,
so sorry.
do not apologize.
Oh, Nemesis.
But yeah, the first one is oh shoot, what was it? It's a vampire from
Yes.
From Blade 2, the Reapers.
The Reapers. This one in particular, Jared Nomak, again with my tragic backstory and Riesling characters. Ugh.
Didn't
He
Del
just
direct this?
He did.
Del Toro did direct this. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, it all
Yep.
comes back.
Full circle.
Noticing a trend.
Listen, that man like hits all my buttons. But yeah, I love. I guess it's a theme with myself too. I love monsters that start off low key. Like the way you're introduced to Jared, you think he's just a person, and as the movie goes on, it reveals obviously in that screenshot right there that he's not at all, and he's continually just underestimated and continually dismissed as just another vampire or just another person, and I love that trope of a monster that's just continually underestimated. They seem low key, they don't seem like anything, like, I hate to use this phrase, but they don't seem like anything special or threatening, but in the end they're holding all the cards, and I love that.
It's another thing about monsters in disguise, where they can pass themselves off as something that is not a threat. It can blend in, but it only takes a moment to to discover what they really are. And then Nemesis is just a big beefy boy.
Yeah.
Big wall of meat.
Oh Lord, he thick boy. He's a thick boy.
That's a thick ass boy.
Yeah.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. The games didn't really give him a whole lot as far as character goes. He was just a mini boss per se that continually chased you.
Yes and no. Like, if you look at both the original and the remake, you get a decent, clean picture about the Nemesis project, but Yeah, you don't really get a lot to go with other than
feel like-
what they were made for.
Yeah, I feel like the movie, for once,
I was
that
about
the
to
one
say,
thing.
the movie did more.
The one time that the movie did better in explaining a character, showing a deeper, sadder, more emotional side to a character that was more or less just kind of there. Like, oh, I love him. I love him so much.
I just remember the scene from the movie.
Yeah.
It's when
Yeah.
Alice, when she impales Nemesis and finds out it's her friend.
Yeah.
And she just starts, like, her voice cracks and she's just, like, pounding on his chest, just like, no.
Yeah.
No. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I hate that. It's a guilty pleasure series of mine. They're
Mhm.
bad, but they're good, bad movies.
Yeah. Nemesis was the best freaking part about those movies. Like, just, he broke my freaking heart so hard, and he's handsome to boot. Look at that face.
Yeah.
Look at that face.
That's-
He don't got the lips, but I'll use mine. It's okay.
I think, like,
Nice, clean, straight teeth. Just
Mhm.
like a smile that can brighten up your day.
I think the precursor to Nemesis was Mr. X, which was done by, like, umbrella scientists, and Nemesis was, those guys did a bad job with Mr. X. Let's just make our own version and just make him just totally relentless and just better in every way. And then, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, Mr. X was slow, cumbersome, and it was like, oh, but our scientists are the top and best at what they do. It's just like, okay, but we did it better.
Mhm.
And we're not
Mhm.
scientists.
All right, so it looks like Ashen submitted a few. Said, I fucking love a beautiful body horror. A biblically accurate angel, nightmare-looking sons of bitch. Too many heads, no head, too much limbs. It's trying to be human, but its understanding of what a human should look like is more vast than is normally accepted.
Yeah.
Oh no, I love these.
Mhm.
Especially, just oh, look at that.
My goodness.
But no,
Really good
just-
examples here.
Oh yeah.
Amazing examples.
Absolutely. Like, and I love a horrific angel. Just an angel that looks absolutely incomprehensible. Because we're used to the humanoid with bird wings. But that is not at all how they are described.
Nope.
No.
No.
Not at all.
No.
There's a reason that they say to people, be not afraid.
Absolutely.
All right, so let's see. Look, OD. It's the ultimate ambush predator, specifically adapted to hunting human prey, and I love them.
Boys.
Got the mimics.
Yeah.
I love
mimics.
Love that mouth. You gotta love a toothy mouth.
Everyone's favorite enemy in the Souls series.
Yes.
With them stretchy limbs.
Yes. Literally, you try over.
Wait,
their
wait.
arms just stretch. Yeah.
I'm sorry. The way that is it a halfling or bard is looking at the. I know it's two different drawings, but the way he's looking at the chair.
He's like, oh,
just like,
what that tongue do?
Yeah.
He's just like, hey,
Come on now.
Hello there. So, come here often.
He's rolling a persuasion check. That's what's happening.
Oh my.
So you're a bottom, I take it.
Let's see. Prince
Oh, no.
said it's hard to choose a favorite, but in the top 5 is the Moon Presence from Bloodborne. The fact your base of operations
fucking go.
is a realm it allowed the strategic guy to kill an eldritch child, and that when you killed the previous direct servant, it chose you to be the next.
Ooh.
Oh, Bloodborne, hello.
Hello, old friend.
Hang on, let me just extend that a little bit here. But yeah, no, it doesn't have a face. It's just kind of this open void in the head. And
gorgeous.
And it looks
It-
like she's just
oh.
been completely hollowed out, where
Mhm.
you know she's just got the spine and these almost limb-like ribs. It's just love that design.
The thing that makes it for me is the movement of the creature when you encounter it in the game, because it moves in this fluid movement that you don't feel it should, which is always a great design for creatures and weird things, is when it is like, this is weird, it shouldn't exist the way it is, but it moves like it's natural in its unnatural state. It's like a gorgeously beautiful, horrific image just staring into your soul.
Yes.
I love it so much.
It's so good. All right, let me fix this again. There we go. All right. What's next? Let's see. Okay, we got this. We're on the last one, I think. All right, so sorry, not horror-based. I just really like the Locust from Gears of War. Just slapping a minigun on a mutant spider is just peak cool juice, or aliens like the elites on the Gluckins in baller suits. Oh,
some Oddworld rep. Okay.
I dig that. Okay.
Can we do shout out for the spider people? Just spider people in general. Just
Yes.
spider beings and spider creatures and things.
Yes.
Because yes.
Hold on.
Absolutely.
The
yes.
Gluckins.
You know, I'm gonna submit something because someone brought up Gears of War. Hold on. I will because I will say the Locust are an amazing design, but also here we go. This is one of my favorite ones, the Berserker. She is an almost unstoppable killing machine. Literally is stronger than everyone. The only reason that she is in chains is because, well, she doesn't it's like head empty, crush, smash, destroy. Even the own Locust, she does not care. She kills. That's what she does. And
I'm just happy that that's a she. Oh,
She's
I'm
a
so
simple
happy.
girl with simple pleasures.
And see,
she just knows how to have fun.
Yeah.
And the only way to kill her is with a giant solar satellite in the sky, because of her skin just being impervious and just not affected by bullets or anything. Like, yeah, there's a reason when she's shown, literally all you see is a brief snippet of like her being led by two locusts, and then when she smells humans and their blood, she just kills them both, runs off. And when one person runs off to try to get away from this, you just see the shadow of her just smashing it into the ground, and you just see blood splatter on the wall. Like, she does
Relatable.
not.
Relatable.
I did that this morning.
Yes, the Hammer of Dawn, it basically takes the power of the sun to kill her. And even then, when she's being hit by the sun, she shakes it off, and basically you need like 3 or 4 hits to even kill her.
Wow.
Sturdy
So she
girl.
shakes off the sun. She's just like, nah, I'm going for you.
Life
She's
goals,
got-
really.
I was gonna say she knows her goals and she goes for it. Like that's respect.
No,
We
I love her. She's a gal I could hang out with.
We love a determined girl boss. Also
Oh, yes.
good.
Absolutely. Oh, well, that is it for the Twitter thread. So let me go ahead and shuffle myself on back over here. Oh, my goodness. All right. Well, we are within our last half hour, coming up on, it's going to be last 20 minutes soon. So I would love.
Oh, man.
I know. Time flies when you're having a good time.
It does indeed.
So I would love to go down the line and, and just have everybody talk about, what horror means to you. personally. And you don't, we've got plenty of time. You don't have to, rush yourself or anything. But let's go ahead and start with Cram.
Okie dokie. So, a lot of what the previous panelists have said, I highly resonate with when it comes to what horror means to me. Horror, in an essence of itself, is a lot about reflection, a lot of heavy metaphors. It's a very heavy metaphor genre, where whether the monster, the scenario, it's a reflection of either society or oneself, which is something that I really appreciate with the genre, especially your Jekyll and Hydes, when it's really internal, when it's an internal metaphor about, same thing with, that's another reason why I love werewolves, the primal wild side of someone that could just be a dainty flower you see walking down the street is eating some hikers in the woods under a full moon. So that's something I do like about horror, and it can really, in some cases better than other genres, paint pictures of what a lot of people in the trans community are feeling. Definitely better, even better than fantasy or fiction, I argue, in some cases, when we want to find the proper way to convey our feelings of body dysmorphia or gender dysphoria, or even voice dysphoria, as someone who is, I'm a big curvy girl with a very low bassy voice. And it can get to me from time to time, especially with my line of work, because my egg cracked when I was well into my career. I've been doing voiceover for a decade, and then the pandemic happened, and then my egg cracked. Funnily enough, it was Lady Dimitrescu that cracked my egg.
Bless her. Bless Lady D.
Because I am a very big, broad girl, and then I saw a bigger, broader girl, and I went, uh-oh, I need to see a therapist. Oh no. Yeah, literally. For me, it was more of just, oh no, and then I had to make some messages and calls after that. But yeah. And another thing that I like about horror is, especially in some of the more classic literature, is sacrifice. Having to do difficult decisions or make really tough choices and sacrifices. And if I may, I'm going to put my cards on the table a little bit. Now, Viscera, I'm in a very similar situation. I grew up in Texas for 31 years. And I'm now living in Los Angeles as well. I had to flee. I was basically I'm the monster that got driven out of their woods. And I had to make the tough sacrifices that you would see in some classic literature. Your Oscar Wildes, your Mary Shelleys, your Shirley Jacksons, where I've had to make tough calls where I gave up everything. Family, who have been nothing but supportive of my transition. My father pays for my HRT personally.
That's wonderful.
So I've had to leave that behind. I've had to leave many friends behind. I've had to start over in my career just for my own self-preservation. So I had to make that tough call for pure instinct, which is survive. Which is something that I also like about horror, is that it can show us what a human being is capable of doing just to survive. No matter how tough the choice is, if their life's on the line, they'll do it. So while horror is, again, a great analog for the trans experience, the transgender, the pros and cons, the trials and tribulations that a transgender person goes through, it is also a really nice critique on just the human condition, that we're not so different from the animals outside of the cities.
It's true.
So that's what horror means to me, and that's why I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. It was very well said. All right, Grinds, how about you?
Okay. Horror, a lot of what Krem said. Horror means a lot to me because I was introduced to horror very, very young. My father loved watching old horror movies and was very big into the idea of the monsters and the true monsters and everything. And although as a kid I got lots and lots of nightmares, I learned a lot about just what horror meant, like what it meant to become a monster, be a monster, what is the true monster, what is the nature of evil, what is kindness, what is goodness. Horror has a very good way of presenting these very complex feelings in ways that you can completely understand. And horror was something I never super embraced growing up. I loved it. I loved watching it, but I never super embraced it in public. I wrote a series of stories that I published online that you won't be able to find, but they were called Paladin in Hell. And that was my way of sort of writing out my feelings and everything in sort of a horror setting and trying to get stuff out there. And I didn't realize it until a couple of years ago about how much horror really meant to me, because a bunch of my friends were like, I created Grinds as kind of a friendly coffee shop kind of person, and then I described my lore to a friend, and my friend was like, you created a horror character. You surround yourself with monstrous friends. You've created a character that was ripped to pieces and literally put back together, who spends all of their time interacting and talking with creatures with no fear of the creature killing them, because Grinds can never truly die. Like, you created a horror creature surrounded by horror friends. And just this past year, I got to experience the becoming a monster in the face of the family that taught me about horror. Excuse me.
No, it's all right, honey. It's okay.
Like, I came out fully to everybody, all my family, all the people, and just the silence became so loud. And I was right back writing when I was in the mindset of writing the Paladin in Hell stories. Like, jeez, the people who had taught me to explore myself and understand myself and become myself were now the people who were now calling me the worst stuff. And it's been all my monster friends and all my horror friends and all my other people who've been there for me.
Absolutely.
Horror means a community to me. The monsters really do just kill the people who trespass, the people who are doing wrong. Pyramid Head doesn't attack the innocent.
Exactly.
I think I'm going to stop there, because I'm just I'm grateful for horror for teaching me so much stuff about myself. But this idea of, we all think we're monsters, we all think we're that, but we're fighting back against the people who are trying to destroy us. We're not we're monsters because if you're coming to destroy us, you think you're in the right. You think you're doing the right thing. You wandered into the forest and you got your skin stolen because you were told not to go into the forest. You were told to respect and love the forest, and you didn't. there are consequences to your actions. I'm not going to feel sorry for you.
Absolutely.
That kind of stuff.
Absolutely, yes. Well, honey, I hope you
And-
know. I hope you know that you are absolutely welcome and loved in the horror community. And I hope that you can feel embraced and accepted and welcome.
I do.
Because you deserve no less.
This is my 6th rebrand. But being a VTuber and kind of creating this not on purpose horror thing has been like the best thing I've ever done. Oh my gosh. Anyway.
Thank you so much, honey, just for being vulnerable with us and for being here today. I truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for this stream. Jesus.
Oh, sweetie, he has no power here.
Well, I mean,
you can call me God. That's fine.
I will do just that.
What's that?
Though my Jesus is Geezus.
What's that quote? What is it? Mother is the name of God on the lips of little children.
Yes.
Crow.
Bad one.
Oh, we could have a whole stream just on that alone.
Oh, we could.
Yeah.
We absolutely
yes.
could. All right. Well, Smog, it's your turn, honey.
Yes. All right. What is horror to me? Oh my goodness. I could write a thesis all on that. It's a couple of things. I think first and foremost, this is gonna sound a little terrible, but for me, it's revenge. And I think it's because a lot, like you said, a lot of the stuff that happens in horror movies is just consequences. It's just consequences of somebody's decision, of somebody's actions, or therefore their decision to take action in some way, shape, or form. Especially in the older movies, in the foundational golden age, as we like to call it, back in the 80s when they were making their horror movies, kill everybody that has sex, Which I don't think it's so much about having sex. Obviously, we could delve a lot into that. It's more about, the appropriateness of when and where.
Yes.
But for me, it's like, a lot of the time back in those olden movies, it was the asshole always getting the comeuppance. And a lot of the times I'm sitting there rooting for the monster or the slasher.
Yes, yes.
And I'm begging them to there's a terrible person doing terrible things. Even some newer movies like Tucker and Dale, there was a terrible character, and the whole time I'm just like, oh, I hope he gets his comeuppance, and there's a catharsis, because so often in this world, it's also about escapism. There's so often in this world where, justice just does not happen, and comeuppance is far and few between to the people who deserve it, and sometimes you don't even get it, and it never will come, and it's very upsetting to those of you, especially us who see stuff happen in this world all the time that it's upsetting, So for me, horror is revenge, it's escape, it's catharsis, and it's also a bit of freedom. Because a lot of the time, like we've been saying, it's been a repetitive theme where a lot of the monsters that we're talking about, they're just doing their own thing. They're just in their little old corner doing their little old thing, and they're just being them and living their best lives, whether it's in the woods or in the tunnels or in a castle or in a dungeon, what have you. They're just being themselves, and somebody somewhere out there has a problem with it, and they make it everybody's problem. And in my experience, it's been a limited experience growing up, being given the default body of a young lady, having society, push, dresses and pink and Barbie dolls and, everything that a girl is supposed to be, the pearls and the earrings and the curled up, the makeup. The pressure to be a certain way by society has always been a problem for me. When I'm just like I had you know, so many brothers and cousins, and like they were all, you know, male, and most of my hand-me-down clothes were from my male counterpart cousins, were, you know, so and so forth, and therefore I grew up a tomboy, and things started kind of just changing for me because I just did not want to be the person that was weaker, the person that was, you know, just thought lowly of because I had, you know, tits and a vagina. You know, I did not want to be that. But the problem is, like, I have nothing wrong with my body. I love my body. I love what I've been given, but society has made it a problem for me. And I remember distinctly there was one time where, and I don't know if, you know, Visser, I feel like will understand this. I grow facial hair, and I was at a gas station at one point, and a gentleman standing near me asked me if I was trans, and the sheer fear that shoots through your body when somebody asks you something like that is like, you know, why do they want to know? What are they going to say? You know, if I say no, are they going to think I'm lying? If I say yes, what are they going to do? You know, it's all that extra fear on top of being, you know, more or less female or female passing. It's awful. And trans folks and gay folks and people of color should never have to have that fear for just breathing oxygen. You know? And I feel like for horror, it's just like, yeah, that's a weird looking motherfucker right over there. Let him cook.
Yep.
You know? And let him live his life. Let him do his thing. And you know, it's a weird kind of satisfactory feeling when you watch a horror movie and the monster wins in the end, or the ambiguous, you know, unanswered question is just like, well, technically they lived happily ever after, and I'm okay with that, you know?
Yeah.
So there's a whole lot of things that horror is for me, and at the baseline of it is, for me, I guess, is revenge, and that may not be healthy, but
well, I think that you know, from what you're describing, you find catharsis in horror,
yeah,
and I think that's plenty healthy. You know, it's, you know, it's a safe place to be able to feel those emotions and to explore them and even have fun with them. So yes, it's absolutely, you know, it's a perfectly productive way of you know, coping with all of that and just, you know, indulging in horror because it's a safe space for all of those things.
Yeah, and it's like it's you know, I recognize it's fantasy, and I think that's important.
Yes,
recognizing that it's fantasy. But yeah, I feel like as a creature who, I mean, that's how I decided on my VTuber character. Like, I've got thralls, so some days I'm feeling more masculine, I'll have a male thrall. Some days I'm feeling more feminine, I'll have a female thrall. If I'm not feeling particularly attached to either, I will have a thrall that has nothing. You will look at me, you will be either afraid or attracted or both, and you will get no answers, and and that's your problem.
Smog is very much a perceive me at your own risk.
Yeah. But yeah, sorry for my long-winded reply.
No,
it's
completely fine, honey.
Wonderful.
All right, Biddles, tell us.
I guess for me, horror is sort of like an exploration of inner strength, power, and respect. I didn't come from a good place. My egg cracked when I was like 14. I grew up around a bunch of other students, not openly trans, who would just talk about how if there was any gay or trans kids, they'd drag them to the woods and kill them. So I did nothing for 14 years until I could finally leave that city. And that entire time, I just felt so weak and powerless, and I hated myself. And then I move out. I find a new city, and I start getting into horror movies. I'm late to this. I acknowledge it. I'm late. I haven't seen most of the stuff you guys have talked about today. But it's watching the horror movies that gives me this great feeling. And it's on both sides. It's the inner strength of survivors to be able to overcome whatever is attacking them. But it's also the inner strength and respect that a monster earns from being itself. It is not doing anything excessive. It just wants to be left alone, and it wants to be respected. And to me, that speaks volumes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It is not someone trying to change the world or trying to do anything huge. Maybe some of them are. Good for them. But a lot of them are just, I want to be left alone. Just respect me, leave me the fuck alone, or I'm going to become your problem. And especially the later part of earning respect. Because I grew up just hating myself. No lie. Sorry if it's a little sad. No lie.
No, it's okay.
And it's the sort of thing, like, now, my audience calls me boss. I have earned respect.
And it is
It's
well
this sort
deserved.
of thing. Appreciate it. But that's what I love so much about horror. And I acknowledge, I'm sorry, my accent doesn't work the best for the word horror.
No, you're fine, sweetheart. I love your accent. Don't you even worry about it.
It's just the display. And I acknowledge, I'm not much into the modern horror. I watch stuff from the 30s and 50s. It fits me better. That shit is goofy, it's stupid, it's all puppets. But it has the same message. These are things you need to respect. They are just things you need to respect. You don't need to make it a problem. And then on the flip side with survivors, it's overcoming adversity. There is a problem. There is a looming threat. How are you going to deal with it? What are you going to do? You need to think, you need to be fast, and you need to use your brain. Because if you don't do something, you might not get a chance to do something later.
Absolutely.
And that's just what I like about horror. It's, I guess you could narrow it down more to like a power trip, but it's not so much that as it's just there's strength.
Yes.
There's determination to succeed, even if other people don't want you to. It's demanding respect. And that's what I like.
Absolutely. I could not agree more.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, honey. Thank you. All right, Spicy. It's your turn.
Horror for me, it hits a lot of things close to home with its theming, symbol. Hold on, I apologize.
No, it's okay.
Oh, no worries.
No, I've had such a good time. Just while Spicy is until they
Sorry.
oh, there you go. There you go.
Wonderful timing.
The symbolism, the designs of creatures, just the humans, monsters, everything. It's something that hits close to home. It's something that makes me feel comfortable. Even in the past when I worked at a haunted house, just something about just becoming a creature. It felt normal just to express myself in that way when I couldn't do that IRL. Just being able to personify myself as whatever I wanted to be just felt like me. Like I could be this, I could be that. I don't have to worry about how I physically look, but I felt at peace. I felt come home. Things of that type. And my avatar, for example, it's a character that it resonates with me, with how I wish to represent myself. And you know, as an NB, it and not fully out to family, so that's why I'm also like watching how I phrase things as yeah. It's
Completely
like
fair.
Understood.
it's hard, especially with the upbringing and when watching that type of media, just always the things that I would resonate with, that I'd be like, oh well, you know, I could relate to, you know, these creatures and whatnot and these things, and then just to hear thing after thing said about them and whatnot, and it's just like, oh, my heart, it kind of hurts when I hear that. And it's just like, it's just a place that I feel is accepting more so than what's the norm out there and things like that. Like what people feel is, oh, the right way to watch things, or the what everyone's okay with, so to speak. It's just like, well, this is weird. This is out of the ordinary. I don't like that. It makes me, I don't know, it just doesn't look right. And you're just like, your words aren't right. Your way of thinking, your perception of these things isn't right. Be more open, be more understanding, things of that sort. Like, it's, I don't know. And also, I've met a lot of amazing horror content creators and everything, and it's just like, oh wow, they're just like me for real.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Like, hey, wait a second.
It's just like, oh, I was warned my entire life about people like that, and it's just like, funny. Why are they the most accepting and understanding and loving and accepting?
Yeah.
Stay away from the people like that. I want to be the people like that.
Yep.
My choice.
I guess that's kind of why I love horror and why horror resonates with me. While my current PNG doesn't, you know, show up horror very well. Listen, sometimes you just want to dust and clean. That's all.
Somebody's got to clean up the mess.
I was about to say.
Listen. All right.
I'm listening.
The local shark dragon cleans up cryptids mess. Ward 11.
And I do make a lot of mess.
Yes.
me just dusting and cleaning. Fizz, really?
She points to Smog. That's their fault. They started it.
Well, thank you. Thank all of you so much. I think for me, horror is home. Horror is where I feel most comfortable. It is where I feel most seen. It is where I feel the most accepted, especially within the horror community and all of the friends I have made who are fellow, you know, horror fans, who love monsters. It's where I have found so much family. And, you know, anytime I am playing a horror video game or watching a horror movie, I feel at most myself. You know, that I don't have to be filtered, that I can just be myself. I can enjoy the things that I do without fear of judgment, and to find other people within the community who love the same things, who appreciate the same things, and to find so much in common with others when in the past I have felt so desperately isolated from other folk. Has made horror into something that is just absolutely priceless for me. So horror is home. as far as I'm concerned.
Here I am surrounded by monsters and horrors of the world, and I feel the most safe and the most loved.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, honey. All right. Well, we have come to the end of this stream, and I could not be happier with everything that has happened today.
Let's go.
All of the amazing discussions and conversations. We smashed through that $1,000 goal to raise funds for the Transgender Law Center. I am so humbled, and I am so proud of everybody who turned out, whether you were a guest or you were here in chat. Smog, thank you so much for moderating today, making sure everybody got their shout outs. You're wonderful, you're lovely, you know I love you.
No, I love all of you. And
Smog,
chat, you guys are
you're
wonderful.
so great.
Oh.
You're the greatest, Smog.
Totally amazing.
You're ruining my street cred.
But thank you all again so much for coming out. Now, we're going to raid over to Amundal, who is also raising money for a different trans charity. He's been raising money. Yes, he's been raising money for the Trans Lifeline. So please, please do stick around for that raid. Make sure you give Amy some love and support. And before I let you all go, as always, be good, take good care of one another. And I'm going to be having you all for dinner very, very soon. All right, sweethearts, let me get that raid going. And we will see y'all next time.